the president of an African parliament.
Good morning. Bonjour. السلام عليكم. معالي زميلاتي زملائي أعضاء البرلمان.
Honorable members, Pan-African colleagues, I would like to welcome each and every one of you. Please let's rise for our silent prayer moment.
شكرا. تفضلوا بالجلوس. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, the merciful, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, dear colleagues, I would like to welcome you all once more, and I wish us fruitful deliberations and success in the accomplishment of our missions. This is a special day for us. That is the first session of this 7th legislature, and this is the last day of our deliberations. During this session, we broached various themes and issues concerning the Parliament actions. So thank you so much for participating in the various debates in an effective manner geared towards creating a collective vision to successfully accomplish the activities of the Parliament, and most especially create and second the various opinions which were raised concerning human rights aspects and the strengthening of the African bloc. Also, we try to give the opportunity to African people to be able to speak by the same voice and discuss in order to ensure solidarity and ensure that this should be the backbone of our parliament's activities and among us Africans. We hope that we shall maybe accomplish our missions in a better manner for future deliberations. Yesterday, we received proposals regarding certain important issues, and pursuant to the rules of procedures of this parliament, I propose that we hold a plenary sitting for an hour in order to discuss together and complete the agenda and review these proposals. Some were adjourned, and we are going to discuss them during the next sitting or session. So I would like to seize this opportunity and share with my colleagues, members of the Pan-African Parliament, the following. When I stand here on the Pan-African Parliament rostrum, the aim here is to promote collective actions and to watch the actions or activities of permanent committees and caucuses, especially Youth and Women Caucus, as well as review the questions which are going to help us overcome certain challenges that we are facing, thereby making this session and mandate a full success and concretizing our actions. When I am not here at the chamber, know that I am working in my office. Know that this parliament's leadership is something which is common to all of us. I wanted to put an end to every negative action against our agenda. If, for example, we had to begin at 9, we are supposed to start our deliberations at 9. We shouldn't begin with delays or come up with questions that we had already mentioned in the past. Also, we shouldn't mention ideas that might have an impact on people's dignity, or maybe do some comparisons on who is rightfully here or not. Even if we do not agree with certain aspects, which is actually normal, it's important to know that the Pan-African Parliament is a place for responsible debates. So, permit me to highly hail our colleagues, both women and men, especially those from Youth and Women Caucus. I insist on hailing the Women Caucus, who advocated for the woman's position or place in the African group, and this was seconded by our colleagues in a daring move, and one which seemed very committing. I would like to hail such actions. I am equally delighted because we consider collective actions. And regarding our debates on ending bad practices and ending anything that tarnishes the image of our parliament, as president of this parliament, I am glad that in Algeria, we have a lady as Speaker of the National Assembly. She was elected and sworn in at the helm of the lower house of the Parliament of Algeria, Dr. Boufakida, who is a doctor, militant, and a political leader. The president of the parliament today in Algeria is a lady, and this is just one of the many good things that have happened to Algeria. So I would like to commend the Algerian woman, the African woman, for such strides, and we hope that we shall record more strides in the future. During our discussions, And concerning our future moves, we shall ensure that we shall organize a high-level conference on African women in Parliament, especially those who are here in the chamber with us. And this will be the first conference through which the African woman is going to share her ambitions. And this will be the very first conference. And we are going to equally talk about their assets, their strides, and many other important things. So we can take pride in the fact that the Algerian woman is supporting men who are grappling with some challenges, such as developing our continent and maybe promote communication moves within the framework of the 2063 agenda of the African Union. Once more, on behalf of the members of the Pan-African Parliament, we would like to hail or pay tribute to each African woman who is working towards a better future for our children, our continent, a future whereby the human being is being given pride of place, a future which considers or takes into account our priorities. The role of the parliament is to enable such moves and to frame our various debates on these topic rather. Our aim is equally geared towards coming up with mechanisms that consider the needs of Africans. And here we are referring to high-level positions, maybe at the AU conferences or any other international conferences which are being organized. In any case, this is the duty of the Pan-African Parliament. Without further ado, I urge the clerk to read out today's agenda. Honorable Mr. Clerk, please, you have the floor.
The first order of business is constitution of quorum.
السيدة الأمينة العامة المحترمة، هل النصاب؟
The clerk, Madam Clerk, please, has the quorum been reached?
Members present are 94, and the required quorum is 108. The quorum has not been established.
مرة أخرى زميلتي زملائي، أنا كرجل قانون
As a legal experts or a lawyer, and considering the various systems that exist in different bodies, the quorum should be linked to the opening of the sitting. If we do not have the required quorum when opening the sitting, then we are not going to hold any sitting. So from the opening till the closing of the session, there needs to be a rotation with members of the parliament who are present. This is a personal commitment, and it's unacceptable that we request our colleagues to be always present during deliberations when they are facing certain challenges, especially those related to their journeys. I know there are some countries that request some MPs to cover their traveling expenses. Somehow, this is a challenge because I know our sessions last about 15 days. So I would like to call on the Committee of Rules and Procedures to maybe rectify the situation. The quorum is supposed to be met when we open sessions, after which we shall have a rotation and work with the permanent members. Then we are going to enforce the system we shall adopt. The quorum is usually to be considered during the first meeting. On the agenda, if let's say a certain committee gathers to hold just one meeting, the quorum of this meeting should be considered. If this is an open meeting, then from the first meeting, we'll need to consider the quorum of this meeting, that is this committee's meeting. Even if we have absolute majority or not, these are laws that should be respected when it comes to decision making. Especially at international level meetings sphere. So we need to address this issue so that we can in turn hold our deliberations in a safe manner and without leaving resolutions and recommendations and Pan-African Parliament's prerogative maybe be subject to certain contradictions. Secondly, before addressing other items on the agenda, there are presentations that were forwarded to us by members of the Pan-African Parliament pursuant to Article 60 of the Rules of Procedures or Statutes of the Pan-African Parliament. We had motions that will help to confer the institutional, let's say, character of our parliament. So there are equally motions and other presentations which will be made by Honorable Dava of Cote d'Ivoire, which was seconded by Honorable Anita Adams from Malawi. There is equally another motion concerning presidency rotation, which was proposed by Honorable from Zimbabwe. This was seconded by His Excellency Honorable Tabiso Lebisi from Lesotho. I think we will not be able to second these motions during this session. I request that pursuant to the rules of procedures, we include these motions and we refer it to the next agendas, that is the agendas of the next meetings. For purposes of equity and justice, we will have to align with the rules of the parliament and to act with a lot of commitments regarding the legal aspects of our procedures. So the clerk or the secretariat is going to take good note of this, and so we shall debate them during the next session pursuant to Article 55 and on the issue of the quorum. We cannot sideline this question. I'm wondering if we shall have other motions. If not, then we shall present the various motions which were made yesterday. And which are going to be debated tomorrow. So, dear colleagues, do you have any remarks before we talk about the quorum aspect? Are there any remarks regarding the quorum? Or do you want us to go straight to today's agenda?
تفضل.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to take the floor. I would like to second the motion, this motion, and what you said regarding the adoption of the recommendations and the results of this sanction, of this session rather. The aim here is to carry out our activities, especially when it comes to the presentation or the adoption of model laws. So I prefer that we adopt these motions. If there are no elections which request that the quorum be confirmed, I feel it's okay to present these motions and second them. Thank you.
ما دمنا التزمنا بتسجيل ومناقشة الاقتراح نمضي في البند الأول.
As long as these motions were registered, I think we should begin with the first point or item. So, Madam Chair, kindly present the first item on today's agenda.
سيد الرئيس المحترم سيروجي.
Monsieur le Président, merci de me passer la parole. On est allé un peu plus loin.
Mr. President, I feel like we've gone kind of far. Maybe we had to present today's agenda and mention the issues we had to debate for the next session and those for this for today. So maybe we need to clarify to bring clarity on what we are going to debate today and what we are going to debate next time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Madam Secretary General, Madam Clerk rather, can you please explain to us the various topics we are going to postpone and those we are going to burst today?
While you gave the number of the people who are present as a...
Thank you for bringing clarity on the quorum. Maybe the clerk, given that some people just came in, maybe we can re-verify the quorum because some members just entered the hall. Madam Clerk, please, you have the floor.
Honorable President, head count will be conducted of the members present. Honorable President, the order
Mr. President, as
and debate of motions submitted in terms of Rule 60 of the Rules of Procedure of the Pan-African Parliament. There are two motions. Motion on the escalating Afrophobic attacks against African compatriots in the Republic of South Africa. The mover is Honorable Lazare Yayo of Cote d'Ivoire, and seconded by Honorable Massamba Dieng of Senegal. The second motion is a motion urging the Republic of South Africa to strengthen measures to prevent and eliminate xenophobic violence against African nationals residing within its territory. The mover is Honorable Senator Danson Mgatana of Kenya, and seconded by Honorable Joseph Kalasinga Majimbo of Kenya. The second order of business for today is presentation and debates on the African Union AU theme for 2026, assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. The presenters are Honorable Suleiman Sao, the chairperson of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment, and His Excellency Moses Vilagati, the AUC Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, presented virtually. The third order of business is presentation and debate on the report on the project for the development of a model law on critical minerals in Africa and a model law on African food policy. The presenter is Honorable Suleiman Saho, the chairperson of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment. The fourth order of the day is presentation and debate on the report on the capacity building of Pan-African parliamentarians, on the ratification and state of reporting on the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, ACDEC. The presenter is Honorable Sinia Ahmed, Rapporteur of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights. The fifth order of business is presentation and adoption of the final resolutions and recommendations of the first ordinary session of the 7th Parliament. And the presenter is Ms. Lindiwe Kumalo, the clerk of the Pan-African Parliament. The sixth order is the official closing of the first ordinary session of the 7th Parliament, with a closing statement from His Excellency Dr. Fateh Boutbik, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, which will end with the adjournment of the House. Honorable President, the motions that have been received by my office with regard to Rule 60 are the following. 1, motion on the implementation of intra-regional rotation within the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament. And 2, motion on the mandatory application of Rule 15.1 of the Rules of Procedure and the legal consequences of non-compliant nominations for the election of vice presidents. The third motion is a motion on the implementation. Okay, this is the second one of the same nature. A motion on the mandatory application. Okay. It's repeated severally by different movers. Motion on the strengthening of oversight, accountability, and reporting of the African Union Commission to the permanent committees of the Pan-African Parliament. The motion concerns urging the institutionalization of reporting and accountability of African Union commissioners to the permanent committees of the Pan-African Parliament. The next is motion on the adoption of a minimum allocation of 7% of national development budgets for water infrastructure and sustainable water resources management in Africa. The last one is motion pour l'institutionnalisation de la célébration annuelle de la Journée panafricaine de la femme au Parlement. These are the motions that are recommended for tabling in the next session. Thank you.
شكرا.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for the presentation of the order of today. And I would like to suggest to honorable members that we go forward with the debating and the presentation of the order paper of the day. And the process of verification of the quorum will remain until we adopt any decisions or recommendations, so we can adhere to the time and to adhere to what we have decided yesterday, and to give an opportunity also for the presenters for the presentations and the debate. The voting will be done after we verify the quorum. If you don't have any objections, so we can move forward with the presentation or with the debating on the order paper of the day.
President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think let's confirm the quorum first before we move. In an event that we don't have the quorum, then that decision can come. Right now, let's give the chance to the clerk to confirm the quorum now, then we proceed. Before we proceed, if the quorum is confirmed, then we can proceed.
الآن على مستوى القاعة.
Now, in the chamber, we have 100 honorable member, and the quorum is 108. If there is no other suggestion, I think we can, or I suggest that we present the reports and we move forward with the agenda until we receive more members. I can see that more members are entering the chamber. So we can move forward with presenting the reports and debate, and the process of voting or the resolutions, we can wait until we verify the quorum for that process. Is that okay? We move forward now to present the first item, and I would like to request from Madam Clerk to present the first item concerning the agenda for the day.
Honorable President, the first order is the following. Motion on the escalating Afrophobic attacks against African compatriots in the Republic of South Africa, and motion urging the Republic of South Africa to strengthen measures to prevent and eliminate xenophobic violence against African nationals residing in their territory.
شكرا.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I will repeat again the motion regarding or on the escalating Afrophobic attacks against African compatriots in the Republic of South Africa, and the motion urging the Republic of South Africa to strengthen measures to prevent and eliminate xenophobic violence against African nationals residing within its territory. And to remind you, this motion was submitted according to the Articles 60 and 61 of the Rules of Procedure of the Pan-African Parliament. And according to the Article 66 of the same Rules of Procedure, I now invite the movers of the motion to present their motions, and the debate should not exceed 1 hour exactly, so we can and this is 1 hour. It is according to the rules of procedures. The two motions in the same matter. The first motion on the escalating Afrophobic attacks against African compatriots in the Republic of South Africa, and I now invite Honorable Lazar Yao Yao to present the motion, and he may come to the podium. And also this motion is seconded by Honorable Masamba Dieng, and after the presentation we will also request him to come. Honorable, please, you can proceed to the podium. Honorable Lazar Yao Yao, a member of the parliament, and he is the chairperson of the Western Caucus.
Bonjour, chers collègues. Good morning, dear colleagues. Before taking the floor, I would like to highlight as a presidency, if we have two similar motions and everyone is going to table their motions. So with that said, for you not to get lost in your documents, there's a compilation of the two motions. That's what is going to be debated. Mr. President, from the onset, on behalf of the members of the Regional Caucus of West Africa for the Pan-African Parliament, we would like to express our profound gratitude for actually including in the agenda of the day the issue related to the fight against Afrophobia and the promotion of the African unity. By this decision, you reassert the commitment of the Pan-African Parliament to offer a platform to questions related to the dignity, security, solidarity between African people. You contribute to strengthen the role of our institution as a custodian of ideals of the African Union and integration of the continent. So I thank you sincerely for your leadership, your availability, and your attachment to the values of justice, peace, and African dignity. Mr. Chair, Mr. President, we, members of the Regional Caucus of West Africa, rise today with a profound sense of urgency and unwavering commitment to the ideas upon which our constitutional unity was founded to move this motion on the escalating Afrophobic attacks against our African compatriots in the Republic of South Africa. Guided by the aspirations of Agenda 2063 of the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the African Charter on Human Rights and People's Rights, the Pan-African Parliament was created to be the engine of the African Union. These instruments assert dignity, equality, solidarity, and the freedom of each African citizen, independent from his nationality, from its ethnic belongings, from his language or zone of origin. It is of concern that events which took part recently in South Africa have witnessed a renewed violence directed against fellow Africans. There were indications that foreign nationals have been subject to physical assaults, killings, destructions, and looting of businesses, forced evictions, and widespread intimidation, compelling thousands to flee communities in which many had peacefully lived and worked for years. These developments represent not only attacks against individuals, but also an attack on the basis of Pan-Africanism and African solidarity. The recent facts show that anti-immigrant mobilization has resulted in widespread displacement and heightened insecurity amongst African compatriots. Honorable President, history reminds us that no African nations, history reminds us that all people and African nations and governments, through a collective solidarity, have contributed significantly to the liberation of South Africa. The African countries ushered in a diplomatic support, military training, financial assistance, sanctuary for exiles, and an advocacy for doing the fight against apartheid. Today, in fact, many African countries were alongside Africans up till when they obtained freedom. So today, therefore, the persecution of fellow Africans within democratic South Africa presents a painful contradiction to the spirit of Ubuntu. This philosophy, African philosophy, which proclaims, I am because we are. The causes of Afrophobia are without any doubt complex. South Africa continues to be faced with a persistent unemployment, inequalities, poverty, and shortage of housing, and high rates of violent criminality. Nonetheless, however, no socioeconomic challenge can justify violence against the innocent persons whose only offense is seeking lawful employment, education, quality education, safety, or economic opportunities. Facts consistently show that migrants are frequently scapegoated for structural governance and the economic challenges, despite limited empirical support for claims that they are responsible for the employment crime.
Dans les pays où ils sont accueillis. Monsieur le Président,
Honorable President, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights has unequivocally condemned the Afrophobic attacks and reminded South Africa of its obligation to guarantee the protection of every individual within its jurisdiction without discrimination. This position reflects the collective conscience of our continent. The continued recurrence of Afrophobic violence also carries significant continental consequences. It undermines regional integration under the African Continental Free Trade Area, weakens labor mobility, discourages investment, threatens tourists, and has a negative impact on diplomatic relations between member states, and degrades the confidence in the Commonwealth of Africa in favor of continental integration. Moreover, these attacks risk normalizing hatred against Africans by fellow Africans, thereby weakening decades of investment in Pan-African cooperation. If left unaddressed, they threaten the aspirations of Agenda 2063, particularly the vision of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa. Honorable President, this parliament cannot remain silent while Africans become unsafe in another African country. Silence in moments of injustice becomes complicity. Our responsibility extends beyond expression of sympathy. It requires collective continental action. Accordingly, the West African Regional Caucus respectfully urge this Honorable House to resolve as follows. Firstly, strongly condemn all forms of Afrophobic violence, hate speech, intimidation, and discrimination directed against our African compatriots in South Africa. Secondly, call upon the government of the Republic of South Africa to intensify measures to protect all persons residing within its territories, regardless of their nationality, and ensure that perpetrators of Afrophobic violence are investigated, prosecuted, and punished in accordance with the law. Thirdly, urge the African Union Commission, working through the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and relevant organs, to establish an independent fact-finding and monitoring mechanism to assess the scale, causes, and humanitarian consequences of the recent attacks. Fourthly, recommend enhanced continental cooperation on migration, governance, labor mobility, border management, and intelligence sharing, while respecting the human rights and the dignity of migrants. Fifthly, to encourage member states to strengthen public education campaigns promoting Pan-African solidarity, peaceful coexistence, tolerance, and respect of diversity, while actively countering misinformation and narratives that scapegoat migrants. Call upon civil society organizations, religious institutions, traditional leaders, educational institutions, and the media to promote peaceful dialogue and reject inflammatory rhetoric capable of inciting hatred against foreign nationals. Requests the Pan-African Parliament's Committee on Justice and Human Rights to undertake periodic reviews and submit recommendations on measures to prevent future outbreaks across the continent. Number 8 point, request the Pan-African Parliament to conduct a fact-finding mission in the Republic of South Africa to gather information on the current Afrophobic attacks and formulate pertinent recommendations for discussions by the plenary. Honorable President, the issue before us transcends immigration policy. It concerns the moral identity of Africa. It concerns whether Africa shall continue to embrace one another as brothers and sisters, or permit fear, misinformation, and economic infrastructure, or allow fear, disinformation, and economic frustration to compromise the vision of United Africa. The fight against apartheid was never won by South Africans alone. It was won by the entire Africa. In the same vein, the fight against Afrophobia cannot be allowed to South Africa alone to fight. It should become the collective responsibility of Africa. This parliament should reassert that no African should live in fear due to his nationality, whereas they are living in South Africa. So we together reassert our commitment on the principle of human dignity, justice, fair, peace, and African unity. We, members of the Regional West African Caucus, present this report for scrutiny by this August Assembly. Thank you, Honorable President. Signed in mid-round on the 29th of July 2026.
Thank you, Honorable Lazar Yao for moving this motion, and I would like to call on Honorable Masimba to second this motion.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, honorable député.
Thank you very much, distinguished MP. Mr. President, I second the motion presented by the Honorable MP and President of the West African Caucus on xenophobia in West Africa. Mr. President, Honorable MPs, I am not going to come back to what has already been presented by the President of the West African Caucus. I want to recall something that is obvious. Africans should learn and own their own history of slavery via colonization. Our continent has undergone some issues that we have to draw lessons. Please just situate me.
And not unity.
Yes, we have to strengthen our solidarity, our unity, and we should not encourage hatred between Africans. How can we accept that Africans should develop hatred towards their fellow Africans? A given situation is contrary to the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Agenda 2063 of the African Union. The governments have the right to define their national policies, notably in terms of migration, and countries have freely ratified two conventions and treaties which guide their commitments. Every state should respect the political choice of other countries. Nonetheless, no country should tolerate or accept that crimes, violences, or actions of discrimination should be perpetrated against people for whom the only crime is to move to another African country for the quest of economic opportunity, security, or a better life. I urge the Pan-African Parliament for it to strengthen its advocacy in favor of protection of the rights of African migrants, to encourage member states to fully apply the legal instruments of the African Union, notably the protocol on the free movement of people, and carry out sensitization campaigns in order to promote fraternity and integrity between African people. Africa can only achieve its unity development if every African feels at home everywhere on the continent. I thank you very much, Mr. President. Shukran.
Thank you, Honorable Masamba Ding, for endorsing the motion. And I now invite you to present the second motion. I would like to call on Honorable Senator Danson Mogatana to present the motion regarding the motion urging the Republic of South Africa to strengthen measures to prevent and eliminate xenophobic violence against African nationals residing within its territory. And since this motion has the same objective of the first motion, so it was merged in this discussion or in this debate. So I now call Honorable Senator to come to the podium to present the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the motion that is before the House has been drafted in a manner that is lengthy, and it would take, it's 5 pages. And so I wanted to move, with your permission, in a summarized format, but the handset to reflect that the typed motion is the correct version
of what is to be captured, Your Excellency. That is what I wanted to do, because we have only 1 hour to debate, and it would be unfair for me to read 5 pages, and my colleagues have only a few minutes then. So I'll just read I will move it in a very summarized version. So, Your Excellency, the President, I beg to move this motion, which is urging the Republic of South Africa to strengthen measures to prevent and eliminate xenophobic violence against African nationals residing within its territory. Whereas the Pan-African Parliament was established under Article 17 of the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the Protocol to the Treaty establishing African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament PAP Protocol as the premier legislative and representative organ of the peoples of Africa. Whereas Article 11.1 of the PAP Protocol empowers the PAP to examine, discuss, or express an opinion on any matter, either on its own initiative or the request of the Assembly or other policy organs, and make recommendations it may deem fit relating to inter alia matters pertaining to respect of the human rights, the consolidation of democratic institutions, and the culture of democracy, as well as the promotion of good governance and the rule of law, acknowledging the significant contributions made by migrant workers from across Africa to South Africa's economy, healthcare, education, commerce, entrepreneurship, innovation, academia, tourism, and cultural diversity, deeply concerned by recurring incidences of xenophobic violence, intimidation, destruction of businesses, displacement, injury, and loss of lives affecting nationals of other African Union member states residing in South Africa, which undermine the ideals of African unity and damage the image of the continent. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Pan-African Parliament, inter alia, that the government of South Africa, to ensure that all perpetrators of xenophobic violence, incitement, hate speech, looting, destruction of property, and related criminal acts are investigated, prosecuted, and punished in accordance with the law without fear or favor. This Parliament calls for the strengthening of early warning and rapid response mechanisms involving national, provincial, and local authorities to identify and de-escalate tensions before any result in violence. So, Your Excellency, the President, I just wanted to say before I move that we as Africans, as already stated, we contributed to the realization of the dreams of the African people who are living in this country before their independence. Your Excellency, if you look at what xenophobia represents, xenos is a Greek word, Your Excellency, meaning foreigner. Phobos is another Greek word meaning fear. But xenophobia goes beyond fear. It goes to intimidation of people who are living in your area just because they are foreigners. Harassing people just because they are foreigners. Refusing to give them rent just because they are foreigners. Looting or destroying their property just because they are foreigners. In 2008, there was the first wave of xenophobic attack in South Africa. And statistics show us 62 people lost their lives, 670 were injured, 100,000 were displaced. In 2015, the second wave of xenophobic attack came again to South Africa. In that time, 7 lives were lost. In 2019, the third wave of xenophobic attack occurred. 12 people died. Mr. President, in 2026, this year, we know that so many people lost their lives and so many people were displaced. Kenya, for example, 422 people had to come back home, and that is by 9th of July 2026. Mr. President, these are not just statistics. These are fathers, these are mothers, these are students who are doing studies here. These are people who are doing businesses. They were married. They had lives here. These are not mere statistics. Mr. President, the founder of this nation, Mandela, said, "No one is born hating another person because of the color of his skin or his background or his religion." When you take 2 children, whether they are black or white, or they are black and black, or different tribes, and they're in kindergarten, they don't hate each other. They don't dislike each other, they play. And this is the spirit of Ubuntu that we want to be established. When we stand here, as I move this motion, Your Excellency, in conclusion, we are not here to condemn the government of South Africa. We appreciate the work they have done. We know that they have arrested many people who are involved in this. But Your Excellency, this motion is asking the government to do more. Is asking the government of South Africa, our host government, who have been very kind to us, to do more. And when I say to do more, we have the State Security Agency, which is the intelligence agency of South Africa. It is the equivalent of the National Intelligence Service of Kenya. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, they do domestic intelligence. They are able to identify threats. They are able to know who is a terrorist, who is involved in sabotage, who is involved in vigilantism. They have this information. They also do foreign intelligence, so they would know who is a bad person amongst the people of Africa who have come. So we want to ask South African government, and even our colleagues who are seated here in Pan-African, there is a minister in charge of state security. Maybe in your committees, you may want to call this minister to account because it's part of oversight. What is happening with other African nationals? You may want to call the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence in South Africa to ask them what is happening, because we want to create a country, a nation that accepts everybody like we accept everybody in our various countries. And therefore, Your Excellency, I want to move this motion that, Mr. President, that the government of South Africa to do more than what it is doing, to have proper early warning systems and to prevent death and destruction of property. I beg to move, and with your permission, Your Excellency, I call the seconder, or I leave the podium to allow you to call the seconder. I thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much.
شكرا.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Senator Danson Mongatana, for this presentation. And I now invite Honorable Joseph Kalasinga Majimbo to second the motion. Please come to the podium.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, as the able mover has just put it, this motion does not challenge the sovereignty and integrity of the Republic of South Africa, but just to kindly ask for the efforts it should show as a nation into what is going on. Mr. President, we cannot work hard to unite Africa, to embrace Ubuntu, and it takes a little energy, very little energy, to destroy all the efforts that have been done, Mr. President. Mr. President, these xenophobic violences are threatening the existence of diplomatic states in this country. Workers in different embassies in South Africa, Mr. President, cannot go to the mall. They cannot go to church. They cannot go to sports, Mr. President. So we are not challenging the sovereignty of South Africa, but we are kindly asking them to show efforts in the control of this vice. Mr. President, it's funny. It is getting worse to the point that this xenophobic violence is moving into boardrooms of companies. You identify yourself, which country you come from. Remember, Mr. President, that even in the state that we come from, Kenya and other areas, South Africans are doing business there. We don't want that to go back to other states of Africa to start showing the same. Africa would be torn apart. So this motion, Mr. President, brings to sense, it brings to facts that actually the control at this level will be the best. That's why, in short, Mr. President, we believe that the attack on the non-South Africans in South Africa is an attack on Africa. And that will not be accepted. And this House has a sole mandate. It has the sole responsibility to bring sense in this. Mr. President, I come from Nairobi, and when I saw old woman who doesn't know the Kenyan language at all, the only language she knows is the South African language because she was born here. She's starting to learn the Kenyan language in Nairobi. It's pathetic, Mr. President, and those are people we call citizens. And that's why in my country, I said I belong to a movement called Linda Mwananchi. Now I take it to protect them. Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to second. Thank you.
Shukran. Thank you, Honorable Majimbo from Kenya, for this support to this motion. Once again, I would like to welcome the former presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Roger and Honorable Chief Charumbera, for assisting or attending this session. And I would like to remind my colleagues, members of the Pan-African Parliament, that this session is controlled, it is time controlled according to the rules of procedure, that the session should only last 1 hour. So far, I have in front of me 36 requests for floor. Therefore, we have to limit every intervention within 2 minutes. So please, I beg that we respect the time from everyone who takes the floor, so we can be able to discuss all those motions in a spirit of cooperation and responsibility. Therefore, I'm obliged to deal with 36 requests of floor according to the by the order of which I received them to be fair. I will start with the Honorable Yuba Bald from Senegal. نقطة نظام. Yes.
Les deux motions qui ont été présentées par nos collègues, mais de l'exposé des motifs, que ce soit de notre collègue de Côte d'Ivoire, motion de procédure.
Can you hear the interpreter? Can you hear the interpreter? Excellency, I would like to support the motions which were presented. However, I have an issue when it comes to procedure. Both documents which were read refer to a process which had to take place prior. Honorable Riao asked that this be postponed and the motion should be sent to the Committee on Rules for clarification, investigation, and information. The most recent speaker said South African authorities should be invited to provide more information. And I have a question. If we are discussing these motions, once we reconvene with the decision to invite authorities, what do we do with the fact-finding missions and the reports from the field? I'd like to remind colleagues here present that in 2017, during the African Union Summit with the European Union, we were faced with the same challenge. However, this was in another country. In Libya, the Pan-African Parliament decided to handle this case and mentioned a motion on human trafficking in Libya. This was taken to the Assembly of Heads of State. The recommendation we received was to get a fact-finding mission to the field, prepare a report, then present the motion before Parliament. So I'd like to be enlightened on how we'll proceed with this. Do we take the decisions? Do we send this to the Committee on Rules? Then they make a presentation, or do we start with the fact-finding mission, invite South African authorities? Once we have all the information, we can then, together with the motion, proceed with debates and discussions. But I'd like to remind that in 2019, South African officials were present to shed more light on the root of xenophobic attacks in the country. And we were invited to discuss this matter. I'd therefore like to ask you, Honorable Excellency, Mr. President, to know which approach we would adopt. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable former President, Honorable Roja. لدي نقطة ملاحظة.
Your Excellency, I think we are on track. The motion has been, put forward and seconded. I think we need to debate now. At the end of the debate, then we can come to what he is saying. Either to exactly. So let's follow the procedure. The motion is seconded. We now need to go into the debate. At the end of the day, we recommend either to invite them or either to set up a task force to go on a fact-finding mission. Thank you.
Are there any other observations? Two minutes. So now I give the floor to Honorable Yuba Baladi from Senegal. You have 2 minutes.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of Parliament, dear compatriots. I think xenophobic attacks have no place in the Africa we are trying to build. We cannot talk about African unity, about the free movement of persons and regional integration when Africans are attacked, tortured, humiliated, and killed just because they have made the decision to live in a neighboring country. The Republic of South Africa should be a brother, one of the pillars in the construction of our continent, and one of the stakeholders in achieving Agenda 2063. Mr. President, to this effect, we would like to firmly urge, and mention that this motion is not pointing fingers, but we are actually calling for action. This is an expression of our solidarity with the victims and the South African people who have also suffered from apartheid and discrimination. We are therefore calling on the South African Republic to enforce the application of the law and to take the authors to court. Through education, sensitization, and dialogue among communities, we can deconstruct prejudice. We also need to protect all foreigners in accordance with the South African Constitution and African Union legal instruments and texts.
You have 2 minutes. Honorable Fatamata Najaya from Gambia.
Point of order.
هناك نقطة.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and assalamu alaikum. Myself, I'm on number 3, Honorable Adams, and Fatumata Njai, together with Honorable Member from Zimbabwe, who is number 20, we have agreed that our 2 minutes each should be given to the chairperson of the Gender Committee, Gender, Family, Youth, and people with disabilities, so that she can speak on behalf of the women out there altogether. And we give solidarity to that. If that is allowed, Mr. President, thank you.
Number 20, Honorable Elizabeth Masako from Zimbabwe.
Honorable Masako from Zimbabwe.
معالي السيدة فاطمة. Do you support what has been said by Honorable Fatima?
Yes, we support.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do support. Also, Honorable Mamelo Poko from Lesotho would also give her 2 minutes to the Gender Committee. Thank you.
كذلك معالي as well Honorable Aisha Adamas from Malawi. Do you agree? Do you support that proposal?
Mamelo.
Yes, please.
I call on, according to this proposal, I call on Honorable Mariam Dao Gabala from Cote d'Ivoire in order to take the floor and do her presentation. Thank you.
No.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I stand before you this morning and before this August Assembly on behalf of women, fathers, and families represented by this Assembly here within the Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and People with Disabilities. Mr. President, we provide full support to the motions against xenophobic attacks against Africans living in South Africa, and also the motion calling on the government of South Africa to take necessary measures to ensure the protection of Africans living in this country. Mr. President, as we take the floor, we would like to draw attention of this Assembly to facts which are supported by statistics. Coming from a country which has witnessed crisis, I speak with assurance that in all crises and conflicts, women, children, and families bear the biggest brunt. Here in South Africa, as we convene on behalf of the African people, women have been abused, they have been terrorized, they have been wounded in their souls and their flesh, forced to flee. Mothers have lost their families, their trade activities, and investment opportunities. Access to education for children has been hampered. In a few hours, decades of work, lives of sacrifice have been brought down to ashes. This is a painful fact, Mr. President. Beyond belongings, their dignity, their safety, and their autonomy has been disturbed. We would not like African women to be injured on the African continent. We are fighting for Pan-Africanism, and this requires the solidarity of the people, not mutual fear. No individual nationalities can account for violence, humiliation, and hate towards another African. For this reason, Mr. President, as we rise, we are trying to express our solidarity with women and families who have suffered from such attacks and violence. As we stand, we are commending their boldness and ensuring them that they are not alone. We call on the government of the South African Republic, as well as all other states, to ensure the protection of women and migrant children, to ensure justice and reparation for victims, as well as taking all necessary measures to ensure that never again such issues would happen. I therefore invite all women members of this parliament to stand as a sign of solidarity for all the victims of xenophobic attacks and violence. Mr. President, as a woman, as a youth, and member of a family, I am almost coming to a close. Mr. President, as a woman, a youth, and a representative of an African family, so long as the latter are not safe across the continent, then we cannot reach the goal of a united Africa. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairwoman of the Committee on Gender. I would like to request again Honorable Esther Basari from Kenya to take the floor.
Mr. President, I rise to support both motions. They're complementary. One addresses Afrophobia and as a continental concern. The other proposes practical actions by South Africa and the Pan-African Parliament. Much has been said about our shared history and Ubuntu. I wish to focus on prevention. Xenophobic violence does not begin when the first shop is looted or the first person is attacked. It begins earlier with rumors, false accusations, inflammatory political language, and messages spread through digital platforms. Today, one isolated incident can be turned into an accusation against an entire nationality. Old images are recycled, false claims are amplified, and anger is organized online before violence appears in our streets. One response must therefore include digital early warning systems, rapid fact-finding, fact-checking, preservation of evidence, and accountability for those who deliberately incite hatred. We must also speak honestly about the pressures being exploited, rapid population growth, unplanned urbanization, youth unemployment, housing shortages, and limited public services. These pressures are real, but scarcity can never justify violence. The failures to plan cannot be blamed on the immigrants. The failures to create jobs cannot be transferred to refugees. Weak services cannot be answered by attacking African neighbors. South Africa is before us today, but Afrophobia is not confined to South Africa. Across our continent, foreigners are increasingly blamed for crime, unemployment, and economic hardship. I therefore support the proposed fact-finding and monitoring mechanisms, but they must have clear timelines and
Thank you, Honorable Esther from Kenya. And let me now call upon Honorable Dr. Kitititi Gali Gobol Sua Ango from Botswana. You have the floor, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to yield my 2 minutes to a South African who is around. Meshavala. Yes, I will yield my 2 minutes to South Africans. Thank you.
On a point of order, I think you didn't read number 5.
Number 5 in my list is the chair of the committee of women that has been given to the chair of women caucus, but it has been summarized, and therefore we are just stepping up to number 5.
Number 17. It's number 17 and number 20.
Yes.
And number
Elizabeth Masuku.
Number 2,
Not
number
happy
3.
more.
Apologies, this is from a mistake from the management. Mr. Hapipo Shitiva from Zimbabwe, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President. I rise to support this motion, not merely as a parliamentarian, but as a brother who lost a sister. Tabeth Chidziva was killed in cold blood simply because she was a Zimbabwean. For me, xenophobia is therefore not a statistic. It has a face, a name, and a family left behind. How many more African families must bury their sons and daughters before we say enough is enough? Africa cannot continue to be divided by imaginary lines drawn in Berlin. Colonial borders may have created different nationalities, but they did not change the fact that we are one African people. Our passports are different, our blood is not. We must confront the difficult question when the legitimate frustration of unemployment, poverty, and public services are turned into hatred against fellow Africans. Who benefits from that division? Let us be clear. No political movement has the right to become judge, jury, and police officers in the streets. Economic hardship is not a license to murder. Criminals must be prosecuted as individuals. Immigration laws must be enforced laws, but no nationality must be collectively punished for the actions of individuals. We must also address unemployment and poverty so that migrants are not made scapegoats for failures of government. Honorable members, my sister will never come home. No resolution can restore her life, but this parliament can ensure that her life is not meaningless. Pan-Africanism cannot remain a slogan. It must mean that an African is protected wherever they live on this continent. The borders may remain on our maps, but hatred must not remain in our hearts. Tabe's death demands not revenge, it demands justice, accountability, and Africa.
Shukran. Thank you. Honorable Dr. Kiteriga Kobotswan Luango from Botswana, you have the floor.
Yeah, my name is Kistela Kobotswan, Mr. President. And I suggested that I want to yield my 2 minutes to the South Africans. Tuli. Thank you.
Shukran. Thank you. And now let me move to Honorable Tafanana Zoho from Zimbabwe. You have the floor, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to thank Honorable Mkatana from Kenya for raising this motion. I want to first commend our President of South Africa on addressing this issue, on our official opening of our parliament, and on the SONA where he condemned vigilant justice and deployed security forces, while officially rejecting this systemic xenophobia and attributing deaths. Mr. President, permit me to begin with a story that should trouble the conscience of every African. A Zimbabwean national, Mr. Jeremiah Madondo, who has legally lived and worked in South Africa since 1998, over 2 decades, was recently shot 6 times after allegedly becoming the target of individuals who sought to seize his property. Mr. Madondo was not an undocumented migrant. He was not a criminal. He was a law-abiding resident who had invested decades of his life contributing to the South African economy. His ordeal illustrates a disturbing reality. What began as public frustration, ostensibly directed at illegal immigration, is slowly mutilating into shameless violence against foreign nationals. Whether documented or undocumented, and in some instances appears to be driven.
Shukran. Thank you. Let me go to Honorable Abdullah Baraka Ibrahim min Djibouti, from Djibouti.
Thank you, Mr. President. We would like to second this motion. African citizens are facing violence in South Africa, which could have many origins, such as populist actors and political actors during elections period. We should not forget the fact that Africa is equally facing diplomatic challenges. After the bold stance of South Africa against genocide in West Bank and Gaza, also, South Africa was boycotted in 2025 by the US during the G20 summits. And for the upcoming G20, South Africa will not attend this summit in Niamey, which will be the 21st summit of the G20. So such are the challenges that South Africa is facing. We are highly tempted to equally meet other sanctions on South Africa. I suggest that South Africa collaborates with ambassadors, member countries of the African Union, in order to find solutions to this situation, that is that of illegal migrants and also other Africans living legally in South Africa. Thank you.
Honorable Tabiso Likitala, you have from Lesotho, you have the floor.
Not in the chamber.
Honorable Senator Alphonse Legui Kasanji from DRC, you have the floor. Honorable Abdurrahim Brema Hamid Minchata.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I would like to give my 2 minutes to Professor Robert Kili, and I would equally like to second the 2 previous motions. Thank you.
Honorable colleagues, members of the Pan-African Parliament, I opened and allowed myself to give one of the intervenants to allow another person to speak. And you know the rules of procedures of our sittings that will not allow this type of request, because discussion is personal. And once we give the floor to somebody, that floor is given personal one. And therefore, we cannot move or open that door for giving this person some minutes from there here to there, and then our session will go into chaos. And therefore, please let us abide by the rules of procedures of our sittings. And whenever you have the floor, it is that is your own matter. Mabukito Kito, Honorable Mabukito Kito from Lesotho, you have the floor.
Honorable President, I rise to support the motion. Honorable President, we are one Africa. Our borders were torn by colonizers, but our blood, culture, and destiny are the same. When an African is attacked in South Africa, it is an attack on all of us. Honorable President, let us be clear. We respect the Republic of South Africa as a sovereign state. Like all countries, South Africa has the right and duty to enforce its immigration laws and protect its citizens. However, what we must condone is the inhuman manner in which foreign nationals are being treated by protesters. Violence, looting, and attacks have no place in our Africa. South Africa must protect and promote the rights of all migrants within its borders, whether documented or undocumented. Human dignity is not determined by papers. The rule of law must apply to everyone. So, Honorable President, we must address misinformation. Africans are being turned against each other due to poverty and false narratives. We need public education and community dialogue to promote African unity. Honorable President.
Shukran. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me give the floor to Honorable Masamba Ting from Senegal.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Given that we just seconded the recent motion, so I'm going to give the floor to MP Ramon.
Thank you, President Mas.
شكرا. معالي النائب
Honorable
Chair, honorable colleague, I just want to ask you two questions to South African government live here. I see there are young children, young kids, boys and girls are African, are not allowed to school in this country. I see it live. They turn them back, go back home. You are not welcome to this school because you are foreigner. I see pregnant women working to the hospital heavily and they turn back in South Africa. So we as a we as a MPs, one voice, one Africa. Those voiceless that cannot reach here, how can we help them? Because we've seen this in life and we know who are doing this as a South African. They are not police, they are not immigration, they are not officers. They are just South Africans that are attacking fellow Africans. Mr. President, I see business being looted in this country, especially African businesses. These same people are looting this business. As I said, they are just marchers. They have their own problem, with their issues with South African government, and they turn it to the African brothers. Mr. President, are we going to continue like this until when? Because this thing happened on 2005, he repeated 2015, he repeated 2019. 2016 up to 2026 today, people been killed because they are African. People that have been looted because they are African. Their business destroyed. Some children born here by Africans, they were not choose to born here. They were born here as they were South Africans. Now you have to punish them because their parents are African. They cannot get access to any education or any hospitality.
Shukran.
Thank you. Let me take another decisive decision here. Please, no one is allowed to give the minutes given to him to another person. We want to control this situation. This is a matter that we want to control this session, and we have to abide by the rules of procedures of discussion, and we are not going to delegate anybody to speak on behalf of another one. Thank you.
On a point of order. Yeah, on the point of order, Mr. President, this is Mtumiseni Ntuli, a member of parliament from the Republic of South Africa. Mr. President, I think it's important that we must ask you to be consistent. At the beginning, there were 2, if not 3, members of parliament who donated their minutes up to a quantum of about 8, if not 10 minutes to one member. And you allow that to proceed. After that, a few other people...
Wait.
Just we'll give you your time to discuss, because I made this decision before this, so don't worry. We'll give you enough time for you to make your point after the final decision, and not about what I said. I just want to steer this session. Thank you.
معالي السيد Jerry Williams Sofa.
Honorable Jerry Williams Sofa, you have the floor.
President, I support both motions. I'm deeply concerned by the escalating incident of Afrophobia directed against African migrants and compatriots in the Republic of South Africa. These acts of hostility, violence, discrimination, and exclusion are not only attacked on individuals, they are attacked on the very ideal upon which our African Union and Pan-African solidarity are founded. Africa's strength lies in its unity, shared history, and collective struggle against oppression. It is therefore deeply troubling to witness fellow Africans being targeted simply because of their nationality, language, or origin. Such action undermines social cohesion, damage regional integration, and erode the spirit of African brotherhood that our forebears fought so hard to establish. While we acknowledge the socio-economic challenges faced by many communities, including unemployment, poverty, and inequality, these challenges must never be used to justify violence, hatred, or discrimination against fellow Africans. The solution to economic hardship lies in exclusive development, job creation, and stronger governance, not in blaming vulnerable
you. Ashkurok, thank you. Honorable Tugaribi from Zimbabwe, you have the floor. Honorable Tugaribi, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I rise to take note of the two motions and what they seek to raise about the xenophobic attack in South Africa. My main area that I want to discuss is that the xenophobic attack is not perpetrated by the government of South Africa, but by individuals and groups that may have their own opinion. And the South African government is on record trying to deal with these issues. I therefore request that Pan-African Parliament, African governments, AU come together to work with the South African government to assist in resolving this issue. I pray that we don't blame anybody at this stage, but find a solution together as Africans so that we live mutually. Where we have criminality, we urge the South African government with our help to deal with that criminality so that we also protect the interest of the people of South Africa as well as the interest of the people of Africa. We are one Africa. We need to educate our population to know that we are one people. We should not fight among ourselves, but this issue needs all of us, PAP, AU, African governments, together with the government of South Africa to deal with this issue. It's not good for the image of Africa. It's not good for posterity. We need to deal with it as Africans. I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for acknowledging me. It's a pity that my speech will last just 2 minutes. I would like to set an example, to quote an example rather, for 40 years ago in a little city, small city in Akonolinga, we had African refugees. We hosted people who faced a lot of challenges. So how do you think these people will now turn into aggressors while they were assaulted for centuries? I'm not going to go in depth into this debate, but I would just like to call on your attention. As seen, you know that where is a rainbow that led to the rising up of these people? Africans should feel happy here in South Africa because they contributed to the construction of South Africa. So how can they avoid coming to South Africa when they were here before? Thank you, Mr. President.
Shukran. Thank you, Honorable Professor, Chair of the Committee on Finance and thank you. Thank you, Honorable President. You started by by allowing the people to give their 2 minutes to other people. When I gave my 2 minutes to the professor here, I know because he is having the experience, but you didn't allow me. I here beg you to give him my 2 minutes to complete his idea. Thank you. Okay, Professor Nkilili, you have the floor. Please continue. Chair of the Committee on Finance, because I already decided that, but now what he requests is a reality. Let me give him the floor.
Thank you. I have a motion to put. Dr. Nansonda already taught us on this topic. This is not the first time that we are holding this event. It's a constant event. So what do we do? I think we need to, rather the Pan-African Parliament needs to collaborate with South Africa as they already started in 2019, I think so. We need to carry on this line because it's an issue of conscience. These people were actually traumatized for centuries. It's worth mentioning. So they need our help in order to maybe find their way out. So this is just a permanent job we need to do, just like in church, to say the same prayer every morning. So we need to make them understand that if South Africa exists, it's actually because all Africans were born here. So these Africans are their brothers. They can never be their enemies. It's not possible. They need to understand it. So I think they need to be educated on this. We need their conscience to be maybe changed. And I call on the Pan-African Parliament to help us in this line, given that we received friends from the South African governments. The second motion is that, or the second thing I will say is that this topic is just so important that we need maybe to hold another session on this.
Thank you. Let's see. Thank you to the professor. Now, let me call upon Honorable DC from Lesotho. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity. I truly support the motion. It's true we have to respect the sovereignty of South Africa, but we condemn the criminality which some of the Africans are doing to the Africans. Like in my government, Lesotho is enclaved in South Africa. There is nowhere we can go without going to South Africa. And most of the Basotho, they do work in South Africa. Some of the South African people are working in Lesotho. And actually, what our government did during this pandemic crisis, it hired the buses to take all the Basotho in all the provinces in South Africa to go back to Lesotho and do the right documentations. And that has been successful. And I hope most of the Basotho who didn't have the right documents to live in South Africa are back right now in South Africa. Truly, I support the motion. And I think for we as Africans, it's a wake-up call that we should stop misusing our minerals and giving them to the foreign people, and so that we improve and we try to build up our economies so that our dependence will not be only on South Africa. I thank you, Mr. President.
Shukran, thank you. Honorable
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving me the floor. I actually represent the DRC, and I would like to beg to take the 2 minutes which were given by my brother Alphonsus. Mr. President, the situation occurring in this country, Nazani, which is actually part of our Africa, it's beyond control. The people of Congo were actually very outraged after the notice that one of their boxers who lives here for some years now was burned alive in his house. This was actually very shameful. Mr. President or Honorable, it's true, we can be poor, we can be frustrated, but this should not account for Afrophobic acts, that is, hatred against each other. A black man hating a black man, we could expect everything from this country that brought about African rebirth. So I would like to call on the Pan-African Parliament to make the South African government so that Afrophobic acts be considered as a crime against humanity in Africa. We cannot accept such a situation. It's unacceptable that political power loses its essence. When I listen to the Minister of Local Affairs, he talks about measures against illegal migration, but he doesn't talk about maybe punishing these terrorists who attack these blacks. When we talk about Ubuntu, this means African wisdom, which doesn't request that we attack a foreigner.
Thank you, Honorable Anthony Akol in Uganda.
Mr. President, before we came to this parliament, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uganda gave us a report whereby 3 Ugandans were killed in South Africa. 1,130 Ugandans were evacuated from South Africa, and they were still in a camp where they were being cancelled. Mr. President, this actually goes against the 2063 agenda of the African Union. And the Africa we want, which is looking at integrated, peaceful, and prosperous continent where Africa can more freely conduct business, study, work, and live in mutual respect and security. Undermining the African citizen itself. I just learned from this house, yes, actually from the president of South Africa, that there is a word called Afrophobia. In a situation where Africans are hating fellow Africans, it is totally primitive. And to the words of itself, we are behaving not even like animals. Because at least animals, they know their sectors, that we are animals, maybe we are pigs, we have to be together, we are goats, we be together, we are what, we be together. But we are African, we cannot even decide to be together. This is totally wrong. I therefore think South Africa has National Action Plan 2019, which guards against this action and is not being implemented. We should not shy up to talk the truth about it. People who come to South Africa, it doesn't mean they don't have jobs in their country, because we have South African in Uganda. It doesn't mean Uganda is better than South Africa, but they have chosen to work in that country. We should allow Africans to be free and work in Africa without segregation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable من أوغندا. وأدعو مجددا Honorable Alimatu Badar.
Now we have Honorable Alimatu Badaru from Benin. Thank you, Mr. President, for acknowledging me. Honorable members of Parliament, I'd like to talk about the unheard. These are the Africans who work, hope, and raise their children, but who all of a sudden find themselves rejected due to their origins. I have a question. When does an African become an outsider on his own continent? The xenophobic attacks witnessed in South Africa is an attack to all Africans. This affects lives, trades, and families, but also it hampers the idea of a united continent. Nelson Mandela has given us an essential lesson. No society can build itself on hate, exclusion, and revenge. He was one of the main fighters against apartheid and understands that injustice does not become allowed because the victim has changed. Members of parliament from South Africa, the women of South Africa, the political parties like the ANC, and the elders of the South African community needs to stand up and talk. The Pan-African Parliament also needs to intervene. The Pan-African Parliament is currently headquartered in South Africa, but I hope at some point we shall not be asked to leave. Rest assured, Benin, a land of hospitality, is more than willing to host this institution. Mr. President, I feel lost and I don't feel safe. And Benin sent me as a representative because I have to fulfill my duties, but I did not feel safe coming over. Thank you.
النائب أليماتو من بنين وأدعو Honorable Professor.
Thank you, Honorable Alimatu. Now we'll have Professor Gary Sakata from the DRC. Mr. President, thank you for giving me the floor. Beyond what we have witnessed in the violent attacks, we also need to address this from the roots. I shall be talking about the unspoken and the less obvious. These attacks are very similar to those which happened in the 17th, 18th, and 19th century and led to the colonization of the African continent. It started with weakening the roots in order to better grasp the land. The authors of this start with internal conflicts among Africans, and they use these cynical ways which follow the divide and rule policy. Such violent attacks are a threat to African Union, and this is just the start of it. We need to better understand the next targets. After Africans, this shall be an attack on other groups of color, and they shall lead to mutual killings following tribes and other characteristics. These are going to tarnish the image of the South African community, and it shall go beyond the borders of the country. At the end of it, we shall have a country turned to ashes. This could lead to a continent which is divided, and for this reason, I would like to make a recommendation, or rather a motion. Humanitarian aid, emergency aid should be provided to refugees by providing shelter, water, health services, and control speech on social media. Thank you.
شكرا بروفيسور. وأدعو معالي السيد جون روكو.
Now we shall have Honorable Said.
Apoyamos en su totalidad estas dos mociones aquí hoy, porque es de mucho dolor no apoyarlas, y condenamos en su totalidad estos actos de xenofobia, afrofobia ocurridos aquí en un país africano. No.
Yes, there is translation. Yes, there is translation. Yes, it's okay. I was telling Mr. President for having given me the floor and to the members of the table as well. And we are totally giving the support to these motions that have presented today. we are condemning in its totality, completely, these actions of xenophobia, Afrophobia that have occurred here in South Africa. And really, these are situations that should never occur in an African country, because it could then be happening as well in another country. Here, what has occurred, they're saying, is because people were not legally here. But I was asking myself, one thing they could maybe, how can an illegal person can have a supermarket in a country or a factory in a country? Can one that is illegal have a restaurant in a country? And one who is illegal, how can they have infrastructure in this country? And they have suffered, they have been victims, and we present our solidarity of all of those that have lost their lives, of all of those that have lost the economic situation, supporting this country, and they have never taken this into account. In this moment, we would like to request
Thank you very much. I'd now like to invite Honorable Fabi Agipsi from Nigeria.
أدعو معالي النائب.
Next, I'll invite Honorable Lekiba Shembidu Bada from Malawi.
I would like to thank my colleagues for bringing this motion. Mr. President, we have heard the President of South Africa condemning the acts. We have heard the Secretary General of the ruling party in South Africa condemning the acts. We have heard the President of EFF condemning the acts. We have heard some political parties in South Africa supporting the acts. Mr. President, every time when there are elections in South Africa, some political parties take opportunity to bring these divisions and to bring xenophobic attacks on African citizens. Mr. President, why is this not happening to Chinese, Indians, and everyone? Why is it only happening to people that have black color? Mr. President, there are so many questions. And Mr. President, why is there hate only for Africans? And why is it that there's blame game? Everybody says, I'm doing this, and property is being grabbed, criminality is being promoted, people are being killed. We have lost so many Malawians. Women have given birth in their camps. So many children have been displaced. Mr. President, it's time we move with action, not only words. The South African government knows who are doing this. There are people who organize marches, and these people are the ones leading and displacing everyone. And there's nothing happening on these people. What we would like to ask the South African government is to make sure that everyone who is doing this must be taken to book, and they must stop the blame game. Let us save our people. Let us save our women. Let us save our children. It's time to do that. And anyone who wants vote cannot be given because you are hating your fellow African. We
Thank you very much, Honorable. I'll now call on Honorable Run Nakudu Dungu from Cameroon. He's absent. I'll now call on Honorable Salahu Solungu from the Gambia.
Your Excellency, my heart is heavy. The continent is at a crisis. It's just like a wildfire during Harmattan. Today is South Africa, it might move to other country. Because if we should live by the principle what goes around comes around, if South Africans are not entertaining African citizens in their country, what of those citizens of South Africa who are living elsewhere? So who is safe now? Nobody is safe in the continent. How will our forefathers, Nkrumah, Mandela, Jomo Kenyatta, Samora Mosa, who died mysteriously, people are now saying he died because of the cause of South Africa. How will they feel in their grief? How many people spend their resources for the liberation of South Africa? We see South Africa as the last hope of the continent. That's why people are moving. So we want the president of the Republic, Ramaphosa, not to stop at condemnation, but action must be taken. The perpetrators must be brought before justice. The perpetrators are living here, they know them, let this problem be solved. Or let AU, African Union, take action now. Our country, our continent is at a crossroad. This is a very serious matter. If the problem is not solved, even it can have even effect on the triple effect on Pan-African Parliament. Attendance will be low because my mother, my father is not comfortable of my coming. Your father or your wife is not comfortable of your coming. Let's discuss this matter. Thank you.
شكرا معالي النائب سليمان.
Thank you, Honorable. I'll give the floor to Honorable Saranu Rujumu Mahomi from Uganda.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the motion. I thank my chair of the Women Caucus. A lot was said by her. But, Mr. President, women escape from different countries due to different reasons, like gender-based violence, escape from war, poverty. They cross borders for survival. Many are breadwinners to their families. What hurts mostly is seeing a pregnant woman being denied access to medication. That one makes our hearts bleed as women. Mr. President, no woman should die giving birth because of her nationality. Some women were repatriated, leaving their kids behind. That is very sad. Mr. President, Uganda hosts over 1.7 refugees. If countries with fewer resources can host refugees, why can't South Africa protect Africans? Mr. President, we cannot fight for our independence and then turn and fight our own brothers and sisters. As Pan-African Parliament, we should come out and condemn this. Thank you very much, and I submit.
شكرا معالي النائب من
Thank you very much, Honorable from Uganda. I'll now invite Honorable Marie-Thérèse Wengu from Congo. Thank you, Your Excellency, for the floor. I'd like to support this motion and commend the colleague from the West African Caucus. Excellency, the violent attacks in South Africa can in no way contribute to African unity. No country grows in isolation only thanks to its citizens. Before, those who feared these attacks were those without papers. However, nowadays, even those with a legal status in the country contributing in one way or another to the economic growth of the country still live in fear. I am an example of this. I have children studying in this country since 2016. Out of 6 of my children, 3 have completed their higher studies and gone back to their country of origin. But with the recent attacks, out of fear, I took my youngest child, 12 years old, and took her back to our country for fear of being a victim of these attacks. Beyond the attacks, having a study visa in South Africa is now more and more challenging. Excellency, I have South African friends living in my country, in Lubumbashi specifically, and go about their daily activities and work unhindered. I'll therefore call on the African Union to work as an instrument for unity, put an end to these violent acts, because these could escalate and not contribute to peace and unity on our continent. Thank you.
شكرا معالي النائب.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I'll now call on Honorable Swaibu Toure from the Gambia.
Very much, Honorable Mr. President. Honorable Mr. President, the dream of African integration will never be realized as long as we allowed colonial era borders to divide us. We should use these borders to unite us, not to divide us. Honorable President, let us learn from best practices from other continents like Europe, where EU citizens can live and work in all European countries as they like. Honorable Mr. President, I believe the people engaged in these actions have misplaced their priorities. They are transferring aggression to the wrong people. It has been said to us by the president here that it is not the migrants that cause unemployment, that cause the difficulties in South Africa, but it is unemployment as well as other matters that cause it. So therefore, it's not the migrants. So to go ahead and attack migrants is inhuman. And as it has already been said, the people who are doing this march are groups. They are organized groups, and they are known by the state. So the state should go after them to ensure that they don't continue this to reoccur again anytime in this country. And therefore, it is our responsibility as the Pan-African Parliament, we are the voice and conscience of Africa. We should stand very firm to ensure that we deal with the South African government, we deal with SADC, we deal with the AU to ensure that these occurrences do not happen again on the African continent. Let's continue to create early warning systems to
شكرا معالي النائب من غامبيا.
Thank you very much, Honorable. From the Gambia, I'll now invite Honorable Samafa Muhammad from Somalia.
Thanks, my Presidency. My name is Zamzam Muhammad Omar. I'm from Parliament of Somalia. As we discuss peace and security in Africa, I would like to express my concern about the recent condition and attacks in South Africa. Many society people, including Somalia national, have lost their lives, their business, and their sense of safety. This is painful because Africa is our common home, and every African deserves to live and work in peace, regardless of nationality. A respectful call on the relevant authority to stand to protection of all community, ensure justice for victims, and hold those responsible and accountable. As a Pan-African Parliament, let us continue to promote peace, unity, and the protection of human dignity across our contact. Thank you, my President.
شكرا معالي النائب.
Thank you very much, Honorable from Somalia. I'll now call on Honorable Morgan Shiti from South Africa.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, members of Parliament, the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa welcomes the opportunity to contribute on the debate that our country is grappling with, the issue of ongoing protests against illegal migrants. This challenge is not only unique to the Republic of South Africa, but is a continental and global challenge. Your Excellencies, like many developing countries, the South African economy is not growing at the rate it should grow to meet citizens' expectations. In fact, the economic stagnation that the developing countries like ours are confronted with has led to some sister countries like Ghana to pass laws such as Ghana Investment Promotion Center Act, which reserves certain economic activities for Ghanaians and Ghanaian-owned enterprises. Yet those citizens come to South Africa to engage in the same business activities that is exclusively reserved for them in their own country. Like Ghana, South Africa has the responsibility to protect the economic interests of its citizens. Is the term xenophobic or Afrophobia reserved for South Africa alone? Many Africans come to our country because South Africa provides hope for better tomorrow to many African brothers and sisters. However, it can't be our responsibility alone to provide solutions to all the hardships confronting the African continent. Moreover, we have many soccer players from our sister countries playing for South African teams in our league. The academic sector is dominated by academics from our continent. There are no issues with these professionals because they are here legally. Despite this, the government Thank you. Despite this, the government of the Republic of South Africa does not support any violence and intimidation directed to our fellow South African brothers and sisters, despite the legal status in this country. The law enforcement agencies of our country are alert, vigilant, and capable of dealing with this challenge. Your Excellency, Mr. President, the Constitution of our country allows citizens to engage in peaceful protests against anything that they might not be happy with. This right is also enjoyed by our fellow African citizens residing in this country despite their legal status. It is for this reason that we have several civil society organizations embarking on protests to express their unhappiness about the issues of illegal immigrants in this country. If truth be told, Mr. President, except for a few incidents, most of the protesters have been legally peaceful. This includes hundreds of protests on the 30th of June, which was set to be deadline date for the illegal immigrants in this country. The government of the Republic of South Africa deployed its resources to ensure that all protesters were conducted peacefully in accordance with the Constitution processes.
No.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, honorable members of Parliament, as I conclude,
هدوء في القاعة. أعطيت وقت إضافي لأننا التزمنا قبل.
Excuse. I have given him additional time.
For the past 3 weeks, fellow honorable members have been hosted in Johannesburg, South Africa, and not a single day, whether in committees or plenaries, have we heard concerns raised about their safety, intimidation, or victimization of our fellow brothers and sisters from neighboring countries. The current challenges, like all the other challenges that confronted us in the past, will surely pass. I must hasten to add that this House failed to heed the advice of the former Pan-African Parliament President, Honorable Roger Nkodo, to allow South Africa to make a presentation before this House debated this.
شكرا.
Thank you very much. Order, please. This is a humanitarian issue. It is of crucial importance, and we need to listen and pay attention to the speakers. Let's try to pay attention to these matters which have pertaining to human rights and the treatment of humanities. It is actually our duty to listen keenly and exercise a lot of wisdom in order to arrive at solutions. At the end of the day, you are the ones taking the recommendations, so we need to be fair and respectful towards one another. I have been clear. I gave the floor to members of parliament, and prior to that, I informed that those who were to take the floor had the same amount of time allocated, which is 2 minutes. I added 2 extra minutes to the colleague from South Africa, and this is because there was a request before he took the floor. The additional minutes were given by another member of parliament. So I am trying to be as fair and equal as possible to uphold the image of the parliament and ensure fair treatment for all members of parliament. I'll now call on the Honorable from Malawi, Honorable Chabingu Badu.
طيب أدعو النائب معالي السيناتور عمرو.
I'll call on Senator Amron Mohammed from Algeria. In the name of God, the most merciful, Mr. President, I have 3 remarks or comments on the motion. We'll first like to say we are against all the attacks based on gender or ethnicity. Xenophobia shouldn't find its place in South Africa. Also, the parliament should feel free to discuss all issues relating to the lives of the African people. More so, when we are debating such matters which are very sensitive, we need to have more time to address this. We are here on the condemnation of an aspect. It is a political and legal concept which requires a given procedure. Condemnation also requires prior investigation, transparent investigations by the Pan-African Parliament. Given that reports do not have any statistical data or any report from the United Nations or any other institution, we therefore go against all sorts of killings and xenophobic attacks. However, we are a parliamentary institution, and it is our duty to be as objective as possible when taking certain decisions. There is a need for room to discuss and understand the matter at hand, understanding all the aspects of it before we go forth with condemnation. Thirdly, we have listened to the President of the Republic of South Africa, and he assured us that some measures were going to be taken. Thank you, Honorable Ambrun from Algeria. I'll now give the floor to Honorable Olivia Tinikolalo from Namibia.
Honorable President, thank you very much for the floor as I rise to make my maiden contribution this August House. I do so in the true spirit of Ubuntu. Firstly, allow me to commend His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa for the assurance he gave this Parliament on Monday that the government of South Africa has taken a firm stance against any form of intimidation or violence directed at foreign nationals. Such leadership sends a clear message that violence and hatred have no place in our societies. The challenge of migration is not the responsibility of one country alone. It is a continental issue that requires a continental response. As African states, we share a collective responsibility to address the root causes of irregularity or irregular migration, including conflicts, unemployment, poverty, inequality, and limited economic opportunities, while advancing regional integration and inclusive development. Honorable members, let us commit to end Africa where unity prevails over division, differences are resolved peacefully, and every African is afforded dignity.
Thank you, Honorable. I now call upon Honorable Mbo from Gambia.
Thank you very much, Honorable President, for giving me the floor. It is a very sad day in the Pan-African Parliament when we, who are the representative of the African people, stand to talk about the violence against our own people. It is very sad. I've been here for 9 years, and this is the second time we have such a conversation in this parliament, all because of Africa fighting against Africa. Where exactly are we going to? Honorable Speaker, I remember in my university days in the United States, my calculus teacher, Dr. Manare, an excellent human being, was South African. Today, my daughter working in the United States, a citizen, is working also with 2 South Africans also as co-workers. That tells you something very clear, that the world comprises of different nationalities from different across the board. You remember also in Mali, when you go in the mines, you go to Ghana in the mines, we have a lot of our own brothers who are South Africans. Honorable Speaker, we need to remember this. There is no particular country in this world where you can stand and say, only my citizens are in this country. And I respect the laws of every single country. I respect that. But equally, we must treat our own brothers, not only Africans, but we must treat our own human beings as human beings. But governments have a responsibility. You cannot stand and watch ordinary citizens on the streets asking somebody, let me have your ID. Is that the responsibility of an ordinary person? Somebody has been paid to do that. So let's work together to ensure we stamp this out of this Africa, because it doesn't take us anywhere. It only takes us backwards. Africa is meant for the Africans. So let's work together and let's stand on one another and just stop what's happening in South Africa here, because it's not the benefit of the African people. It's against our own development, our own.
Shukran. Thank you, Honorable Member Mbo, and then I now call upon Honorable Maryam Mohammed from the Sahrawi Republic. Good afternoon, Honorable President, honorable members. Thank you for giving me the floor. Firstly, we would like to express our solidarity with all victims of the violence and hatred, and we want to stress or affirm our rejection to any kind of violence and discrimination against any African. But I'm here as my duty, and as a member of the Pan-African Parliament and a member of the Rules Committee, my duties and responsibility, and to draw your attention to a matter that should be considered. The practical measures to deal with the recommendations or with the motions as indicated by previous speakers must go through phases. Firstly, to submit the motion to the Bureau and the Secretariat, and this is according to the rules of procedure to the Pan-African Parliament, and we cannot surpass it. And secondly, to refer it to the competent committee, to the Rules Committee, and that has not happened. And also to present and debate, then to vote and adopt. Those are 5 phases for the motions. Therefore, fulfilling those requirements, not fulfilling the requirements will question our work. I also want to draw your attention that this matter requires discussions with the relevant country and also relevant bodies in the African Union for the political consequences that might arise, and also insufficient of evidence and facts, because we can't give instructions or directions to South Africa or any other country, and we must have a balance in presenting the facts. And I request that motion needs to be more debated to fulfill all the requirements.
Shukran.
Thank you, Honorable Maryam. I now call upon Honorable Mademesen Ntuli from South Africa.
Mr. President. Mr. President, before I commence my intervention, can I confirm how much time do I have so that I don't get bullied when my time is not finished?
You have 4 minutes. You have 4 minutes.
And once again, good afternoon to you and good afternoon to all honorable members. Mr. President, first and foremost, I just want to state categorically that South Africans are not xenophobic. This is a narrative. It is not a proven fact or a truth, and we'll explain that. Secondly, and I must indicate that as I speak to you here, I'm speaking to you as fellow Africans, but also as a Pan-Africanist myself. During the meeting of the AU Executive Council in Addis Ababa a few weeks ago, some of you may be aware that the Republic of Ghana made a proposal that this matter must be placed on the agenda of the AU summit later this year. A proposal that was correctly opposed and objected by both South Africa and Zimbabwe. Our ministers in the SADC region support South Africa's effort and are working together with us to find a solution to this problem. We must be careful as members of parliament not to make statements in this house which can further divide Africans, while we are claiming to be acting in the best interest of our countries and the African continent. The first of the so-called xenophobic attack, which took place in 2008, those of you who are familiar with that, not those who are focusing on the narrative, will know that this was targeted only on Zimbabweans. And the intelligence in our country conducted work and the report was produced. One of the things that was in that report, which has never been challenged by anyone, was that there was an intervention, because in Zimbabwe in 2008 was going to be a presidential elections. There was an intervention, among other things, by Zimbabweans, particularly who were supporting the opposition, Tsvangarai. And they were intervening to push away Zimbabweans who were in South Africa, hoping that they left Zimbabwe because they are not happy with ZANU-PF. And if they go home, they are going to vote for ZANU-PF, which was not necessarily a matter that we've been paying attention to. I think, Mr. President, we need to understand the nature of the problem we're dealing with. This is an economic crisis. We must condemn those who are killing fellow Africans, and we must arrest them. We must also encourage our fellow Africans to do something to intervene to deal with the economic conditions in the region and the rest of the continent. It cannot be sustainable that people must move from one country to another country, and we see that as a permanent feature of our situation in the continent. As South Africans, we are very determined to ensure that those who are involved in this act of criminality and vigilantism are hunted down by the state and arrested. But we expect as well the fellow Africans not only to stand up and condemn South Africa, but to equally say, what am I doing on behalf of my country and government to mitigate against the impact of massive people who are undocumented and are migrating from their respective countries to the Republic of South Africa? We have to work together on this issue. That is why the SADC region of ministers has agreed that they are supporting South Africa's effort, because they've understood that it's not enough to condemn South Africans. Maybe as members of parliament we may have that liberty, but as government we have a duty that transcends beyond making statement in parliament. What are we going to do to ensure that this problem is resolved? I can give you a guarantee, Mr. President. Those who are involved in this xenophobic attack, some of them have already been arrested. Others will still be arrested. But Kate are not xenophobic. Thanks.
شكرا.
Thank you, Honorable from South Africa. And the last speaker, the Honorable Senator, Deputy, the second Vice President in the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President. I was undecided as to whether to speak today, but I think that my hand has been forced. Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity, and I'd like to commend all the members of this House who have relit the flame of Pan-Africanism. Today, members of this House have given voice to the masses of people who have no one to speak for them, or advocate for them, or protect them. Today, the members of PAP have shown courage and have demonstrated moral obligation to speak up for the people whose human rights were abused and whose lives were taken. If you look at the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, it's there. That Each state party to the present covenant undertakes to respect and ensure all individuals within its territory and subject to its jurisdiction the rights recognized in the present covenant without distinction of any kind, such as race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth, or other status. The Universal Declaration on Human Rights consists of 30 articles, including the right to life, liberty and personal security, freedom from torture and degrading treatment. Mr. Speaker, I beg your pardon, Mr. President, I believe that all the members in this House are speaking with one voice. We must distinguish between criminality and policies to support countries' citizens. Every member here has spoken in support of the sovereignty of the Republic of South Africa, and no one has pointed fingers at the state. However, the members here are the voices of millions of Africans across the continent and have condemned the criminality and are simply requesting that the government of South Africa take further steps to ensure law and order and the protection of fundamental human rights as stated in the Maputo Protocol, to which South Africa has ratified and is a signatory. I would like to end this by saying that as Africans, we must not allow elements within or without to take advantage of sentiments to push their own agenda, which will only result in a lose-lose for all of us. I thank you, Mr. President.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, the Honorable MBC from Nigeria, you have the floor. Honorable Abisi from Nigeria.
President, I rise this afternoon with pains in my heart and what citizens of Nigeria who have contributed immensely to the growth and development of this great nation, South Africa, have passed through. Mr. President, just about 48 hours after arriving here in Johannesburg, a citizen of our country was caught and killed in broad daylight. While that was taking place, members of the South African police force were watching. The narrative has so far changed after that moment to say the gentleman who was killed was holding a gun. I think this is not just an affront, this is not just criminality, but to put it lightly, that it is an act of war crime. I rise on behalf of our country to demand that those who have perpetrated that act should be brought to justice and appropriate compensation paid not just only to him and his family and every other person that has been killed in South Africa. I so submit, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Shukran. Thank you, Honorable from Nigeria. We just missed your name by mistake in the list, and I now give the floor to the to Madam Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament to verify the and confirm the quorum, and also to present a summary of all the recommendations and the debate, with matching it with the rules of procedure before we submitted or presented to adopt it according to the rules of procedures. First, we need to verify the quorum.
Honorable President, 111. It's 111 in the chamber, so a quorum is met.
In accordance with the rules of procedure of the Pan-African Parliament, we have recorded 111 member, and the quorum requires 108 honorable member. Therefore, we can move forward with presenting the recommendations, and I would like to tell honorable members that yesterday we couldn't adopt the draft report of the Committee on Financial and Monetary Affairs regarding the budget of the Pan-African Parliament 2026-2027, and we will adopt it in this session, and as well as the report about the assessment mission on implementing the guided trade initiative submitted by or presented by the Committee on Trade, and also the report about the participation of the Women Caucus in the organization of on the state of women, and also to eliminate to ratify the Convention on Eliminating All Violence Against Women and Children, and also the presentation of the workshop of the African Center for Education of the Girls and Women, and the Organization of African First Ladies for the Development. And those are all reports we will present after we have a summary of all recommendations and the debate and the presentation on the attacks in South Africa, as we listen to. That will be presented by the Madam Clerk, and then we move forward to adopt the resolutions one after another. And this is just a reminder. Yesterday, we discussed or debated on all reports, but because the quorum was not reached, we have postponed the adoption. So we will adopt those reports in this session. Madam Clerk, you have the floor to present the recommendations.
Okay. Honorable President, after the debate in the chamber, the following motion is proposed, which merges the two motions that were presented earlier, as follows. This document has been circulated to honorable members, and I will read it verbatim for adoption. It is entitled Merged Motion, urging the Republic of South Africa to strengthen measures to prevent and eliminate xenophobic and Afrophobic violence against African nationals residing in its territory. After a preamble, the following is the operative section. Now, therefore,
we don't have the motion that is being read. Where is the resolution?
Finished, yes.
We will ask the ushers to circulate it. As some members have it, it was made available at the front desk, but ushers, if you could quickly circulate. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pan-African Parliament, 1, strongly condemns all forms of xenophobic and Afrophobic violence, hate speech, incitement, intimidation, looting, destruction of property, and discrimination directed against nationals of other African Union member states residing in South Africa. 2, urges the government of the Republic of South Africa to intensify all necessary legislative, administrative, policing, and community-based measures to prevent and eliminate xenophobic and Afrophobic violence and discrimination against nationals of other African Union member states. 3, calls upon the government of South Africa to ensure that all perpetrators of xenophobic and Afrophobic violence, incitement, hate speech, looting, destruction of property, and related criminal acts are investigated, prosecuted, and punished in accordance with the law without fear or favor. 4, establishes and deploys a parliamentary fact-finding and monitoring mechanism to assess the scale, causes, and consequences of the recent xenophobic and Afrophobic attacks in South Africa, and to submit recommendations for consideration by the plenary at the next ordinary session. 5, urges the Republic of South Africa to conduct public education and awareness campaigns on Pan-Africanism, social cohesion, peaceful coexistence, tolerance, and respect for the dignity of all African migrants within South Africa, while actively countering misinformation and migrant scapegoating narratives. 6, calls for strengthened early warning and rapid response mechanisms involving national, provincial, and local authorities to identify and de-escalate tensions before they result in violence. 7, encourages closer collaboration between the government of South Africa, African diplomatic missions, civil society organizations, religious institutions, traditional leaders, educational institutions, the media, youth organizations, and business associations to promote dialogue and peaceful coexistence and to reject inflammatory rhetoric capable of inciting hatred against foreign nationals. 8, requests improved protection and support services for victims of xenophobic and Afrophobic violence, including emergency assistance, legal aid, medical care, psychosocial support, and access to justice. 9, calls upon member states of the African Union to continue cooperating with South Africa in addressing migration challenges through lawful migration systems, labor cooperation, border management, intelligence sharing, and joint efforts against organized crime and human trafficking, while fully respecting the human rights and dignity of migrants. 10, collaborates with the African Union Commission and other relevant African Union institutions to support South Africa and other member states in developing a continental framework for the prevention of xenophobia, Afrophobia, hate crimes, and discrimination against African and other foreign nationals. 11, requests the relevant committees of the Pan-African Parliament, particularly those responsible for justice and human rights, cooperation, international relations, and conflict resolution, as well as gender, family, youth, persons with disability to jointly undertake periodic oversight engagements with the government of South Africa and submit reports on progress made. 12, calls upon the government of South Africa to strengthen implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement by ratifying the protocol on free movement of persons to ensure that traders, entrepreneurs, professionals, students, and workers from across Africa are able to conduct their lawful activities in a safe and secure environment. 13, encourages the establishment of an annual Pan-African Social Cohesion Forum hosted in South Africa to promote dialogue, intercultural understanding, youth engagement, and ideals of African unity. 14, requests the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament to transmit the proposed resolution to 1, the President of the Republic of South Africa, 2, the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, 3, the African Union Assembly of Heads of State and Government, 4, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, 5, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, 6, the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, 7, the Regional Economic Communities, and 8, all African Union member states. I submit.
شكرا.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for presenting the recommendations with regards to the debate of the two motions. And after verification of the quorum in accordance with the rules of procedure regulating the functions and the work of the Pan-African Parliament, I present this motion before the honorable colleagues, honorable members of the Parliament, to adopt according to the rules of procedure of the Pan-African Parliament.
I thought that it's important for us as South Africans to make two observations. The first one is that we would have liked to have an opportunity to make a contribution on the text of the motion as was read. The second one is that we do not support the proposal of this Pan-African Parliament deciding that it is going to embark on a fact-finding mission in South Africa on a matter that is already on the agenda of the AU Executive Council, and there's a position adopted at that level. So as South Africans, we don't support that aspect of the resolution. Thanks.
Is there any other observation?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for allowing me to take the floor. Mr. President, I have listened carefully to the information that the honorable colleague from South Africa has raised. And it's a valid thing. In every motion, in every debate, there are those who support, there are those who oppose, there are those who abstain. But a motion is carried by the majority of the people within the chamber. So, Mr. President, I just propose that now that you have put the question and we have carried, the majority have carried, we should close this matter and proceed to the next item on agenda. Thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable President Roger, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I might probably not be in sync with the states that we are, but I was hoping that you would indulge me to probably just point out very salient features of the discussions that we had, probably briefly, because I would feel that I am not doing justice to my presence in this chamber if I would not raise what is foremost in my mind. Now, Mr. President, honorable members, I reflected on why Africa right now, after so many years, is finding itself at the states that we are. I allowed myself to look at the Berlin Conference of 1884, where all this started. Africa used to be one, and because those people who conferred and came together at that stage, without the presence of the Africans, did what they did to our continent, intentionally so, and the manifestations of what they have planted then.
Point of order.
Yeah, well, that's why I asked for the indulgence of our very esteemed president.
Point of order.
نحن انتهينا من المناقشات واستمعنا.
We were done with the discussions. We have listened responsibly to all the observations. We have concluded the discussion about these two motions. We have listened to all, both of them, and we move now to the adoption of both of them. I only wanted to give the floor for those who would like to raise to say observations. Now I would like to request the Secretariat to record the vote with the reservations that have been expressed by some of the members of the Parliament. This decision will be sent to His Excellency, the Chair of the African Commission and the Chairperson of the African Union, in accordance with the rules and procedures of the Pan-African Parliament. Before that, we will exhaust everything that's there concerning the legality of the decisions and the recommendations or the outcome that we might reach in accordance with the procedures of the Pan-African Parliament. We are not doing business in an anarchy, and we are working according to what we are entitled to achieve. So just to go back to the order, I would like to record just if you have an observation.
Your Excellency, I have no consensus objection for us to state the stance that you have just advanced. But I think it's probably perfectly within my right as a member of this party to raise what I ask you to indulge me to raise, and I'm about to do that.
Honorable member.
Probably somewhere to say what I wanted to say.
Please, can you ask the question directly? Avoid to go into discussion. Do you have a particular question out of what have been discussed concerning the both reports? Now, if you have an extra observation, you don't have the right to do that.
Not very keenly, but I will respect the ruling of the President.
شكرا أنا لا
Thank you, honorable member. I didn't make a decision. I just applied the rules and procedures of the parliament with due respect to everyone. Now, according to the agenda that we have today for this morning, we have in the agenda the discussion of all the reports that we had yesterday due to the
أولا
first of all, we would like.
My apologies for interrupting you.
Thank you, Sayyid Rais.
Chairperson, is it possible for us to confirm the quorum? Because there is definitely not 111 people. And may I be protected? Chairperson, may I kindly be protected? Because when other people speak, none of us chirp. And this is the honorable house, and I expect members to act in an honorable manner. Can we kindly, Chairperson, due to the sensitivity of the report, get a physical hand count of the quorum that is present? Thank you.
شكرا أنا
Thank you. I gave the floor before we adopted the resolution or the motion, and I asked the clerk directly to confirm the quorum in full transparency. I haven't seen any intervention from any of the members who are attending against what has been said by the clerk. Therefore, we cannot go and revise some procedures that we have already exhausted. Thank you very much. So, but we will take into record your observation. I would like to ask. I will mention the report, the presentations that have been presented yesterday and that was not adopted yesterday due to the lack of quorum. First of all, there is the report of the Committee on Financial Affairs concerning the budget of the Pan-African Parliament for 2026-27 for the adoption. Secondly, I will present the report on the evaluation of the trade agreement and the mobilization of ratification of the Pan-African the African Union protocol on the mobility of persons for adoption as well. The report on the high-level dialogue of the Pan-African Parliament on the ratification of the African Union treaty on the prevention of violence against women. Fourthly, the report on the workshop of the AU CFA and together with the work of the First Ladies of Africa in order to be adopted. Therefore, I'm going to ask for the Chamber to adopt the 4 reports that presented yesterday in accordance with the Parliament rules of procedure. Are there any observations?
Mr. President, yesterday there was an issue about the role of CAPA in processing the monetary and financial report, and that was not resolved. Can you get the feedback on where we are on that one? Thank you, Mr. President.
The rapporteur of the Committee on Finance, please, you have the floor.
Mr. President, yesterday I had a meeting with the vice presidents,
and I was tasked with the responsibility to meet with the clerk of Kappa to find out what the progress is. Because I reported yesterday that I was 2 days old and I had nothing to present as a report. But fortunately, I got a letter that was written to the president requesting that Kappa has not finished the work, therefore the report is not ready. And the vice chairperson wanted the report to be presented in the next session, whereby a pre-session oversight of the Committee of Audit and Public Accounts should be given opportunity to work and finalize. And this came about because of 2 issues. Number one, they wanted to interact with the secretarial staff for some issues coming from the internal audit, but unfortunately they were very busy with these sessions that is going on. Secondly, they did not interact with the external auditor, so they wanted that period so that they get ready. So that is briefly what I can say. Otherwise, I'm sorry, I'm just 3 days old in the office. Thank you very much.
Shukran. Thank you very much. I will give now the floor to Honorable Italy, the rapporteur of the Committee on Finance. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Excellency, the President, for giving me the floor. Mine was just maybe an issue of clarity, Mr. President, that we are in the process of adopting the report on the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs, which is a separately independent committee from Kappa. I just want to find out the logic of wanting to bring the Kappa report, which is not available, to influence the adoption of the resolution, of the report of the finance. So I was thinking that, President, maybe it will be good to separate the two, because after all, Kappa works after finance is concluded, because their process, they look after the audit, which is a byproduct of the work that is done by finance. Thank you, Mr. President.
Shukran. Thank you, Honorable Rapporteur of the Committee on Finance. So at the end of this session, I would like to remind my colleague, honorable members, that we have to adhere to the procedures of the session, especially those that are related to the honorable members or their opinions. Once again, I would like to reiterate my gratitude and my to the cooperation and to the ability of the honorable members to accept the opinions. We only work to be honest and responsible, to allow ourselves to raise the issues and the subjects that are of interest for the African continent. We don't want to take the prerogatives of other organs. We don't want to replace other organs or denounce any act that we are not, we don't have the mandate to. We only take decisions and recommendations. We send them to the policy-making organs. We always do our best to adhere to the procedures in order to be able to make decisions that are respectful. We, at the end, we present the voice of Africa. We don't make a distinction or discrimination between any country or other. All African countries have its special place in the hearts of the Africans. We respect all the African organs, and we have the full confidence that those organs will respect the human rights, and they will respect as well the articles of the Charter of the African Union of Human Rights, and they will respect the mechanisms that are there to protect the human rights, and above all, the way that we should work in order to get us together and not to create anything that can separate us. So before I adjourn the session so we can have lunch, I would like to mention that we will have a session this afternoon through which we will look into the rest of the items of our agenda for today. We'll adjourn the session now according to the order of procedure for today. Have a good. Thank you very much.
واستسمح زميلاتي زملائي أعضاء البرلمان.
I just would like to ask my colleagues and let you know that we will start our work at 3:30 this afternoon.
Anyway, he's saying that we should confirm 2:30. Was it clear in other languages? Because the English. Honorable members, the proceedings will commence at 2:30, not 3:30. 2:30. Yeah.
President of an African Parliament.
Maybe assisted
I leave this one or I take the one?
He's coming. Good afternoon.
طبعا أهاركم أيها الله.
See, not only members are late, even the clerk of parliament is not in the chamber. We will be forced to wait a bit. Good afternoon once again, honorable members. Now we will resume our meeting. I will ask the Secretariat to read the next order of the session.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Honorable Vice President. So we have debated, and now we need to consider the African Union theme for 2026. The presentation will be made by Honorable Suleiman Saho, who is the chairperson of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Environment.
Honorable Suleiman Saho, please come forward and make your presentation.
Your Excellency, honorable members, I have a report on Pan-African Parliament Workshop on African Theme of the Year, assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation system to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. Your Excellency, with your permission, I will just read the introduction, then I move to the recommendations, then resolutions. The other part could be read by honorable members. With your permission. Thank you. Your Excellency, the Pan-African Parliament, in collaboration with the AUC Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, convene a workshop on the AU theme of the year 2026 entitled Assuring Sustainable Water Availability. Translation.
The interpreters are here and working.
Interpretation is there, huh?
Okay.
What language? No French?
Portuguese.
Portuguese. Now okay? Portuguese? No Portuguese. Secretariat, please intervene.
Vamos agora fazer a intervenção do secretariado. We're going now to have the secretariat intervening. Yes, we have interpretation in English. Yes, we have interpretation into English from Portuguese.
Okay.
All right. The work of the PAP and other stakeholders with an opportunity to examine the EU theme of the year, its implementation, roadmap, and the role of parliaments in advancing sustainable water governance and safe sanitation system across the continent. The workshop was convened against the backdrop of growing challenges relating to water security and sanitation in Africa. Despite progress made by many member states, millions of Africans continue to lack access to safe drinking water, adequate sanitation, and hygiene services due to climate change. Rapid urbanization, pollution, inadequate infrastructure, and limited investment. These challenges continue to undermine public health and security, food security, environmental sustainability, and socio-economic development, particularly among vulnerable communities. In this context, the workshop provided a platform for dialogue between parliamentarians, the AUC, technical experts, civil society organizations, and development partners to identify legislative, policy, and institutional measures that can accelerate the implementation of the AU Team of the Year. The deliberations also reaffirmed the strategic role of PAP in promoting legislative harmonization, strengthening parliamentary oversight, and accountability, mobilizing political support and encouragement member states to adopt policies and legal frameworks that contribute to sustainable water governance and universal access to safe sanitation in line with Agenda 2063 and other continental commitments. Honorable Speaker, I will just go to the objectives of the workshop. The overall objective of the workshop was to enhance members' understanding of the AU Team of the Year 2026 and its implementation roadmap while identifying the legislative oversight advocacy role of the PAP and National Parliament in advancing sustainable water governance and safe sanitation system. To this end, the workshop specifically sought to achieve the following objectives: enhance understanding among members of the PAP, the AU Team of the Year, examine the key challenges affecting sustainable water availability, discuss the legislative or policy oversight, identify practical measures that parliaments can undertake to support equitable access to safe water, strengthening collaboration between PAP, AU, institutions and member states, develop recommendations and propose parliamentary actions for implementation of the Team of the Year. Honorable Speaker, as I said, the content remained the same. I will just quickly move to the recommendations. Following the deliberations, the workshop adopted the following recommendations for consideration by the PAP and its member states. 1. Strengthening legislative and policy frameworks to promote sustainable water sources management and safe sanitation systems, enhance parliamentary oversight and accountability to support the effective implementation of national and continental commitments on water and sanitation. 3, advocate for increase and sustain budgetary allocations and innovative financing mechanisms for water and sanitation infrastructure. 4, promote the use of reliable data and evidence-based policy making, including collaboration with civil society organizations and research institutions to strengthen planning, monitoring, and accountability. 5th, encourage the exchange of best practices and innovative approaches to water and sanitation management among member states. 6th, strengthen regional cooperation and the sustainable management of transboundary water resources. 7, foster partnership among governments, regional institutions, development partners, civil society, and private sector to advance the implementation of AU Team of the Year. 8, request the relevant permanent committees of PAP to continue engaging the AUC, member state, and strategic partners in supporting the implementation of the AU Team of the Year. Express its sincere appreciation and gratitude to the AUC, particularly the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, the Data Governance Alliance, Slensburg University, and all resource persons and stakeholders for their valuable technical expertise, active participation, and significant contribution to the success of the workshop. In conclusion, the workshop concluded that the AU Team of the Year provides a timely opportunity to strengthen parliamentary leadership in advancing sustainable water, governance, and safe sanitation system across the continent. Members reaffirm that achieving water security requires coordinated legislative actions, sound governance, increased investment, evidence-based policy making, and the active participation of governance regional institutions, civil society, private sector, women and youth. The workshop further called upon the PAB and its permanent committees to continue providing legislative leadership, parliamentary oversight, and advocacy in support of the implementation of the AU Team of the Year, while encouraging member states to strengthen their legal, policy, and institutional framework to ensure sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems in furtherance of Agenda 2063. So I submit, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Honorable.
Your Excellency, with your permission, can I carry out with other presentations?
That's, I think.
By me. Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, there is a report also of the proposed development of a model law on the critical minerals in Africa and a model law on African food policy. But I will start with that of the meeting that was conveyed by the Joint Committee, Transport, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology, and that of our committee, Rural Economy. Your Excellency, with your permission, I would just want to go to the resolutions, because these things goes with resolutions, so that we can adopt them with it. The Permanent Committee, Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment, jointly with the Transport, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology, resolutions on the proposal for development of a model law on critical minerals in Africa. The resolution on the proposal for development of a model law on critical minerals in Africa, the Pan-African Parliament, this is a usual norm how model laws are drafted, considering the Article 17, quoting the Article 17, and I'll just go straight to the what the committee resolved on. One, to adopt its report tabled jointly in plenary by the committee. That's what we are doing. Approve the proposal to develop a model law on critical minerals in Africa by PAP, with a view to provide member states with a harmonized legislative framework to strengthen mineral governance, promote policy coherence, and support the sustainable management of Africa's critical mineral resources. Mandate. 3, the Committee on the Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment, and the Committee on Transport, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology to lead the development of model law on critical minerals through consultations with relevant partners, stakeholders in the execution of this project. 4, direct that the proposed model law on critical minerals in Africa should reflect the need to promote local beneficiation or beneficiaries, value addition and industrialization, responsible investment, environmental sustainability, community participation, and equitable benefit sharing, transparency, accountability, and responsible investment, as well as regional cooperation in the management and use of critical minerals towards the realization of African mining vision. The African Green Mineral Strategy, Agenda 2063, and the objectives of African Continental Free Trade, AFCTA. 5th, direct also the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment, and the Committee on Transport, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology, while developing the model law on critical minerals in Africa to ensure its legal and policy coherence with other PAP model laws, particularly the sustainable soil management in Africa. Comment, the Committee on the Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources, Environment, and Committee on Transport, Science and Technology for their fruitful deliberations with partners, including the African Mineral Development Center, the Open Society Foundation, and the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, whose joint sitting on the margins of the first ordinary session of the 7th Legislature of the PAP resulted in the proposal for the development of a model law on critical minerals in Africa. Express gratitude to the African Minerals Development Center, the Open Society Foundation, and Alliance of Food Sovereignty in Africa for their continuous support to the Committee on Rural Agriculture and Natural Resources and the Committee on Transport, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology towards the realization of their respective mandate and objectives, including formulation of proposed model law on critical minerals in Africa. Your Excellency, so I submit.
Thank you, Chairperson of the committee. May we give him another round of applause, please.
Your Excellency, we have the third one, which is the resolution on the proposed development of model law on African food policy. With your permission, I would like to go through that. Thank you. Your Excellency, the Committee on Rural Economy and Agriculture, Natural Resources, have a resolution on the proposed development of a model law on African food policy. The Pan-African Parliament, considering that's the normal writing style, I will just go to the resolutions. Policy. So we have the introduction. From the introduction, you have the proposed development of the model law on critical minerals, the background summary of its presentations, the justification for the development of model law. Okay. Okay, so we have the considering, as I said, the considering Article 17 and also Article 3, Article 11, and African Union agenda. So noting that the sitting of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Resources and Environment yes. So we adopt the following. The report of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture and Transport, Energy, Science and Technology on the proposed development of a model law on African food policy as tabled in plenary. The proposal to develop a model law on African food policy to provide member states with a harmonized legislative framework for the governance of food systems. 3, the mandate the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment lead the formulation of model law on African food policy and to present a legal and policy framework paper to the plenary prior to the presentation of the draft model. Direct the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment while developing the model law on African food policy to ensure its legal and policy coherence with other PAP model laws, particularly the model law on food and nutrition security. Also direct the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment initiate activities to promote sustainable and resilient food systems, policy coherence across the agriculture, nutrition, health, trade, and environmental sectors, the protection of indigenous food systems and biodiversity, support for smallholder farmers, women and youth, climate smart agriculture and food resilience, intra-African agricultural trade and regional food markets, food safety, nutrition and consumer protection and inclusive stakeholders participation throughout the drafting process. the Committee on Rural Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment to undertake broad regional consultation in the preparation of the draft model law involving member states, regional economic communities, research institutions, farmers, organizations, civil society organizations, and other relevant stakeholders. Request 7. Request the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament to conclude the proposed memorandum of understanding between Pan-African Parliament and the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa to continue collaboration with AFSA and other strategic partners in the preparation of the model law. Further, mandate the Committee on the Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment to report on the progress made in the formulation of the model law on African food policy at each ordinary session of the plenary. Mandate each national delegation to the Pan-African Parliament to advocate within their respective parliaments for coherent food systems, legislations, and for the eventual domestication and use of model law on African food policy, and to report back to the plenary on the initiatives undertaken. Reaffirm the role of the Pan-African Parliament in facilitating the adoption of African Union policies, objectives, and programs, and in overseeing their effective implementation by AU organs and member states, and its commitment to advancing legislative frameworks that strengthen food security, nutrition, and sustainable development in support of the Aspiration Agenda 2063. Express its gratitude to the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, AFSA, and to all stakeholders for their valuable technical contribution to the deliberation of the joint sitting. Your Excellency, so I submit. Thank you.
Are you sure, Honorable, you are done? May we give him rather a round of applause, please. I now invite His Excellency Moses Vilakati, AUC Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, to be connected online. Your Excellency, you have the floor. Is he connected?
مساء الخير. خير سعادتك.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Yes. Thank you very much. I will talk about the theme of the year, which is ensuring sustainable water development, ensuring water development as well as sustainable blue economy. From the onset, we all know the importance of water. Water and sanitation underpins economic transformation enabling food security and energy production, strengthens climate resilience, as well as promote health and productive communities. Our major challenge is that over 400 million people still lack safe water services, while over 700 million lack basic sanitation. And only 5% of water resources are developed. Also, we're affected by climate variability, which threatens water security. Also, when it comes to wash infrastructure, there is a huge gap. The gap in the water sector is estimated to be between 30 to 50 billion for Africa to have enough water and sanitation. Now, when we look at these, we realize that only 26% of Africa's water demand is currently met, reducing the annual GDP growth by up to 2%. When we look at urban sanitation crisis, only 45% of the urban residents have access to basic sanitation. So rapid urbanization is increasing the pollution of rivers and lakes. When we look at the future water demand, we are seeing that by 2070, Africa's population would reach 3.2 billion. Water demand will increase 3 times for food as well as for energy. With the climate change issues, which involves more frequent droughts, floods, and erratic rainfall, these threaten livelihoods, with GDP losses reaching 10% in drought-prone regions. Now, the cost of inaction is huge. In particular, it creates greater conflicts, displacement, ecosystem degenerations, and delayed achievement of Agenda 2063, the Africa that we want. Now, when we look at Africa, that map depicts, it's more like a 7. Those are the areas with no access to water, to clean drinking water per country. And this is a serious issue. The same countries, when we now look at the access to basic sanitations, happens to be affected through low sanitation access. So member states may want to know which countries they fall into so that actions can be done. Now, this thing, as endorsed by the heads of states during the AU summit, requires that we drastically accelerate the implementation of Agenda 2063 through water, where we need to position water and sanitation as key enablers of Africa's socio-economic transformation, inclusive growth, and sustainable development. Also, the objective of the theme is to achieve universal access to water and sanitation. We need to promote equitable access to safe drinking water, sanitation, and hygiene services for all of our Africans to have better livelihoods. 3, we need to mobilize sustainable financing and investment. In particular, increase the public and private investment to close Africa's water financing gap and accelerate the implementation of the Africa Water Investment Program. 4, we need to strengthen the climate resilient water security. This is to enhance resilience to droughts, to floods and climate change through integrated water resources management and sustainable infrastructure. Lastly, we need to strengthen Africa's leadership on global water issues. This is where honorable members of parliament come in particular. We need to advance Africa's common position on SDG 6 and strengthen continental leadership in global water and climate processes. So what we then did was we came up with a roadmap. This roadmap is on a monthly basis. In the month of July, for example, we are looking at water for food security, nutrition, and livelihoods. August, we are looking at leadership and transboundary cooperation. I'm not going to go through all of this because we are going to share this presentation with you with yourselves. What has happened today? That is the implementation progress. The 39th AU organization in February endorsed the action framework for the 2026 AU theme of the year and the Africa Water Vision 2063 and policy, which provided a strong political and strategic foundation for advancing water security, safe sanitation, and Agenda 2063. We then convened 5 sub-regional consultative meetings to develop the first implementation plan of 2026-2033 with the Africa Water Vision 2063 and policy, while raising awareness and mobilizing stakeholders around the AU theme of the year 2026 on water and sanitation. 2, on the political leadership and advocacy, we continue coordinating Africa's preparations for the 2026 UN Water Conference through partnerships with AMCAO, AFDB, and other strategic partners to develop a common African position and strengthen Africa's leadership in shaping the global agenda on water and sanitation. We also leveraged on the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development and the ending UN Annual Conference to secure high-level recognition of the AU theme of the year 2026. We've also strengthened Africa's leadership in shaping the 2026 UN Water Conference agenda through co-chairing in 4 key interactive important dialogues. On investment and project pipelines preparations, we have convened a high-level water finance side event during the 2026 AFDB annual meetings, mobilizing governments, development partners, financial institutions, as well as the private sector to support the implementation of the Africa Water Vision and policies. We're happy that there was an acknowledgement of financing gap and the commitment to finance the water sector and sanitation. Already 15 member states have been supported to develop climate-resilient water investment plans through our partnerships. But this of late has been expanded to support 5 additional countries which have expressed interest to be supported. So we're now talking of 20 member states. We also launched the first transboundary river basin finance training for the Solar River Basin Commission, strengthening climate finance and investment planning capacity for Malawi and Tanzania. This led to the development of 2 priority climate resilient water investment concepts for the two countries, which is now being prepared for full funding from international climate finance. When we look at partnerships, we have strengthened the Partners Coordination Platform to align the implementation of the AU theme of the year 2026, which has resulted in securing over 95 regional and continental projects on water supply, groundwater, catchment protection, irrigation, and water resources management, alongside partner commitments for technical and financial support. Now, when we look at coming events, Chair, ANC Continental Wash initiatives are being strengthened. We're developing a Continental Wash program which will improve access, planning, and sector financing. We'll also finalize and submit the first implementation plan of 2026 to 2033 for the Africa Water Vision and Policy to the African Ministers' Council on Water, commonly called AMCAO, for consideration and endorsement. We also want to strengthen the groundwater exploration and extraction for multiple purposes. We will also convene Africa Water and Sanitation Systems Leadership Symposium, which will strengthen the leadership and governance on water and sanitation. One of the other areas that we have looked at is the blue economy. When it comes to fisheries and aquaculture interventions, we've realized that Africa contributes less than 3% to the Africa fisheries supplies worldwide. So development plans are being developed for member states to implement fisheries and aquaculture interventions, which is very important for nutritional status, but also to fully utilize our abundant oceans, lakes, and dams. What are we asking from our honorable members of parliament? One of the things is to realize that we are losing 200 billion annually due to poor water and sanitation. Hence, urgent action is needed to address the crisis. We are requesting member states to allocate adequate budget for water and sanitation. 2, member states need to professionalize the operations and management of water and sanitation services, including the private sector participation. Also, member states need to prepare climate resilient water investment plans and bankable project proposals, which will then attract investment into the water sector. Member states need to undertake sector reforms to improve governance in water and sanitation that will attract financing and private sector participation. In closing, Chair, we believe that water is life, sanitation is dignity, and a lot still needs to be done, particularly when we look at the nexus of water, energy, and agriculture, because that's what we need to achieve for Africa to achieve Agenda 2063. I thank you all for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable, Your Excellency, Commissioner, for that very comprehensive scientific presentation done by you. May we give him as a round of applause, please. Honorable members, now I will allow debate on this very topic. In this regard, I have a list of speakers in my hand. Next speaker will be Honorable Hussein Mohammed Ali from Djibouti. Honorable, you have the floor.
Merci. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I equally commend the two presenters for the clear presentation, which is concise and well detailed. Mr. President.
Point of order, Mr. President. You are here, huh? Point of order, Mr. President.
Now I recognize Honorable Danson Mangatana from
Your
Kenya.
Excellency, since my colleague had started, it is okay for him to finish. I just wanted you to remember that I was before him, but he can finish and then I take over, Your Excellency.
Honorable Hussein, you didn't finish? Okay, sorry. No, go ahead, Honorable.
Okay, je serai prêt. I'm going to go straight to the point, Mr. President. The issue on the sustainability of water and sanitation system is one of the greatest challenges of the development of Africa. Despite the progress achieved, a great part of the African population is faced with problems of access to potable water, sanitation, and good hygiene. This situation was worsened under climate change, droughts, floodings, increase in population and conflicts, etc., for vulnerable countries to water shortages, for instance, like my country, Djibouti, and many countries of the Horn of Africa, water security represents an important point of public security and food self-sufficiency and economic development and social stability. Within the framework of Agenda 2063, Africa should strengthen the continental approach, develop among states, mobilization of fundings, sharing of technology, and improvement of water governance or water management. The Pan-African Parliament can play an important role by encouraging the harmonization of parliamentary policies and laws, by strengthening parliamentary oversight, by advocating for sustainable investment in the water sector. And this is my question. Question number one is this. Isn't it necessary to draft a common African legislative framework or continental guidelines to harmonize the policies for water management and sanitation? The second question is this. Faced with the worsening of droughts and extreme climate change phenomena, so which common measures can be adopted by Africa to anticipate the future crisis related to water rather than acting in situation of emergencies? Thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable Mungatana, I have two lists. Your name was on the first page and I have got only the second one. That's why we jumped you. Now you have the floor, Your Excellency, Honorable Mungatana.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the President. Your Excellency, the theme of the year on water is a perfect theme, and I rise to speak on it on quickly 2 points. Your Excellency, the first thing, the heads of states chose the correct theme for this year. But the question that this parliament must ask itself, is there truly good political will towards water development, water infrastructure, and water financing within our African states? Your Excellency, Mr. President, I don't think this political will is there. You will recall, Your Excellency, that in 2003 in Maputo, the heads of states met there and made a declaration on agriculture. And they said at least 10% of national budgets will be dedicated towards development of agriculture. That shows serious, good political will towards agriculture. But in this summit for water, in this meeting where they passed that this is the year for water, they did not put any percentage, they did not dedicate any national budget towards financing of water infrastructure. So, Your Excellency, I think for us here is to urge that more money be put towards investment as it is required. In fact, even the Commissioner has talked about putting money into our words. Your Excellency, in my country, for example, you will find there are many investors in Kenya who would run towards the road sector because they know it will be paid. There's money there which has been put aside. They would run towards the telecom because there's money there. They would run towards the energy sector. There is money there. But water, nobody really wants to invest in water because money has not been put there. So, Your Excellency, what do we need to do? We need to urge our political leaders, our heads of states to actually have good political will towards making water available to every African person on the continent of Africa. Number two, we have to think of how to bring in the private sector.
half a second.
Your Excellency, I was just concluding by saying, number two, we need to bring in the private sector. Private sector is the engine for development. If we can make somehow policies that will make it possible to make some money out of water distribution, then we will be one step forward towards achieving water for all. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Esther Passaris of Kenya. She's not in the chamber. Honorable Senator John Bonus, Baideri.
Baideri. Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity to talk on this theme of the year. I think the theme is really has come in at the right time in view of the fact that water is becoming a rare commodity. We are having a lot of competition for water, mainly because we have climate change, like the speaker talked about, where we are increasingly in need of water to do irrigation to support agriculture, which was not the case in the past because we had more reliable rains and we did not have to undertake a lot of irrigation. But right now, in most of our countries, for us to survive, we are increasingly using more water for irrigation, meaning that the water that is available for domestic use is also reducing. The other factor is that the population is also increasing, but at the same time, the population is also becoming affluent. We are anticipating that by 2035, most Africans will be in the middle upper income bracket, which means that there will be need for water, either for washing cars or for doing or cooking and so on. And therefore the challenge is going to be there in the near future. So I was suggesting that we as parliamentarians, we need to play a very big role in raising awareness in our own countries, mainly by ensuring that whenever we have any little rain, the water should be harvested so that it's conserved for different purposes that we may need either for cooking or for other activities that may be necessary. The other one I think is we need to make sure that we protect nature. We need to protect our rivers, we need to protect our lakes, we need to protect our underground water so that we have clean water for now and as well as for the future. I submit, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Swabuyu Tore of Gambia, sorry.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable President. Honorable President, let me just adopt what has already been said by my Kenyan friend on the provision of water. I think that's very important. If the political will is not there, no matter what we say, things will not improve. So the team, Honorable President, is a commendable step for the people of Africa, especially for our rural and poor communities who are oftentimes neglected in the provision of water. You will see water is available in the urban areas, but if you go to the rural areas, the ordinary people are struggling to have clean drinking water, while water is abundant in that country. If you go to my country, you will see that there is a fresh river across the country. It's divided the country into two. Fresh water. And everywhere you drill, even if it is in a mountain, you will get fresh water. But yet still, you go to communities that do not have water. They don't have adequate water. They don't have clean drinking water. They are still struggling with wells and other facilities. Honorable President, to provide sustainable water supply in Africa, we must employ innovative techniques. And those innovative techniques, one is to harvest rainwater. We have abundant rainwater in many countries. We can do aquifer management. Solar-powered pumping systems are all available now. which we must utilize to provide water to our people. These methods, Honorable President, will provide sustainable or adequate water supply as well as using renewable energy. And it will also protect our vulnerable rural people, like I said. In this process, Honorable President, one thing I notice, if that is not controlled, you will never have proper water. That is, one, we must minimize the corruption that is involved in water production or provision. If we cannot minimize that, then we will still continue to have problems. Secondly, our governments must be ready. Like the Kenyan friend said, they must be ready to put money into water. What we are doing is to completely depend on external donors to provide water to our people. That is not sustainable. We must put our own money, our own tax money, to provide water for our people. Thank you very much, Honorable President. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Welcome Dlamini of Eswatini. He's not in the chamber. Okay. The next one will be Honorable Abdrahim Brahimi Hamid of Chad.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Honorable President, thank you. I'm aware that we are facing a significant challenge on our continent as far as water is concerned. Our continent is facing water stress, and we are seeing droughts, floods becoming constant occurrences. Our rivers, our lakes, and our aquifers have no borders. The Nile, the Congo rivers, etc. We share these resources, and so our theme is a very essential one for us to consider. We need to guarantee sustainable water and water resources in order to reach the objectives of Agenda 2063. I believe we need to ensure that we have public policy that supports these objectives: water and sanitation, security for all, requires these policies for us to succeed. The management of our cross-border water basins, we have about 63 water basins that are shared. This demonstrates that water fluidity means we'll have fluidity of our citizens. So I think we need to encourage Chad, who decided to, and this was through the President of the Republic, to remove visas for all African countries from 1 January 2027. And it's this type of approach that we need. We need to use this to open up our water spaces. We need to have diplomacy. Without visas between our countries, we will be able to maintain our cross-border water resources. Free movement of people, cooperation, technical cooperation at that, will lead us to where we need to go. So, Honorable President, I suggest that we urgently bring together our different water management basins on the continent to work on a common platform, hear from each other to address our institutional and technical and financial problems. We can draw up one roadmap to seek investment to be able to reach our objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Alimatu Badaru from Benin.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Honorable President, thank you. Allow me to cede the floor to my colleague instead of myself to replace me as number 10. Honorable Agua, if you allow, Honorable President.
Honorable Member, Honorable Speaker.
Number 8.
Yeah.
Numéro 10. Numéro 8. I beg your pardon, it's number 8, Honorable President.
I won't give him 6 minutes. He will have 3 minutes, and he will talk by himself, Your Excellency. Don't worry, we will give him floor. Let's follow the sequence.
Okay. Thank you.
Honorable Tafanana Joe of Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to thank our chairperson for the Agriculture Committee. Mr. President, I'm going to debate on critical minerals. Mr. President, Africa holds 30% of global critical mineral essential for the green transition, including over 70% of cobalt in DRC. Major platinum groups of metals in Zimbabwe and in South Africa. The statistics shows that the continent only retains only about 15% of mineral value triggered intense global competition and fierce debates over resource nationalization, local beneficiation, and fair development. My President, His Excellency President Idi Mnangagwa, last Thursday declared an end to Zimbabwe's raw mineral exports, asserting that the country would rather leave its resources underground than ship them unprocessed. As the official opened the 2026 Zimbabwe Industrialization Conference and Expo, addressing the industry, leaders, academics, and citizens at the annual gathering, President Mnangagwa delivered a firm message on the country's industrialization trajectory, rejecting unequal investment partnership and calling for fundamental shift towards domestic value addition. Mr. President, my president said, we only no longer tolerate, I'm going to quote him, we will only no longer tolerate the raw exportation of wealth, we would rather leave our valuable minerals underground than export them without processing them local. President Mnangagwa declared that the era of horse and ride investment relationship was over, insisting that Zimbabwe now seeks equal, mutual beneficial partnership with foreign investors. So I implore our fellow Africans to take this route so that we beneficiate our minerals across Africa, so that we benefit from our own resources. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Asogba of Benin. Don't forget the request of Honorable Alimatu, who asked you to incorporate what she has also.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Honorable President, thank you. Honorable President, water is life in Africa and throughout the world. My country, the Benin, has understood this, and this is a basic requirement for life. This is why we need water for ourselves, for our populations, in vast quantities, in the best quality, and at all times. Water has in the past been everywhere on our African continent, with lakes, rivers, streams, and if we're well able to exploit our water resources, our continent will be sufficiently provided with water. If we build dams, we'll have electricity, we'll be able to have irrigation. So we have not yet taken advantage of the potential of our water resources on the continent. Our water resources are available through nature. We don't understand how this has led to violence and conflict amongst our communities and even between our states. Water is a requirement for development. We need public policy to support this. Therefore, water should no longer be a factor for conflict and division between our populations and between our countries. The African Union has done well in ensuring that this is our theme for this year and that water is part of the Agenda 2063 aspirations. We salute this theme that our heads of state have chosen because they've understood that the Africa that we want is only possible with ensuring daily water supplies to all our people. So I commend them for this. Members of Parliament, one of our missions as representatives of African people is to work to change the image of our Africa. The fight for the well-being of our people must receive our full attention at all times. The issue of water availability is, as well as sanitation systems, is an opportunity that we have. We, as members of Parliament, can take advantage of this to ensure that we demonstrate our commitment to serve our people. We need to speak with one voice and speak on their behalf to ensure that water resources are available throughout the continent.
One minute.
Thank you. Honorable President, dear colleagues, my country, Benin, for decades has been working well to have potable water distributed to all. We are progressing in the rural areas, and we have reached 4.4% in terms of water availability throughout our villages. Water resources and improvement of the water provision in rural areas has seen significant improvement. We need support so as to ensure universal access to water throughout the continent. So the Pan-African Parliament needs to build partnership for water and water sanitation. We believe the Pan-African Parliament can do a great deal in advancing this. Thank you, Honorable President.
Well, the next speaker will be Honorable David Mikamfalala of Swatini. Note of the chamber. Honorable Gladys of Benin.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Honorable President. I will cede the floor. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Honorable President. I was saying that I will not take the floor at this point. Thank you.
Honorable. And the next speaker will be Honorable Maria Escovallo of Angola.
Não está entre nós.
I'm here.
I'm here. Okay, está aqui. She's here. She's with us. Thank you, Honorable President, Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished colleagues. To say that the topic that we are listening regarding to water is a challenging topic, and congratulations for the committee in charge of bringing this topic for reflection. In all time of our life, water is always present. Water is life. Our countries should ensure the availability, sustainable availability of water, and ensuring that all people have access to this precious good. It is only this we will have a healthy sanitation without hindering or engaging the future generation. Just a reminder that that the COVID-19 show us what is the greatest importance of water, of having water. I attended the meeting of a joint committee meeting discussing this topic, but unfortunately in that time, no one gave me the floor. That's why I'm requesting the floor to speak, and I was overcome by management. But I'll bring to this debate some issues. My concern is, what is the current challenges to ensure potable water and sanitation to Africa? The second question, what are the African countries that has more water and those with the less water? In Angola, for example, we share the water with Namibians, and it should be good that other countries should also do the same, especially those who have more water, helping those who doesn't have or less water. As parliamentarians, we need to continue defending the increase of a state budget to tackle the issue of water. We need to deliver water for food security, industry, and dignity of the human being. We need to fight so that water cannot just be a budget for the undertakings and be part of an outcome budget. More people, more water for people, and less illness. Without water on the 2016 agenda, on Agenda 2063, just 1 minute, please. Just one paragraph. Thank you. For example, in Angola, we have water. We have the program called the Water for All, a project which the main goal is to deliver water to most vulnerable people and to the hideout areas. But the challenge is big because Angola is a very big country, and the challenge is also bigger. Thank you, Mr. President.
The next speaker will be Honorable Innocent Sabio of Benin.
Thank you, Honorable President. I will cede the floor. I no longer wish to speak.
Okay. Next speaker will be Honorable Gary Wilhelm of Seychelles.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable President, honorable members, good afternoon. I am honored to address the House on assuring sustainable water and availability and safe sanitation system to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. This theme recognizes that water and sanitation are critical drivers of health, economic growth, food security, climate resilience, and sustainable development across our continent. Despite progress, millions of Africans still lack access to safe water and sanitation, while climate change continues to increase water stress through droughts and floods. The AU has therefore placed water security at the center of Africa's development agenda, calling for strong political leadership, increased investment, and improved governance of water resources. As parliamentarians, we have a responsibility to campaign laws, policy, and budget that expand access to clean water and safe sanitation, especially for rural communities, women, and young people. We must also support climate resilient infrastructure and strengthen regional cooperation on shared water resources, Water is not only a basic human need, it is a catalyst for prosperity. By securing sustainability water, availability, and safe sanitation for all, we will accelerate progress towards the aspiration of Agenda 2063 and build the Africa we want, prosperous, healthy, integrated, and resilient. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mitchell. The next speaker will be Honorable Sare Malik Moura Sanini of Benin.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Honorable President. It is a great pleasure for me to see that this theme has been retained by the African Union. I would like to commend the presenters who have spoken, and it has been a pleasure to hear from you. Water and sanitation in Benin has been seen by our head of state as a major issue, and in 2016, the government launched a new program to ensure that the rural areas was supplied with water through different projects. These projects have seen improvement in exploitation and distribution of water to households. The objective was to ensure that no Benin citizen would need to go more than 10 kilometers to find water. Water and sanitation is required for improving the standard of living. In the National Assembly recently, a law has been passed to criminalize urination in any water sources, and a fine will be imposed on anyone caught polluting our water in this way. Thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Abdusalam Horma of Mauritania.
Thank you, Honorable President. And I also would like to thank the Pan-African Parliament for taking care of this matter that constitutes a serious challenge to the world in the African continent, especially the region that we live in the North and North Africa and Sahel. The estimation says that 100 million, or in 2035, it will be in dire need for water. There are many means to address this matter technically, either isolating the rainwater and that concerning the dams. So we should utilize this technology. And the second issue is the salination, or the seawater salination, and that showed or demonstrated effectiveness in many regions in the world. And also another technology of cloud seeding that has a great potential. The policy, we must have a policy that guarantees dignity for the human beings, and there is no development without water. Many parts of the continent suffer from the water scarcity, in addition to the absence of the decent housing and sanitation. We have on one hand water scarcity, and on the other hand, what we have. The water we have, we cannot use it for the sanitation, and normally it creates a hygiene crisis in some parts. So I would like to thank the Pan-African Parliament for that, and I think we should develop a program to address this situation, and each region has its sensitivity, especially in North Africa, and we can also add another point about the underground water, which many parts in North Africa depend on, and until we wait to use the technologies that we spoke about that could provide us with water, as the water perhaps would be the source of conflict in the world in the next decade. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Professor Gary Sakata.
Merci, Honorable Président.
Honorable President, thank you. I fully support the report of the committee, and I will commend them for this work. The issue of water is very important, and what we need now is that the Niger, Congo, and Nile rivers, which already play an important role in our continent, continues to be protected. This is our green resource. We support the report because we know that Agenda 2063 was adopted on the 20th of January 2015 by the heads of state and government in Addis Ababa. This is a economic transformation plan, and we heard the commissioner repeat this when he spoke. Agenda 2063 is broken up in 10-year plans. However, the manner in which the report is presented means we need additional visibility altogether. For such an important issue as water, we need more visibility. Agenda 2063 has taken up this issue. And so, what has the African Union already done since the adoption of Agenda 2063? The report should include this, and the report should also say what remains to be done. What I've heard the commissioners and others speak about the obstacles and hindrances, but we need statistics to see how far we've gone and what needs to be done in the years to come, what objectives are set, what we are going to reach, and when. Let's not be general in our approach. And DRC has significant expertise because we are improving our legislation because we feel that there's a direct link with energy security. I will stop here and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Happy Moore of Zimbabwe.
Thank you, President. I want to first commend the African Union for choosing this theme for 2026 and to commend the chair for the Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment, Honorable Suleiman Sao, for the diligence with which the theme has been brought before this House. This is a theme born of vision and it deserves our praise. But Honorable President, a theme is only as good as the life we breathe into it. I therefore challenge this Parliament. Let us not allow this theme to remain a dream recited at podiums. Let us make it a lived reality in the villages, schools, and clinics of this continent. Honorable President, too many of Africa's water projects have taken far too long to finish. Pipelines contracted years ago remain below 20% complete. Dams pass milestone after milestone in reports and speeches, yet communities nearby still queue for boreholes and bury children lost to cholera. A groundbreaking ceremony is not water in a tap. I call on member states to stop starting new projects while old ones lie abandoned and to focus resources on finishing what have already been promised to our people. Honorable President, Zimbabwe offers a lesson in persistence. The Kunj Dam outside Harare is 74% complete and will secure the capital's water supply by December. The Togwim Kosi Dam now 99% complete. This is what focused sustained investment looks like, even amid funding constraints. In conclusion, Honorable President, this theme must not become another line in a community that gathers dust while our rivers run past thirst villages. Water is not a luxury negotiated in conference halls. It is the very right to live. To let the House live here, resolve that by the time we reach the horizon of Agenda 2063,
no African child will die of a preventable disease or a lack of clean water, and no African woman will spend her life walking towards a well that never arrives. The theme is written. Now let Africa build it, brick by brick, pipe by pipe, until the dream becomes the tap that flows in every home. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Happiness Mamba of Eswatini.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Vice President. The thing has come at the right time. Water and sanitation is key to the people's lives, and to achieve these goals for Agenda 2063 and Millennium Development Goals, Sustainable Millennium Goal number 6. Water is key to everyone. Without water, we cannot live. And many countries are without water. Some are even importing water. And what I'm expecting from this is I have a contribution that sometimes some of the projects come to a standstill because they are started without monitoring, and sometimes we don't even evaluate. One of my friends have said that we can't live without water. And to ensure that these countries of Africa have water, I think we need a subsidy, because you can tell that water is key. In my country, there are always applications for water in the water ministry to prove that there is need for water and improved water that is piped and clean. The countries need the subsidy because sometimes the resources are not available. But I have two questions. Last week, there was a presentation by Afro. It was about the water, and I asked myself, they said that 20%, one of the countries have 20% sanitation. It means they have no toilets. And the 80% doesn't have toilets. The 20% have toilets. I asked myself, from this report, once you ask the researchers to go and research, do you apply the recommendations, or you just leave the report and not? Because I think this country can be a priority if you look at the recommendation. And the second one being that, okay, Mr. Vlad, you said that we have to write proposal. Do you prioritize the proposals? Because we may find that they need agents. They need a certificate of agents. Do you prioritize them after getting the?
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker will be Honorable Elizabeth Masuku of Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to contribute to this debate on the African Union theme for 2026, assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. As the Commissioner said, water is life and sanitation is dignity. Without secure access to clean water and safe sanitation, our efforts towards health, education, gender, health, equality, and economic transformation will remain incomplete. Millions of our people, particularly in rural communities still walk long distances in search of water, and too many schools on women and girls. Agenda 26.3 demands that we treat water and sanitation as a basic right of every African. Mr. President, allow me to highlight the positive steps being taken by Zimbabwe. For example, Zimbabwe continues to invest in the rehabilitation and expansion of urban and rural water infrastructure, including borehole drilling programs that have brought clean water closer to undeserved communities. Zimbabwe has also strengthened water, sanitation, and hygiene programs in schools and health facilities, and national efforts to rehabilitate dams and irrigation schemes are helping secure sustainable water supply for both households and agriculture. Mr. President, I urge member states to accelerate investment in water infrastructure, strengthen cooperation on shared water resources, and prioritize sanitation in national budgets. Water, sanitation are the foundation upon which all other development goals are built.
Half a minute.
Let us translate our debates into concrete action that delivers water and safe sanitation to every African household by the time we reach the horizon of Agenda 26.3. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Masamba Dieng.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Donc, permettez-moi d'abord de...
Thank you, Mr. President. Please permit me to commend the two committees which have presented this important report to us on the issue of water and sanitation system in Africa. Water is a fundamental right, a factor of human dignity, and an important lever for sustainable development, health, agriculture, industrialization, and peace. But in many regions in Africa and the world, millions of women, young girls, and children still go for long kilometers in order to fetch water. This reality impedes development, education, health, and the economic empowerment of our populations. In Senegal, important efforts have been carried out in order to improve access to potable water through the construction of borehole, water access points, extension of the hydraulic network, and the setting up of overarching programs. But nonetheless, there are many challenges, especially in rural zones where the distance of villages and the high cost of infrastructure, climate change, the reduction of the availability of resources, and difficulties of maintenance limit an equitable and sustainable access to potable water. Faced with this situation, we as parliamentarians, we should plead for an increase of investments in hydrographic infrastructure, adapted water supply to villages and pastoral zones, capacity building of local and regional authorities and communities in order to ensure the management of water facilities, production of solar energy for the pumping of water, and also technologies for water economy. A parliamentary mechanism for the follow-up of the theme of the African Union on water in order to regularly evaluate progress achieved by member states. Africa can only achieve the ambitions of 2063 only when the suffering of the rural populations is going to stop with regards to access to water, access. Invest in access of water in rural zones is investment to the stability of our community. So we should make it possible so that every African village should benefit from this fundamental right, which is access to potable water, which is sure, accessible, and sustainable. I thank you for your kind attention.
Next speaker will be Honorable Tabiso Lebese, sorry, Lesotho.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me also echo the sentiments of the chairperson of the Committee on Rural Economy and Agriculture, and also appreciate the brilliant presentation that was done by His Excellency, the Ambassador, on the theme. The agenda for 2063 is Africa's long-term development plan, which then aims to create a prosperous and sustainable continent. Mr. President, access to clean water and safe sanitation is essential because it improves health, supports agriculture, promotes economic growth, and protects the environment. Where I come from, Mr. President, the country is often referred to as the water tower of the Southern African region because we have abundance of freshwater resources through the Lesotho Highlands Water Project, which we supply both Lesotho and South Africa. However, despite all this abundance of fresh water, it is imperative to mention, Mr. President, that many of our rural households still lack reliable and proper sanitation, poor sanitation and limited hygiene, which further increases on compound waterborne diseases and affect the quality of our people's life. Again, it is important, Honorable President, to mention that at regional level, SADC works with other member states to improve the water quality and water scarcity of our member states. And at this juncture, we take cognizance of protecting the water security for the shared resource in terms of securing the rivers and watershed management. However, SADC with its member states still faces challenges such as drought, climate change, population growth, and unequal access to clean water. And it is the objectives of this African Agenda 2063 that to be achieved, we therefore as member states have to invest in water infrastructure, protect water resources from pollution, and expand on sanitation facilities. And in conclusion, Honorable President, Lesotho will be completing its third largest dam in Southern African region. And as such, the dam is built in collaboration with South Africa. And it is important to mention that in 2 or 3 years' time, Lesotho will be supplying Johannesburg with fresh water. And we are also willing to catch up with our brothers in Namibia and Botswana. We have also shown the same desire to have the water from Lesotho. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Now I recognize Honorable Mamelo Foko of Lesotho. Not in the chamber?
Not in the chamber.
Thank you. Honorable Mabokutulu Malek of Lesotho.
Thank you, Honorable President. I want to withdraw because my honorable colleague here have said it all. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Honorable Anthony Akon of Uganda.
Mr. President, let me join my colleague to thank the chairperson of Committee of Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment for a well-presented report. Mr. President, this theme is coming at a very right time, at a time when over 400 million Africans lack basic drinking water. And that is serious, because if you transform into countries, it's almost about 8 to 10 countries without basic drinking water. It is coming at a time when about 700 to 800 million lack safety managed sanitation. And the presenter said good sanitation is actually good dignity. So it is coming at the right time. It is also coming at a time when we lack water for production. We need water for production in terms of crop production, in terms of livestock production, in terms of industry. It is coming at a time when a lot of our pipe water have poor in structures, there are leakages, and all this brings a lot of implications. First, there is waterborne diseases which are really affecting people in Africa. You have cholera. You have a lot more that is actually killing our people at this particular time. We have a problem of climate change, which is worsening in terms of drought. If it rains some places, it floods, and there are a lot of water stress. And therefore, it is important that at a time when we are discussing this, and when AU is discussing this, we must recognize that water is a foundation for Agenda 2063. Because without water security, there is no food security. Without water security, there is no water for industrialization. Without water security, there is no public health. And without water security, there is no climate resilience, no peace generally, because water is life. And therefore, it is important for us to recognize at a time when 1 in 3 Africans are directly impacted by water scarcity. At a time when about 56% of the households in Africa, they are experiencing routine water shortages. As a country, Uganda, in our National Development Plan 4, we have water, clean water and sanitation for all. And that is what we are pursuing as a country. And that is important, that for water for irrigation, we have embarked on solar irrigation. And therefore, at a time when the AU is discussing, a lot of resources should be put into water, because water is life. And especially to utilize rivers and lakes, because we find a situation where people are lacking water.
Conclude, please.
Thank you. Thank you. We find areas where there are rivers and lakes which are not being utilized, when the country can also utilize lakes and rivers. We have rainwater which flows and nobody is harvesting it. We have underground water which nobody is using, making use of it. It is important that as it is discussed, a lot more resources should be used to exploit the available resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Jolie from DRC.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Honorable President. Everything has almost been said. 400 million Africans who do not have access to potable water. Over 700 million with no access to sanitation facilities. Over 80% of diseases in Africa are waterborne diseases. The social impact is serious and severe, especially on women and their children. But the essential question of this water issue is the fact that water is an element for the development of Africa. You listen to colleagues from Lesotho who told us how water is going to create a convivial space or region in the southern Africa. The Democratic Republic of Congo offers the opportunity with the Great Dam of Inga to offer energy to boost water distribution, and it's equally one of the water sources of Africa. So how are we going to go about to develop rational policies when we are distracted by violence, conflicts, destabilization, and aggression? So all resources which require the tackling of this fundamental sector of the future, Honorable President, might become used to buy weapons for useless conflicts, which produce refugees and displaced persons, which worsen the situation. In the case of refugees, in the case of internally displaced persons, water becomes more and more an element of survival. That's why, while commenting our committee on this report, which is very interesting, we are not tackling the problems that might stem from water. You are from Ethiopia, water renaissance, because water is an element of the civilization of the region, as I just said, for the DRC, which faces aggression from its neighbors, including Rwanda, and which do not enable us to work. That's why this report should lay emphasis on the change of vision. Water is not only a social element, it's an element for the construction of our future. This Agenda 2063 might become a dream or utopia. As Mandela was saying, a vision without any project, it's an utopia, it's an illusion. But two projects which are enshrined in a vision, it's reality. So it's important for the Pan-African Parliament to be able to own up.
Speaker in my list will be Honorable Esther Passaris of Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity. I rise to support the report on the Africa Union theme of the year 2026, ensuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. This theme goes far beyond taps, boreholes, and toilets. It speaks of the management of our rivers, lakes, wetlands, groundwater, and shared water basins, the protection of public health through safe sanitation and hygiene, the security of our food systems, and the resilience of our communities in the face of drought, floods, and climate change. The report identifies the major pressures clearly: rapid urbanization, pollution, inadequate infrastructure, weak governance, climate-related risks, and limited investments. Africa's annual financing gap for water and sanitation is estimated between $30 billion and $50 billion. The gap is not an abstract figure. It is seen in broken boreholes, contaminated rivers, unfinished sewage systems, families walking long distance in search of water. The burden falls mostly heavily on women and girls in rural communities, informal settlements, peri-urban population, and people living in conflict-affected areas. Safe sanitation is also a matter of dignity, particularly for women and children and persons with disability. I support the proposal to explore the model law on water resource management. Such a law should establish minimum standards for water quality, conservation, equitable access, public accountability, and management of transboundary water resources. But laws alone will not deliver us water. National parliaments must scrutinize budgets, track implementation, and demand answers where projects are delayed, abandoned, or become non-functional shortly after completion. We must also invest in practical solutions: rainwater harvesting, recycling, smart irrigation, catchment restoration, climate resilience, infrastructure, and technologies that reduce leakage and wastage. Mr. President, the theme of the year must leave us with measurable results. Member states should report annually on financing, access to safe water, sanitation coverage, infrastructure completion, and progress amongst vulnerable communities. Water is life, safe sanitation is dignity, access to both is justice. I support the adoption of the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Commissioner for Sports. Yes, Honorable former Vice President, you want to take the floor? Please, you have the floor.
Shukran, Sir Rais.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I do thank all those who presented those great reports. We do know all that water is life. Without water, there is no life, there is no investment, there is no health. So the water is everything. Therefore, we know that the investment and providing water will have its benefits for all the countries, and it becomes compulsory for all of them. I do wish that states designate a special budget for the investments and the sustainable drinking water and sanitation services for the citizens. In Mauritania, according to the presentation that we heard, the coverage is between 65 and 85. And this is a good thing. However, the ambition and the goal is to reach the highest percentage of coverage in order to make water accessible to all citizens in rural areas or in the cities. This will include building new dams and making an infrastructure for water to reach the citizens. As I said before, water is very important in any investment or development of any country. Nowadays, to rate countries, the availability of water in any country now becomes a factor of to rate the degree of the development of that country. Unfortunately, Africa is losing every year $2 billion. And this loss is this amount that we lose, we can divert into investment in education, agriculture, and sanitation, and in order to improve our lives and to be able to distribute water equally to all citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we are exhausted with the debate. So now maybe I will ask Honorable His Excellency Moses Vilakati. Hope you will agree if I say honorable water gathered in Midrand, honorable water chairperson of Committee on Agriculture made presentation, honorable water commissioner of agriculture at AUC made presentation, honorable water debated on the presentations. Will you agree, Mr. Commissioner? Why I'm saying human bodies, 60% of human body is comprised of water. So that means we ourselves, we are water. Today, water debated on water. Excellency, I give you floor to respond. Mr. Commissioner, you have the floor. Not online? In this case, may the chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture take the floor. And also don't forget to respond to my question.
Can I respond from here?
Yes, please.
Thank
no,
you.
come to the podium, forward to the podium.
Your Excellency,
Vice President, thank you very much. And I would like to thank the Commissioner, Mr. Moses Villacati, who was with us last week. And he's a man who is vast with knowledge of water, and his input is highly welcome by Pan-African Parliament. We thank him for that wonderful deliberation. And Your Excellency, I want to thank you and your whole bureau for giving us the support. And my committee members are here, without whose support I would not be here today. And our former chairperson, he laid the foundation, he did all the work. I'm only here to continue his mission. Honorable Dr. Sakata, thank you for your support. Yes, Your Excellency, as you said, water is life, water is dignity, water is everything. And members, our contributions are almost aligned. Honorable Member of Djibouti highlighted about harmonization of policies and future laws to be made in order for this continent to be water-free. Honorable Mangata Kenya also talked about political will, which is lacking sometimes, and he called for head of states to be more politically committed for availability of water and budget support. Now, Honorable Member from Honorable John Bederi also talk about demand for water is high due to population growth. As the population is increasing, we need more water. So we need to protect our natural resources and our environment. Honorable Sebu Ture also talk about clean drinking water. Water is available, but sometimes it's not clean. It's not hygienic. So efforts need to be made to make sure that water is very hygienic for use, and we put more money into water. That's the budget. Honorable Ibrahim Chad also talk about water stress, drought, and he also talk about public policy for water and sanitation. Honorable Tafanana, talks about their experience and the effort that the government of Zimbabwe is doing. Honorable from Benin also, thank everybody and the committee and welcome the team of the year. And I want to apologize for that day she was not able to get the floor. Honorable Mario from Angola also said, countries that have enough water should be so generous to share with others. And I think as Africans, that is our culture to share. Once you have enough, make sure you let it to others to also benefit. Honorable Gary from Sicily, wonderful contribution, thank you. Honorable member from Beni also contributed well, commitment of his president, thank you for that. Honorable Abdul Salam from Mutani also, talk about the need for water and sanitation, and also talking about cloud setting, and water may be a source of conflict in the future. May we not witness that. Honorable Sagari Sakata, talk about the visibility, and he talks about what remains to be done as far as the statistics are concerned. Happy Mori, thank you for your acknowledgement, and thank you for your foresight. And as you said, we should not start new water projects when the old projects are not completed. This is common in Africa. When we see our governments, they start a very beautiful water projects in the other part of the region. They will go and start other one when this other one is not inaugurated. I think we need to avoid that. Honorable Jibit from Zimbabwe, thank you for that eloquent contribution. Masamba Jeng also recommended water to be accessible and affordable. Thank you. Honorable member from Lesotho, Tabiso, your country's water expansion scheme, that's welcoming, and we applaud it. Honorable Anthony from Uganda also talk about production, and production goes with what? Goes together with water. So once there is no water, we can produce crops, neither give water to our farm animals. So therefore, there will be no seed, if there is no water security, no food security, in short. Honorable member from DRC, Jordan, use resources on water. You emphasize on resource allocation on water than weapons. Thank you. Estes from Kenya, thank you for your support. You are part of the committee. All the works are your works, and you know the challenges. And thank you for highlighting those challenges. So, honorable members, thank you for giving us the audience and the opportunity to be able to express this lengthy report with the resolutions. I thank you all.
Thank you, Honorable. I think we contributed a lot. The committee and the chairperson also have taken note of it. As you said, water is everything for human being. And also sanitation is importantly related with water. No water, no sanitation, no life. Excellencies, at this moment, we need to adopt the report. May I ask the Secretariat to confirm again the quorum? Madam Clerk, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, can I observe? Yes. Break. The President said once the beginning of the session we have the quorum continues. I can be corrected.
Madam Clerk, please make sure the quorum.
Okay. Honorable President, at this point, there are 57 members in the chamber.
Honorable members, I will suspend the adoption and consult with the Bureau till we are around. We will proceed with the other item of the agenda. May Madam Clerk once again take the floor and announce.
Honorable Mr. President, point of order. Mr. President, I want to rise on Rule 55 on the quorum. Now, the quorum for a meeting of Parliament shall be constituted by a simple majority of all the members present. Now, the rule is silence on this. We had a quorum here, the business was going on, the president adjourned for lunch. He adjourned for lunch, now we come, and this business needs to continue. So if now you are saying there is no quorum, I want to be better informed, because if you go to the decision of the Parliament, under 56, it says voting, whether voting could be done acclamation or adoption or whatsoever it is. B says the decision of the House shall be made by consensus. If it is a consensus for us to go for break and come back, I think the quorum needs to stand. That's my opinion.
Honorable member, I duly respect your opinion, but quorum is quorum. At any moment, quorum should be respected. We should meet the quorum. And as I said, we'll be back. We'll consult. I will also consider your observations, and we will consult and come back to you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, may you proceed?
Honorable President, the third order of business is presentation and debate on the report of the capacity building workshop for the Pan-African parliamentarians on the ratification and state of reporting on the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance. The presenter is Honorable Sinia Ahmed, Rapporteur of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Honorable Sinia Ahmed, please come forward and make your presentation. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, Masa al Khair.
Good afternoon. Honorable Chair, honorable colleagues, and parliamentarians, honorable guests, I think our Committee on Justice and Human Rights and the presentation of this report, which is wishing that this report will be it is final report, which wish to be very good one. I'll be brief, because the report is already distributed to you. It is in the capacity building of the Pan-African Parliament members on the protocol on the African protocol on elections, governance, and good governance. I'm just giving a brief of this report. The summary of this report that is being prepared by the Committee of Justice and Human Rights. I don't have the copy of the report, so I just have to follow. Yes. I'm just reading an executive summary of the report of the Committee on Human Rights, Justice and Human Rights on the capacity building of the Pan-African Parliament members within the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance. I have the pleasure, on behalf of myself and members of the Committee of Justice and Human Rights, the report of the Committee on the capacity building of the member states on the ratification and submission of the national reports on the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, which is organized by the African Peace Structure and Governance of the African Union Commission, in collaboration with the Pan-African Parliament on the 24th of July 2026 in Midrand, Republic of South Africa. This program aimed at strengthening the capacity of the Pan-African Parliament members on the Charter
as well as enabling them to enhance their capacity to promote its ratification, domestication, and to reply to the reporting on the governance and constitutionalism, as well as the realization of the African of 2036. The workshop also covered the reality of the implementation of this charter. Our discussions highlighted that despite what has been achieved in the report, we still have some problems, but we need to abide our countries to submit the report on its implementation by the member states. The participants also discussed the discussions within the African Union and with regard to the mechanisms of reporting and to reduce the dualism in the submission of the reports. The workshop also highlighted the role of the Pan-African Parliament as well as the national parliaments in the implementation of the Charter through their different mechanisms, as well as strengthening the cooperation between the PAP and the African Union Commission and the national parliaments and national and regional economic communities to strengthen constitutionalism, democracy, and respect for human rights in the continent. After the deliberations, our group adopted a number of recommendations that include the call to the members to implement the constitution, to implement the charter, as well as the issue of reporting. Number two, enhance member states to use their member states of the Pan-African Parliament to use their legislative oversight to call for the implementation, calling on the African Union Commission to continue providing the technical support and capacity building programs to the national member states and their parliaments. Number four, institutionalizing the capacity building program on the African Charter on democracy, elections, and governance, and repeating this program during the plenary sitting of the Pan-African Parliament in order to allow all members of PAP to benefit from these technical presentations and to contribute to the advancing and implementation of the Charter across the continent. Requesting periodic briefings from the African Union Commission on the status of ratification, legislative harmonization, implementation, and periodic reporting to enable the Pan-African Parliament to monitor the progress made by the member states. Sorry. The committee also expressed its appreciation to the Committee of the African Secretariat of African Structure of Peace and Security and Department of Political Affairs, Peace and Security of the African Union Commission and the Bureau or the Office of the Legal Counsel and all the experts participating for their valuable contributions to organize this program, as well as their continuous support from the efforts of the Pan-African Parliament to strengthen democracy and good governance in our continent. And therefore, the Committee on Justice and Human Rights have the honor to recommend the adoption of this report and and the recommendations contained therein in order to enable the Pan-African Parliament and the national parliaments to strengthen the democracy, rule of law, and support of implementing effective implementing of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance to achieve the aspirations of Agenda of 2063. By this one, I come to the end of this presentation of the summary, the executive summary of this report, and I pray or ask your honorable sitting to adopt it. And thank you for your attention. Just let me allow me to mention that I gave the brief of the summary. What is the whole report that has been distributed to you contained all the recommendations, and thank you once again. Thank you. Honorable Sonia, rapporteurs of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights. And after this presentation, which has been submitted on the report on the capacity building of the Pan-African Parliament members, on the ratification and the status of reporting on the African Charter on Democracy and Governance, Elections and Governance. Allow me now to move to the discussion, and I open the floor according to the procedures. And I have before me 19 persons who requested to take the floor. Please take 3 minutes as maximum for your intervention, sir. And I'm starting by Honorable Roger Nkudu, former president of PAP from Cameroon. Honorable, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President. I didn't really understand the methodology to ratify, or is it the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance? In 2015, you may remember that we actually ratified a charter. It was a charter with AGA. This charter seems similar to what we're discussing today. This charter has already entered into force. The provisions of this charter condemns unlawful taking of unconstitutional change of government. And when Niger experienced a coup d'etat, the provisions of this charter was used to sanction them. So I'm not really sure what is the methodology here, what it is that we are about. We need 15 countries for the charter to enter into force. Cameroon was the last country to ratify this. So I'm a little lost as to what we are doing currently. If we can have some explanation. Are we talking about domestication? Because the charter itself was ratified already. Thank you, Honorable President.
Honorable President.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you. Thank you, President Roger. And let me give the floor to Madam Esther Passares from Kenya. Honorable, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I rise to support the report on the ratification, domestication, implementation, and reporting of the African Charter on Democracy, Election, and Governance. The Charter commits our countries to constitutional government, credible elections, human rights, the rule of law, accountable institutions, and the prevention of unconstitutional changes of government. But the figures before us are worrying. 46 member states have to sign the Charter. 39 have ratified it, yet only 2 have submitted implementation reports. Signing it was not enough. Ratification was not enough. The Charter must be reflected in our national laws, institutions, budgets, and daily practice. And if a country does not report, how do we know whether it has done what it promised? Each national delegation should leave this session knowing the position of its own country. Has it ratified the Charter? Has it domesticated it? Which laws needed to be amended? Are the responsible institutions properly funded? Has the government submitted its report? Has the country submitted its report under Article 49? These should not remain workshop questions. They should form part of the regular work of the relevant committees of this Parliament. I propose that the African Union Commission provide the PAP with a simple country-by-country implementation table. It should show who has signed, who has ratified, who has domesticated, who has reported, and where action is still outstanding. That would allow every delegation to return home with a clear responsibility and follow through legislation, budget scrutiny, and parliamentary oversight. Mr. President, democracy is not only about holding elections. It is also about whether institutions are independent, whether citizens can speak and participate freely, whether the court's decisions are respected, and whether women, youth, persons with disability, and marginalized communities have a genuine place in governance. When citizens lose trust in institutions, instability follows. When elections are disputed, when exclusions become normal, and when leaders are not accountable, peace is put at risk. We must therefore treat this report as a practical tool for preventing instability, not simply as another continental instrument kept on our shelves. Let us take it from Addis Ababa to the national parliaments, our laws, our budgets, our institutions. I support the adoption of the report and recommend annual reviews by the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you.
Shukran, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Esther. Abdi Sabatara from Somalia, you have the floor. Honorable Abdi.
Honorable.
The floor to Honorable Danson Mogatana from Kenya. Honorable, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier on, I wanted to take the floor after the former president, just to tell him that it's a report. There should be no confusion. It's a report on the capacity building that our colleagues who participated in that workshop underwent. And it's a good thing to have capacity building workshops, Mr. President, because we are Christians or Muslims, but every day we have to be preached to, every day we have to go to Sunday so that we can remember what we committed ourselves to in terms of our faith. Mr. President, the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance is a very important charter. In our nation, Kenya, we have signed and ratified. So we are amongst the countries that have taken the steps to go further.
Kenya signed the charter on 28th of June on 2008, and we ratified it on the 7th of January 2021. We even deposited the instrument of ratification on the 4th of February 2022. So we are a state party and we are bound to what we committed ourselves to do. But we still continue having challenges, and we need reminders through workshops like this. And so I was very happy to hear that the people have taken time to remind African legislators about what is expected of us, particularly when it comes to election management. Election management, Mr. President, there is always a desire by a sitting government to control who is managing the election so that they can control the results that come out. I wish this charter could go forward and stronger and say that all election commissioners, it must be 50-50, opposition and government. I come from the government side, but I would like the opposition to accept the results if I win. And equally, I would like the opposition to accept the results if they lose, so that we have a peaceful country. And I wish this particular charter would have gone to state this in no uncertain terms, that the election management bodies within Africa, they must be left to be truly independent. Because in many occasions, Mr. President, they are not. Governments which are in power, they want their political parties to inherit election management.
Thank you. Honorable John Bontes Bedri من Rwanda.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me this opportunity. The African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, as one of the African Union's principal legal instruments for promoting democracy, the rule of law, human rights, peace and security, among others, across the continent, is important and necessary for Africa's transformation. But for this to be achieved, we need to build strong institutions that promote these values. And therefore, it's very important that we have independent electoral commissions that would conduct credible and reliable elections. We need to have independent human rights that, ensures that human rights are observed and respected. We also need to have strong security institutions like the police that is disciplined and corrupt-free, as well as the reliable judicial institutions for this to really be of use to our countries. The Charter has also largely contributed to improve the governance, regular elections, and maintaining the rule of law on the continent. And the evidence is there. We have seen that the African Union on very many occasions has taken sanctions against military coup d'etats, and this is very, very key in ensuring that our institutions remain, respect the rule of law. However, despite these achievements, we also know that democracy and regular elections are not absolute solutions. In situations where poverty, unemployment, inequality, poor service delivery to citizens still exist, because more often than not, these are also exploited by politicians for their own benefit. Therefore, we need to deal with these challenges by addressing the root causes if tangible progress has to be made or realized in our quest to build democracy and strong governance institutions. Finally, good governance, respect for the rule of law, and accountability for both leaders and citizens are necessary foundations for sustainable peace. I support the adoption of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Welcome Dalmani, Eswatini.
Not in the chamber, Your Excellency.
Honorable Dr. Kestingi Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I would like to associate myself with the sentiment expressed by the Honorable from Kenya, my lady, that yes, ratification is necessary, but maybe not sufficient. Was it not the intention of the Charter to go beyond ratification to domesticate the Charter so that it becomes part of the laws in our countries? The other thing that I want to point out is the fact that there are still some countries, I think I counted about 19 countries that are still to ratify the Charter. I would like the presenter maybe to clarify whether, because the Charter came into force, would that not mean that the other countries that have not signed are also bound? Are they not bound by the Charter? I think that has to be clear. The other thing also is, I think it's important for us here to know the countries that have not ratified, because it might be that Botswana, where I come from, has not ratified. So if I know, then we could follow and advocate for ratification. So it's necessary without naming and shaming, but just providing the list so that we know. But there are also gaps that I think we need to, institutional gaps. For example, there are weaknesses in terms of enforcement and compliance mechanisms. Because the Charter, we should have had maybe a court or some courts that will make sure that it is enforced. There are no independent monitoring bodies either. And I think, in my view, the Charter is strong on paper, but weak on enforcement and monitoring. It remains aspirational, in my view. It's like having rules in a soccer game without a referee, yellow cards and red cards. This is the situation in which we find ourselves, which, in my view, is not sustainable. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا. Thank you. معالي السوغابا إدموندو أغوا بنين. Absent. Honorable غائب. معالي Honorable Alimatu Bad.
Honorable Alimatu from Benin. Mr. President, honorable colleagues, the most ambitious texts have value only when they change the life of the people. Elections of governance and governance make our commitments reality and our principles reality. Benin has made a choice for quite some time now. In 2007, we ratified it in 2000, and we signed in 2012. This translates our will for good governance and citizen participation. Today, we are called upon to cross a stage, that of the effective domestication of this charter to our national laws, because a charter can only enter into force when it protects citizens, strengthens institutions, and it's in its same light that Benin continues with the strengthening of its institutional architecture. The installation today of the Senate, which is the upper chamber of our parliament, actually illustrates the will of strengthening democracy and the equilibrium of our institutions. Beyond signatures and ratification, history retain that parliamentarians would have transformed their commitments to concrete results for their people. That is why I want you to make in such a that the African Charter on Democracy should not only be a document of reference, but a promise towards all Africans. That is how we are going to be able to construct an Africa which is stronger, just, and more democratic.
Thank you. أدعو معالي النائب جيري ويليام كونسالف سوفا سيشن.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable members, I wish to commend the Pan-African Parliament and all partners involved in the capacity building program on the ratification and reporting obligation relating to the African Charter on Democracy, Election and Governance. The initiative comes at a crucial time when our continent continues to strengthen democratic institutions, promote constitutional government, and enhancing accountability. The Charter remains one of Africa's most important instruments for advancing democratic values, peaceful election, human rights, and the rule of law. The report highlights both progress and challenges. While a growing numbers of member states have ratified the Charter, gaps remain in the ratification, domestication, and the timely submission of implementation reports. These challenges require greater political commitment and sustained parliamentary oversight. As parliamentarians, we have a responsibility to champion the ratification of the Charter where it has not yet been adopted, support its effective implementation, and encourage regular reporting by our respective member states. Throughout legislative oversight and representative function, we can help ensure that the principle of democracy and good governance are translated into tangible benefit for our citizens. Let us therefore renew our collective commitment to the Charter and work together to build a more democratic, peaceful, and prosperous Africa. I thank you.
Merci, honorable. Innocent Sabeo, Bini.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. À la suite de mes collègues.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just like my colleagues, I second this report, and I equally hail the synergy of action that's happened between the CPS, AGA, and the Pan-African Parliament for the organization of this workshop. But, Mr. President, there are shortcomings that we should take into consideration. The first shortcoming is at the level of reporting. As said by my colleague from Kenya, 39 ratification, but only 2 countries have given their endorsement. It's almost like a scandal because without any report, no implementation, no monitoring, no evaluation, and above all, no prevention of crisis, which is not normal. The second shortcoming I've highlighted, there aren't any consequences in the case of non-reporting because the report has mentioned at the level of its item 9 or article 9 that we should submit it at the right time. If we didn't do so, there should be consequences and even an encouragement. The third shortcoming, it's the gray zone at the level of the domestication to our national law. We talk about a lot of ratification signatures, but very few on the domestication of the Charter. So we should have at least measures to be taken with regards to the domestication. So how many countries have reformed the electoral code, their laws for parties, and how many countries have reformed their anti-corruption laws to be in line with the Charter? The fourth shortcoming that I've highlighted is that the civil society is virtually absent, because at the level of Article 4 of the report, we talk about commitment of stakeholders, but no recommendations gives a formal role to the civil society organizations, to the bar association, to women, and not even to the youth. Mr. President, the fifth and last shortcoming that I've highlighted is that there was supposed to be a calendar and an agenda as stipulated on item 14 of the report, and it was said about regular programs. So there should be a deadline so that we should be able to have some provisions. So that's why I wanted to rapidly formulate some recommendations the PAP, in line with the AUC, should publish every 6 months a public dashboard of states which will contain ratification, domestication and transmission of the report of the country, so that we will all know that transparency is just an issue. The second recommendation is that, Mr. President, every national parliament should designate focal points of the charter with mission to follow up the domestication and to seize their government if need be pertaining to this. Honorable Said Mohamed Abdul Salam of Mauritania.
مقدمة التقرير المقررة المحترمة السنية، وأعتقد أن هذا الموضوع من أهم المواضيع التي ينبغي أن يشتغل عليها البرلمان الإفريقي في هذه الإنابة.
Mr. President, sorry. It's true that there are shortcomings for the adoption. It's true that we have shortcomings as it pertains to the ratification in many African countries, but I do not believe that the parliament is limited to the legislative role. The PAP in this slide should have a follow-up and monitoring role, and a role of sensitization, and also a role on the danger that the continent is facing concerning corruption and bad governance and all change of power. Any unconstitutional change of power, be it by coup d'etat or falsification of results or extension of mandates, all create a lot of economic difficulties in the continent. My advice to the parliament is that members should request countries to ratify this charter through sensitization and training workshops towards stakeholders and leaders on the dangers of coup d'etat and the danger of the change of results. This presents shortcomings, and shortcomings cannot help the continent. Our role, in fact, we are the ones representing the continent. Our role is to pressure the African Union and the leaders of this continent and national parliaments through a clear program so that people should know how to
الصحة المشاكل التي تعاني من القارة موجودة.
So people should know about the dangers of all these problems which are facing the continent. And this should be understood to the tune of 90%. If there's good governance, this good governance is linked to democracy and elections. Thank you.
النائب دكتور جيدا بحضوره والتحاقه معنا بعد أداء مهمته.
I warmly welcome the MP for his participation.
أعطي الكلمة مباشرة إلى معالي النائب Honorable.
I give the floor to Honorable Professor Garissa Kata from the DRC. So I would have said without objection, but in line with the importance of the question, I have to take the floor by seconding the report, given that the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, if you want to understand the report, it's a good instrument, a good thermometer to understand the good health of institutions of the African Union. This actually answers the question of Why do states take enough time to ratify treaties? Why do they take much more time to table the instruments related to treaties signed? But equally, why do they not respect the contents of treaties that they have signed themselves? It's on this aspect that I should note the important role of the Pan-African Parliament, or specifically its members that we are, which should play a crucial role. Why? Simply because we are the ones who are in contact on daily basis with our populations. We are equally the ones who are better placed to actually pressurize our respective governments to ratify some treaties for the interest of Africa. In line with this report, as I said, I propose and I believe that our Bureau should regularly urge the continuous capacity building or strengthening of our capacity, so that we should actually promote the African Union. The African Union Commission should henceforth place the African Parliament at its rightful place, so that the cooperation between the different organs should favor the promotion of the African Union. I thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable. Kanasili Litishifield Chabalala, South Africa.
Not in the House.
Honorable Happy More Chidivisa Zimbabwe.
Honorable Happy More Chidivisa Zimbabwe.
Honorable Fama Ba Senegal.
Shukran, Said Rais. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you, Mr. President. May peace be upon you.
So,
Merci.
Thank you very much.
آخر متدخل Honorable Suleiman.
The last speaker is Honorable Sineba Sao from the Gambia.
Your Excellency, I'm withdrawing due to time. Thank you.
شكرا معالي النائب سليمان.
Thank you very much, Honorable Suleiman. I now request Honorable Sunia Agmat to provide answers to all these questions that have been put.
Monsieur le Président,
Honorable President, I have the impression that I wasn't understood. I'd like to point out that in accordance with Article 45, I would like to express my point of view. Mr. President, I was saying that the charter got into force since 2012, and since 2012, sanctions were applied. All military coups from 2012 have been sanctioned. That's the first thing. Secondly, all elections in Africa are supervised by the African Union, which always declares that the election took place very well. Whereas today, we come here and we say 49 have signed and ratified. I believe that once a law has got into force, I believe that just the fact that the law has gotten into force, coup d'etat should be sanctioned. And I'd like to tell you that the first country which ratified this charter was Mali. And if you've seen all the coup d'etats which happened, and on behalf of the charter, this country was sanctioned. So on the other side, we should be objectives at times. The role of the parliament is to ratify international agreements. And to that, someone said that there was a need for a monitoring mechanism which should come from the central organ, as it happens normally, because when there's an election, they make a report that everything went on well. I can't understand why we're saying that today. So today, there are at least the instruments which were easily ratified in Africa. There was this charter because the threshold needed was 15 ratification, and for our AFCFTA, we have AFCFTA where almost all countries sign in 1 month. So I believe that once a law is into force, it's supposed to be binding to everyone. And it wasn't a question I was raising. I was trying to make a clarification because I knew that the charter was already in force. So it's normally binding to the entire African continent. So this is what I wanted to bring as clarification. It wasn't a question.
Rais.
Thank you so much, Honorable President. I would like to thank all the members of the Pan-African Parliament for their valuable interventions that support this report and support the follow-up with the implementation of the charters, of the African Union Charter. And I believe that all of them have affirmed the importance of ratifying and the follow-up. And I would like to comment on the topic of follow-up. And as said by Honorable former President Nkudo, the charter was ratified on the 30th of January 2007 and entered into force, and there are 39 states that have signed and ratified, and we have 16 other states. 10 of them haven't yet ratified it, and six countries that haven't signed nor ratified. And the important aspect of this matter, and I think that all parliamentarians or all MPs are aware of the follow-up, that the role of the of the Parliament is to monitor the implementation by the executive organ and also to follow up and raise awareness to protect those instruments to be to pressure the governments to implement it. So we have two dimensions, and the cornerstone is the awareness and to follow up and monitor. And I think the workshop or the program was very important because it targeted the capacity buildings for the member of parliaments to go back to their country and to follow up on this charter and the level of implementation, whether it is about adopting and ratifying or to educate the communities about it. And I want to say that there are states that signed and ratified the charter but have had military coups. And I think this matter is very important to mention because the monitoring, because the sanctions on the state that signed and ratified, that the state should be sanctioned if they did not commit to the obligations. I can't hear. Should I say the name of the countries that haven't ratified? The names of the countries that haven't ratified? Honorable maybe asked me about the number of the countries that haven't ratified. Perhaps Honorable from Kenya. We have the details, and who wants to have the names? I don't dare to mention the names. So, but anyone who wants to know the countries, it is here, the countries that haven't ratified. I guess all interventions have agreed on the importance of the reporting to the Pan-African Parliament and to enhance the relationship between the African Union Commission and the Pan-African Parliament, to inform it periodically about the countries that are not committed to the obligations, about entrenching and applying this charter. Thank you very much.
شكرا.
Thank you, Honorable Sunia Ahmed from the Sahrawi Republic, the rapporteur of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, for her response to the debates about on this report. And according to the rules of procedures of this Parliament, I now present the report of the capacity building to honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament regarding the on the ratification and state of reporting on the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance to be adopted. So I present this report to be adopted according to the rules and rules of procedure. I would consider this report is adopted, although the interventions and all the debates were aimed at adopting this report. And we now move to the next item, or the fourth item, and I now invite the Madam Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament to present the final resolutions and recommendations of the first ordinary session of the 7th Parliament to be adopted. Madam Clerk, you have the floor.
Il dit qu'il y a un autre rapport qui doit être adopté, celui de l'agriculture sur le thème de l'Union. Il n'avait pas mis. Oui. Le rapport précédent, on n'avait pas adopté. Il était dans le guide.
Oui.
Juste après.
Yes. وقبل أن أعطي الكلمة
Before I give the floor to Madam Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, I also want to present the report that was debated today about the draft model law on critical minerals in Africa and a model law on the food policy in Africa. There is no interpretation in Portuguese.
It's fine.
I would like to repeat. I now present the report that has been debated in the item 2 regarding the AU theme of 2026 of ensuring sustainable water and sanitation, safe sanitation to achieve the objectives of 2063 agenda. And there was also a debate on a draft model law for the critical minerals in Africa and a draft model law for the food policy in Africa. So I now present this report to be adopted according to the rules of procedure of the Parliament. So we now move to adopt the report. Thank you, honorable members. I now give the floor to Madam Clerk to present the final resolutions and recommendations to be adopted before we close this session.
Honorable President, I'll begin by presenting the recommendation, the resolutions of this ordinary session. And I do apologize that the resolutions and recommendations are unnumbered, so I will number them as I progress. Resolution 1 will be the resolution on financial sustainability of the Pan-African Parliament, implementation of Executive Council decisions, and strengthening of the Parliament's institutional capacity. After the preambular clauses of this draft resolution, the operative section reads, now therefore, hereby, 1, reaffirm the mandate of the Pan-African Parliament, reaffirm the central role of the Pan-African Parliament as a parliamentary organ of the African Union, and emphasizes that the effective discharge of its mandate requires adequate, predictable, and sustainable financial resources commensurate with its constitutional responsibilities. 2, on implementation of Executive Council decisions, calls upon the Permanent Representative Committee, through its relevant subcommittee, and the African Union Commission to expedite the implementation of all outstanding Executive Council decisions relating to the Pan-African Parliament, including those concerning the harmonization and restoration of members' allowances and benefits, and the pre-COVID budget allocations of the Parliament. 3, restoration of Parliament's resource capacity. Urges the Executive Council, the Permanent Representative Committee, and the African Union Commission, within their respective mandates, to progressively strengthen the resource envelope of the Pan-African Parliament so that it is commensurate with the institution's approved mandate, program of work, and strategic priorities. 4, review the budget ceiling methodology. Requests the African Union Commission to review the methodology used in determining institutional budget ceilings to ensure that future allocations take into account the statutory obligations, approved work plans, demonstrated performance, and evolving responsibilities of the Pan-African Parliament. 5, strengthening program funding. Calls upon the African Union Commission to ensure that future budget allocations provide adequate program funding for the permanent committees, parliamentary caucuses, and other statutory structures of the Pan-African Parliament to enable them to effectively implement their approved activities. 6, results-based budgeting and performance management. Encourages the Secretariat to continue strengthening program-based, results-based budgeting by linking financial resources to measurable outputs, outcomes, and institutional impact, consistent with the African Union's results-based management framework. 7, resource mobilization strategy. Mandates the Bureau, working in collaboration with the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs and the Secretariat, to develop and implement a comprehensive resource mobilization strategy aimed at enhancing the long-term financial sustainability of the Pan-African Parliament in full compliance with the financial rules and regulations of the African Union. 8, institutional engagement. Mandates the President of the Pan-African Parliament, supported by the Bureau and Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs, to continue engaging the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, the Permanent Representative Council, the Executive Council, the Committee of 15 Ministers of Finance, F15, and other policy organs on matters relating to the financing and institutional strengthening of the Pan-African Parliament. 9, on monitoring and reporting, requests the Bureau and the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs to report to the plenary at each ordinary session on the progress made in implementing this resolution and on the developments relating to the financing of the Pan-African Parliament. 10, on transmission, requests the President of the Pan-African Parliament to transmit this resolution to the Assembly of the African Union, the Executive Council, the Permanent Representative Committee, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, the PRC Subcommittee on General Supervision, Coordination on Budgetary, Financial, and Administrative Matters, the Committee of 15 Ministers of Finance, F15, all African Union member states, other relevant African Union organs for information and appropriate action, adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. Submit.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I now to present this resolution regarding the financial sustainability of the Pan-African Parliament and to implement the decisions of the Executive Council and to enhance the institutional capability of the Parliament to be adopted. Thank you. The second resolution.
Resolution is on strengthening health security and sovereignty in Africa. After the preambular clauses, the Parliament now hereby resolves to, 1, now hereby resolves to, 1, promote the Africa Health Security Sovereignty agenda and its 5 pillars as the continental framework for public health preparedness, prevention, response, and recovery, and commend the Africa CDC for its continuing continental leadership. 2, call upon all member states of the African Union to accelerate the domestication of Africa CDC continental frameworks into national law, in particular those relating to biosafety, biosecurity, national public health institutions, legal preparedness for public health emergencies, data governance and sharing, local manufacturing of health products, infection prevention and control, and cross-border health cooperation. 3, advocate for implementation of the Abuja Declaration commitment to allocate at least 15% of national budgets to the health sector and call upon the member states to enact statutory contingency funds. 4, support the ratification and domestication of the continental data governance architecture, including the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, Malabo Convention 2014, and AU Data Policy Framework 2022. 6, encourage member states to accelerate the ratification and domestication of the treaty establishing the African Medicines Agency, AMA, and the AU Model Law on Medical Products Regulation with a view to strengthening regulatory sovereignty across the continent. 7, request the Africa CDC to provide continuing technical support and capacity building to the Pan-African Parliament and to national parliaments on pandemic preparedness and intervention. And 8, foster collaboration between the Pan-African Parliament and Africa CDC through a memorandum of understanding which determines the framework for cooperation through the Committee on Health and Social Affairs, adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
أنا انتهيت.
شكرا.
Thank you. I also present this resolution regarding the enhancing of the health and security and sovereignty, presented by Madam Clerk, to be adopted by the honorable members of the Parliament. I now call upon Madam Clerk to present the third resolution.
Honorable President, Resolution 3 is the resolution on the promotion of the African Union Operational Guidance Note on oversight and accountability in the security sector reforms. After preambular clauses, the operative resolution reads as follows. Now hereby resolves to, 1, endorse the AU Policy Framework on Security Sector Reform, SSR, the AU Operational Guidance Note, OGN, on training on SSR and AU OGN on gender and SSR, and the AU ONG on oversight and accountability of the security sector, established to guide member states towards strengthening accountability and effectiveness of national security frameworks. 2, affirm the Pan-African Parliament's commitment to support member states in the strengthening of democratic accountability processes towards guaranteeing good governance, and to empower member states of the Pan-African Parliament to conduct SSR assessments and reviews within their respective member states with a view to improve SSR strategies. 3, encourage members of the Pan-African Parliament and regional parliaments to proactively undertake engagements to support the awareness and implementation of the AU policy framework on SSR, the AU OGN on training on SSR, the AU OGN on gender and SSR, and the AU OGN on oversight and accountability of the security sector within their respective states. 4, urge members of the Pan-African Parliament to encourage their domestic parliaments to review their security sector legislation against AU policy frameworks and OGNs on SSR, and to make all necessary amendments to their legislation towards guaranteeing alignment, specifically but not limited to ensuring robust and credible oversight and accountability of the security sector. 5, urge members of the Pan-African Parliament to engage the development of legal frameworks for non-state security actors at the domestic level, which include adherence to principles of human rights oversight and accountability. 6, urge members of the Pan-African Parliament to encourage their national treasuries to provide regular financial reports on all security sector agencies as a means of strengthening oversight and accountability within the sector. 7, urge member states implementing SSR to be guided by principles of African solidarity, national ownership, gender-based practices, and recognition of traditional security institutions in SSR processes, as well as principles of democratic control, oversight, transparency, inclusion, public participation, accountability, effective communication, and respect for human rights as prescribed in the AU SSR policy documents. 8, encourage all relevant organs of the African Union, AU, to promote the values of the AU policy framework on SSR and its accompanying OGNs, and use them to promote all matters related to SSR in Africa. 9, develop a model standard operating procedure for parliaments that would serve as a parliamentary tool to guide parliamentarians in supporting domestic awareness and implementation of AU SSR frameworks. 10, disseminate AU policy framework on SSR and its OGNs to all member states, adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
شكرا.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I now present the resolution regarding the operational note of the African Union regarding the accountability and the reforms in the security sector. I present this report as presented by Madam Clerk to be adopted by the honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament. I once again call upon Madam Clerk to present the 4th resolution.
Fourth resolution is a resolution on the development of a model law on African traditional medicine and the protection of local knowledge. After a preambular clauses, the operative section reads as follows. Now, therefore, resolves to 1, urge African Union member states to strengthen maternal and neonatal health systems by increasing domestic investment in primary health care, expanding access to quality antenatal delivery, emergency obstetrics, and newborn services, strengthening the health workforce, and ensuring continuous availability of essential medicines, vaccines, diagnostics, and medical commodities, particularly in undeserved rural communities. 2, call upon member states to strengthen legal and policy frameworks that support the safe, evidence-based development, regulation, and integration of traditional medicine into national health systems, including the accreditation of traditional health practitioners, quality assurance of traditional medicines, protection of indigenous knowledge systems, and strengthened collaboration between conventional and traditional healthcare providers in improving maternal and neonatal health outcomes. 3, encourage member states, the Africa Center for Disease Control and Prevention, Africa CDC, research institutions and development partners to promote scientific research, innovation, and local production of validated traditional medicines, while strengthening community-based health systems that integrate the contributions of community health workers, skilled birth attendants, and appropriately trained traditional practitioners to improve maternal and newborn care. 4, mandate the Permanent Committee on Health, Labor, and Social Affairs to continue its parliamentary oversight, advocacy, and engagement with member states, regional economic communities, and Africa CDC and relevant stakeholders to advance policies and programs aimed at reducing maternal and neonatal mortality across all regions of Africa, and to report periodically to the Pan-African Parliament on progress achieved. 5, further mandate the Permanent Committee on Health, Labor, Social Affairs, in collaboration with the relevant African Union organs and other partners, to facilitate the development of a Pan-African Parliament model law on traditional medicines and protection of local knowledge, to guide member states in establishing harmonized legal and regulatory frameworks for the development, regulation, protection, and evidence-based integration of traditional medicine into national health systems consistent with continental and international standards. 6, welcome the support and collaboration of the Africa CDC and other stakeholders to enable the Permanent Committee on Health, Labor, and Social Affairs to develop the model law on traditional medicine protection of local knowledge, adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
شكرا.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I now present the resolution on drafting a model law for African traditional medicine and protecting the local knowledge, as presented by Madam Clerk, to be adopted by honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament. Madam Clerk, the next resolution and the last one.
5 is the resolution on the proposal for development of a model law on critical minerals in Africa. The operative clauses of this draft resolution read as follows. Now, therefore, hereby resolves to: 1, adopt the report tabled jointly in the plenary by the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment, and the Committee on Transport, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology. 2, approve the proposal to develop a model law on critical minerals in Africa by the Pan-African Parliament, with a view to providing member states with a harmonized legislative framework to strengthen mineral governance, promote policy coherence, and support the sustainable management of Africa's critical mineral resources. 3, mandate the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment, and the Committee on Transport, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology to lead the development of the model law on critical minerals through consultations with relevant partners and stakeholders in the execution of this project. 4, direct that the proposed model law on critical minerals in Africa should reflect the need to promote local beneficiation, value addition and industrialization, responsible investment, environmental sustainability, community participation, and equitable benefit sharing, transparency, accountability, and responsible investment, as well as regional cooperation in the management and use of critical minerals towards the realization of the Africa Mining Vision, the African Green Mineral Strategy, Agenda 2063, and the objectives of the African Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA. 5, direct also the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment, and the Committee on Transport, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology, while developing the model law on critical minerals in Africa, to ensure its legal and policy coherence with other PAP model laws, particularly sustainable soil management in Africa. 6, commend the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment, and the Committee on Transport, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology for their fruitful deliberations with partners, including the African Minerals Development Center, AMDC, the Open Society Foundations, and the Alliance for Food Security in Africa, AFSA, whose joint sitting on the margins of the first ordinary session of the 7th Legislature of the PAP resulted in the proposal for the development of a model law on critical minerals in Africa. 7, express gratitude to the African Minerals Development Center, AMDC, the Open Society Foundation, OSF, and the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, AFSA, for their continuous support to the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment, and the Committee on Transport, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology towards the realization of their respective mandates and objectives, including formulation of the proposed model law on critical minerals in Africa, adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
Shukran.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I now present the resolution to be adopted by the honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament. Madam Clerk, please present the next resolution. The resolution number 6 is
on the ratification, domestication, and accountability of the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. Operative clauses. Now, therefore, hereby resolves to 1, advocate for the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls in accordance with the Continental Ratification Roadmap in order to facilitate its timely entry into force. 2, request the Women's Caucus to submit periodic progress reports to the Pan-African Parliament on ratification progress, domestication efforts, implementation challenges, partnerships established, accountability mechanisms, lessons learned, and emerging priorities. 3, urge the Women's Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament, working in close collaboration with the African Union Commission, UNFPA, regional economic communities, and other strategic partners to develop and coordinate the implementation of a continental parliamentary engagement strategy that complements the AU Continental Roadmap for the signature, ratification, domestication, and implementation of the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, AU CIVAWOC, with a view to strengthening the capacity of national parliaments to advance ratification, legislative harmonization, parliamentary oversight, parliamentary diplomacy, peer learning, and strategic partnerships in support of the convention. 4, also urge the Women's Caucus to convene periodic high-level parliamentary and multi-stakeholder dialogues to review progress in the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the convention, promote peer learning, and identify emerging priorities for continental action. 5, encourage sustained collaboration between the Pan-African Parliament, the African Union Commission, the UNFPA, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, national human rights institutions, regional economic communities, women's rights organizations, academia, development partners, philanthropic organizations, and the private sector to strengthen implementation, monitoring, innovation, evidence generation, and resource mobilization in the support of the convention. 6, encourage the Women's Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament to provide continental parliamentary leadership by coordinating advocacy, parliamentary diplomacy, legislative support, capacity building, partnership development, resource mobilization, knowledge sharing, and monitoring towards the ratification, domestication, implementation, and accountability of the convention. 7, urge the Women's Caucus, together with strategic partners, to establish a continental knowledge sharing and peer learning platform to facilitate exchange of parliamentary good practices, legislative innovations, accountability tools, and lessons learned in implementing the convention. 8, work with the African Union Commission, concerned civil society organizations, and other interested partners to ensure in the domestication and implementation of the AU Convention, the preservation of women's rights and gender standards, as well as progress that has been achieved under the existing human rights treaties, such as the Maputo Protocol, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and the PAP Model Law on Gender Equality and Equity. 9, commend the Women's Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament and the African Union Commission and the UNFPA for the successful organization of the high-level parliamentary dialogue on the ratification, domestication, and accountability of the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
Thank you. أعرض مشروع التوصيات التي عرضتها السيدة الأمينة العامة للاعتماد.
Thank you very much. I would present the resolution that had been read by the respectful clerk for adoption by the members. Respectful clerk, the next resolution will be
it will be Resolution 7 on the ratification and state reporting on the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, ACDEC. The operative resolution reads, now therefore resolves to, 1, adopt the report of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights on the capacity building of the Pan-African parliamentarians on the ratification and state of reporting of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, together with the recommendations contained therein. 2, advocate through its members for the signature, ratification and domestication and effective implementation of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance within their respective member states. 3, mandate each member of the Pan-African Parliament to utilize their legislative oversight, representative and budgetary powers to promote the compliance with the Charter and its principles within their respective national parliaments. 4, strengthen parliamentary oversight of the implementation of the Charter, including monitoring of compliance by member states with their state reporting obligations under Article 49 of the Charter. 5, promote public awareness and stakeholder engagement on the objectives, principles, benefits of the Charter, including civic education on democratic governance and inclusive political participation. 6, encourage the exchange of experiences and best practices amongst African parliaments in advancing democratic governance, constitutionalism, and rule of law, and the rule of law. 7, institutionalize regular capacity building programs on the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, and other African Union shared values instruments for members of the Pan-African Parliament. 8, mandate the Committee on Justice and Human Rights and other relevant permanent committees to integrate the monitoring of the implementation of the Charter into their annual work programs and to report thereon to the plenary. 9, also strengthen collaboration with national parliaments, the African Union Commission, the AGA-APSA Secretariat, the regional economic communities and other strategic partners in promoting the objectives of the Charter. 10, promote also parliamentary diplomacy, peer engagement, and advocacy initiatives in support of the member states in implementing the Charter. 11, request the African Union Commission to submit periodic updates on the status of ratification, domestication, implementation, and state reporting under the Charter for consideration by the relevant permanent committees. 12, also request that the capacity building program be replicated during a plenary sitting of the Pan-African Parliament so as to enable members to benefit from the discussions and to contribute to advancing implementation of the Charter across the continent. 13, express its sincere appreciation to the African governance architecture, the African Peace and Security Architecture, AGA-APSA Secretariat, the Department of Political Affairs, the Peace and Security Council of the African Union Commission, the Office of the Legal Counsel of the African Union, the resource persons and all participants for their valuable contributions towards the successful organization of the capacity building program, adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
Shukran.
Thank you. Thank you. I would present this resolution has been read by Madam Clerk for adoption by the members of the Parliament. Thank you. We go to the next resolution.
Honorable President, Resolution 8 is the resolution on the promotion of the African Union's operational guidance note on oversight and accountability in the security sector reforms. Oh, we've done this. Apologies. So resolution 8 will be resolution on the report and participation of the PAP delegation at the 70th session of the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women. Resolution 8, yes. Reads as follows. Now, therefore, hereby resolves, 1, adopt the Pan-African Parliament Women's Caucus report on the participation of the PAP delegation at CSW 70 through their engagement in high-level policy dialogues, parliamentary engagements, bilateral consultations, thematic sessions, and strategic partnership meetings held from 9 to 20 March 2026 in New York, United States of America. 2, affirm the Pan-African Parliament's commitment to promoting gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls on the continent, particularly through parliamentary diplomacy and institutional cooperation with member states, regional economic communities, and the African Union Commission, the African Union Development Agency's new Partnership for Development, AUDA NEPAD, the African Women's Leadership Network, the United Nations, development partners, and international parliamentary institutions. 3, mobilize national parliaments for the use of parliamentary oversight mechanisms to monitor and guarantee member states' ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Convention on the AUCEVAWG, the Maputo Protocol, and other continental gender instruments. 4, develop a continental framework or program on women's public parliamentary leadership in collaboration with the AU NEPAD and relevant AU organs, and promote institutionalized mentorship, leadership development, intergenerational exchange programs for women in politics and public leadership. 5, call upon the African Union member states to intensify efforts to ratify, domesticate, and implement relevant continental gender equality instruments towards guaranteeing more inclusive societies, and to use the PAP model laws as a practical tool to align national legislation with their continental commitments. 6, encourage member states in their national gender strategies to strongly consider the need to inter alia identify emerging policy priorities, strengthen institutional resource mobilization, and women's leadership in justice and governance, enhance gender inclusive parliamentary action and oversight, strengthen education, capacity building, intergenerational leadership, leverage on digital innovation and technology, and strengthen domestic and international partnerships and cross-sector collaboration to sustain women's public and parliamentary participation. 7, commend the work of the PAP Women's Caucus in representing the Pan-African Parliament and advancing Africa's parliamentary perspectives on gender equality and empowerment of women and girls during the 70th session of the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women, CSW 70, held in United Nations headquarters in New York, United States of America, from the 9th to the 20th March 2026, under the theme, the acceleration of the achievement of gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls by addressing structural and systemic barriers through the strengthened financing institutions and innovations, adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
شكرا سيد.
Thank you, respectful Madam Clerk. I would like to present this report for the honorable members to adopt. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we go to next resolution.
Honorable President, Resolution 9 is the resolution on the proposed development of a model law on African food policy. Now, therefore, hereby resolves to, 1, adopt the report of the joint sitting of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment, and the Committee on Transport, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology on the proposed development of a model law on African food policy as tabled in plenary. 2, approve the proposal to develop a model law on African food policy to provide member states with a harmonized legislative framework for the governance of food systems. 3, mandate the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment to lead the formulation of a model law on African food policy and to present a legal and policy framework paper to the plenary prior to the preparation of the draft model law. 4, direct the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment while developing the model law on African food policy to ensure that its legal and policy coherence with other PAP model laws, particularly the model law on food and nutrition security. 5, also direct the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment to initiate activities to promote sustainable and resilient food systems, policy coherence across the agriculture, nutrition, health, and environmental sectors, and the protection of indigenous food systems and biodiversity support for smallholder farmers, women and youth, climate-smart agriculture, and food resilience, intra-African agricultural trade, and regional food markets, food safety, nutrition and consumer protection, and inclusive stakeholder participation throughout the drafting process. 6, mandate the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment to undertake broad regional consultations in the preparation of the draft model law involving member states, regional economic communities, research institutions, farmers organizations, civil society organizations, and other relevant stakeholders. 7, requests the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament to conclude the proposed Memorandum of Understanding between the Pan-African Parliament and the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, to continue the collaboration with AFSA and other strategic partners in the preparation of the draft model law. 8, further mandate the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment to report on progress made in the formulation of the model law on African food policy at each ordinary session of the plenary. 9, mandates each national delegation to the Pan-African Parliament to advocate within their respective parliaments for coherent food systems, legislation, and for the eventual domestication and use of the model law on African food policy, and report back to the plenary on the initiatives undertaken. 10, reaffirm the role of the Pan-African Parliament in facilitating the adoption of African Union policies, objectives, and programs, and in overseeing their effective implementation by AU organs and member states, and its commitment to advancing legislative frameworks that strengthen food security, nutrition, and sustainable development in support of the aspirations of Agenda 2063. And 10, express its gratitude to the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, AFSA, and to all stakeholders for their valuable technical contributions to the deliberations of the joint sitting, adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026.
شكرا.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now I would present this resolution for the honorable members for adoption.
سيدة الأمينة.
President, resolution number 10 is the resolution urging the Republic of South Africa to strengthen measures to prevent the elimination of xenophobic and Afrophobic violence against African nationals residing within its territory. The operative clauses read as follows. Now, therefore, hereby resolves to, 1, strongly condemn all forms of xenophobic and Afrophobic violence, hate speech, incitement, intimidation, looting, destruction of property, and discrimination directed against nationals of other African Union member states residing in South Africa. 2, establish and deploy a parliamentary fact-finding and monitoring mechanism to assess the scale, causes, and consequences of the recent xenophobic and Afrophobic attacks in South Africa, and to submit recommendations for consideration by the plenary at the next ordinary session. 3, collaborates with the African Union Commission and other relevant African Union institutions to support South Africa and other member states in developing a continental framework for the prevention of xenophobia, Afrophobia, hate crimes, and discrimination against Africans and other African nationals. 4, mandates the relevant committees of the Pan-African Parliament, particularly those responsible for justice and human rights, cooperation, international relations, conflict resolution, as well as gender, family, youth, persons with disability, to jointly undertake periodic oversight engagements with the government of South Africa and submit reports on progress made. 5, encourages the establishment of an annual Pan-African social cohesion forum hosted in South Africa to promote dialogue, intercultural understanding, youth engagement, and ideals of African unity, adopted in Midrand, South Africa on the 30th of July 2026. I submit.
شكرا سيد.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I present this resolution for the House, for the members to adopt.
تقرير الموالي سيدة الأمينة العامة.
Next resolution, please.
That was the last resolution. I would like to move to the recommendations. The first recommendation is a recommendation on the implementation of the AfCFTA Guided Trade Initiative by the Republic of Ghana and the advocacy for the ratification of the AU Protocol on free movement of persons and engagement with the AFCFTA Secretariat. The recommendations read as follows. Now, therefore, hereby recommends, 1, to the Republic of Ghana to, 1, sustain progress in implementing the AFCFTA Guided Trade Initiative, including the establishment of all AFCFTA instruments, the successful export transactions of 114 small and medium enterprises since October 2022, the strengthening of public-private partnerships, and its long-standing visa policies for African nationals. 2, to continue and deepen collaboration between the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, the Ghana Export Promotion Authority, and the Ghana Union of Traders Association and other business associations to ensure consultations reach traders directly. 3, to pass and strictly enforce retail laws that protect indigenous businesses whilst enhancing regional trade. 4, to fast-track the ratification and domestication of the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Community relating to free movement of persons, right of residence, right of establishment as a complementary step to deepening regional trade integration. Second recommendation, to the governments of the Republic of Ghana and the Republic of Togo. Okay, thank you. To the governments of the Republic of Ghana and the Republic of Togo. To, 1, urgently equipped the Noyepe Akanu one-stop border post so as to facilitate its effective and efficient functioning. Recommendation 3, to the African Union Commission, AUC, to, 1, undertake deeper consultations with African traders and business associations in order to fully grasp the challenges hindering the success of the AFCFTA. 2, to prioritize and implement infrastructure projects and promote the modernization of ports, roads, and railways to facilitate the movement of goods and increase connectivity with landlocked countries across the continent. 3, ensure that trade and immigration policies support sustainable development across the continent in recognizing the crucial link between trade and free movement. 4, provide clear policy direction on the barriers threatening the competitiveness of the African traders under the AFCFTA, including high tariffs and the high cost of credit in member states as requested by the traders engaged during the mission. Recommendation 4, to the AFCFTA Secretariat. To, 1, identify priority products, the value chains for the harmonization of standards across Africa as an essential step towards unlocking the full trade and industrialization potential of the AFCFTA. 2, to work with AU member states towards harmonized standards within the member states, mutual recognition of certifications, customs cooperation, and simplified border procedures to enhance the free movement of goods and persons across Africa. 3, convene jointly with the Pan-African Parliament a continental conference for African chambers of commerce and business associations. Recommendation 5, to the regional economic communities, in particular the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, to 1, review the challenges obtaining within their respective sub-regions in order to identify and resolve issues impeding free continental trade. 6, recommendation 6, to other African Union member states to 1, consider the approach adopted by the Republic of Ghana as a reference point in advancing AFCFTA implementation through the establishment of complete AFCFTA instruments, institutional support to exporting small and medium enterprises, and meaningful engagement with the private sector. 2, address urgently the inadequate infrastructure across the continent, which hampers the operationalization of the AFCFTA. 3, invest in standards, certification, accreditation, and mutual recognition systems. 4, establish, or where applicable, strengthen one-stop border posts through digital systems, reliable utilities, data sharing, adequate staffing, and user-friendly services. 5, place women, youth, informal traders, and small and medium enterprises at the center of AFCFTA awareness and border reform. 6, utilize the Pan-African Parliament model law on labor migration in Africa as a legislative guide for safe and rights-based labor mobility and the ratification of domestication of the Protocol on Free Movement of Persons and other AFCFTA-related legal instruments by member states who have not yet done so. 7, allocate adequate financial resources for the effective functioning and operations of one-stop border posts, adopted in Midrand, Republic of South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
شكرا سيد الأمين.
Thank you, Clark. And now I'd like to submit these recommendations for approval by the members of the Parliament.
سيد الأمين العامة.
Honorable Clark, the report is about the next report.
Board President, recommendation number 2 is a recommendation on assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. The operative section reads as follows: now, therefore, hereby recommend to 1, member states to strengthen legislative and policy frameworks to promote sustainable water resource management and safe sanitation systems. 2, to increase and sustain budgetary allocations whilst mobilizing innovative financing mechanisms for water and sanitation infrastructure. 3, exchange best practices and innovative approaches to water and sanitation management. 4, reinforce cooperation and ensure the sustainable management of transboundary water resources. 5, prioritize the importance of inclusive, gender responsive, and youth-sensitive investments in water and sanitation infrastructure. 6, mainstream the AU theme of the year 2026 through effective legislative enactment and reforms, budget approval, parliamentary advocacy. 7, enhance oversight, accountability, and evidence-based policy making to ensure effective implementation of commitments on water and sanitation. 8, use reliable data and collaborate with civil society organizations and research institutions to strengthen planning, monitoring, and accountability. Recommendation to African Union institutions and other stakeholders. 1, engage the relevant permanent committee of the Pan-African Parliament to advance the implementation of the AU theme of the year 2026. 2, hold periodic engagements on the African Water Vision 2063 and relevant AU policies on sustainable water and sanitation, and to apply these frameworks consistently as guiding instruments for the institutional planning, coordination, and implementation. 3, foster partnerships amongst the governments and regional institutions to advance the AU theme of the year 2026. And 4, encourage collaboration to strengthen evidence-based policy making and accountability. Adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
شكرا سيد الأمين العام.
Thank you, Clerk, for the presentation. Now it is open for adoption by the members of the Parliament. The next report, Clerk, you have the floor.
Honorable President, recommendation number 3 is the recommendation on ratification and state of reporting on the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, ACDEC. Now, therefore, recommends first recommendation is addressed to African member states to 1, accelerate the signature, ratification, domestication of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance by those states that have not yet become parties to the Charter. 2, strengthen legislative policy institutional frameworks to support the effective implementation of the Charter and ensure that national legislation is aligned with its principles and obligations. 3, allocate adequate financial, human, and technical resources for the implementation of the Charter. 4, ensure the timely preparation and submission of state reports in accordance with Article 49 of the Charter, and participate actively in continental reporting and peer learning mechanisms. And 5, prevent unconstitutional changes of government, including through targeted measures aimed at strengthening democratic institutions, civic participation, and respect for the rule of law in accordance with the Charter. Recommendation number 2 is to the African Union Commission. 1, continue providing technical assistance and capacity building programs to member states and national parliaments on the implementation of the Charter. 2, to develop and disseminate practical guidance materials, advocacy tools, and technical tools to support parliamentarians in promoting the Charter. 3, facilitate regular peer review, peer learning, and experience sharing platforms amongst member states, regional economic communities, and national parliaments. 4, strengthen collaboration with the Pan-African Parliament in monitoring and implementation of the Charter, and regularly provide updated information on the status of ratification, domestication, and implementation, and state reporting by member states. And 5, advance the ongoing initiative to harmonize and streamline state reporting processes under the African governance architecture so as to reduce the administrative burden on member states, eliminate duplication, and improve compliance with monitoring obligations, adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
شكرا سيد
Thank you, Honorable Clerk. The report is also for adoption by the honorable members of the Parliament.
التقرير المولي.
The next item, please, Honorable Clerk.
Honorable President, recommendation number 4 is a recommendation on strengthening continental momentum towards ending child marriage, eliminating gender-based violence, and advancing girls' education in Africa. The recommendation is addressed to member states, and it reads as follows. Now, therefore, hereby recommends to the member states to, 1, strengthen and harmonize national legislation on protection of the child, to align them with African Union legal and policy frameworks protecting the rights of girls and women. 2, increase national budget allocations for girls' education, ensuring adequate provision for infrastructure, school safety, teacher training, and gender-responsive programs. 3, promote partnerships with the Organization of African First Ladies against HIV/AIDS, or LAD, traditional leaders, religious authorities, civil society, and communities to address harmful social norms fueling child marriage. 4, enhance evidence-based policy making by strengthening data collection, monitoring systems, and the use of AU-CFA's continental dashboard. 5, deepen PAP involvement in the #Africa Educates Her campaign through legislative reforms, oversight activities, and coordinated parliamentary action across member states. 6, support reintegration programs for adolescent mothers and girls affected by conflict, displacement, or disability. And 7, expand advocacy and communication strategies to raise awareness on the importance of girls' education and to counteract gender-based discrimination. Adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
Thank you, Clerk. The report recommendations is open for adoption by members of the Parliament.
التقرير المولي السيد الأمين.
The next item, please, Clerk.
Honorable President, recommendation number 5 is a recommendation on the AU operational guidance notes, OGNS, on oversight and accountability in the security sector reform. The Parliament now hereby resolves: 1, request all members of the Pan-African Parliament to disseminate AU policy framework on security sector reform and its operational guidance notes, OGNs, to all member states. 2, encourage all relevant organs of the AU to promote the values of the AU policy framework on security sector reform and its accompanying operational guidance notes, OGN, and to use them to promote all matters related to security sector reform in Africa. And 3, call upon the AU member states to review their security legislation against AU policy framework on security sector reform and its accompanying operational guidance notes, OGN, and to make all necessary amendments to their legislation to promote alignment, specifically, but not limited to, ensuring robust and credible oversight and accountability of the security sector, adopted in Midrand the 30th of July 2026. I submit.
شكرا السيد الأمين العام.
Thank you, Clerk. The report recommendations also for adoption by honorable members of the Parliament. The next item, please. Clerk, you have the floor.
Okay. Honorable President, I now present the last recommendation. It's a recommendation urging the Republic of South Africa to strengthen measures to prevent and eliminate xenophobic and Afrophobic violence against African nationals residing within its territory. After a preambular section, the Parliament now therefore hereby recommends recommendation 1 to the Republic of South Africa. 1, urges the government of the Republic of South Africa to intensify all necessary legislative, administrative, policing, and community-based measures to prevent and eliminate xenophobic and Afrophobic violence and discrimination against nationals of other African Union member states. 2, calls upon the government of South Africa to ensure that all perpetrators of xenophobic and Afrophobic violence, incitement, hate speech, looting, destruction of property, and related criminal acts are investigated, prosecuted, and punished in accordance with the law without fear or favor. 3, urges the Republic of South Africa to conduct public education and awareness campaigns on Pan-Africanism, social cohesion, peaceful coexistence, tolerance, and respect for the dignity of all African peoples residing within South Africa, while actively countering misinformation and migrant scapegoating narratives. 4, ensure the timely preparation and submission of state reports in accordance with Article 49 of the Charter and participate actively in continental reporting and peer learning mechanisms. 5, calls for strengthened early warning and rapid response mechanisms involving national, provincial, and local authorities to identify and de-escalate tensions before they result in violence. 6, encourages closer collaboration between the government of South Africa, African diplomatic missions, civil society organizations, religious institutions, traditional leaders, educational institutions, the media, youth organizations, and business associations to promote dialogue and peaceful coexistence and to reject inflammatory rhetoric capable of inciting hatred against foreign nationals. 7, requests improved protection and support services for victims of xenophobic and Afrophobic violence, including emergency assistance, legal aid, medical aid, psychosocial support, and access to justice. 7, calls upon the government of South Africa to strengthen implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area by ratifying the protocol on free movement of persons to ensure that traders, entrepreneurs, professionals, students, workers from across Africa are able to conduct their lawful activities in a safe and secure environment. The second recommendation is directed to member states, calls upon member states of the African Union to continue cooperating with South Africa in addressing migration challenges through lawful migration systems, labor cooperation, border management, intelligence sharing, and joint efforts against organized crime and human trafficking, while fully respecting the human rights and dignity of migrants, adopted in Midrand, South Africa on the 30th July 2026. I submit.
شكرا
Thank you, Clerk. The recommendations are for adoption. Open for my colleagues, members of the Pan-African Parliament, for adoption. Thank you. If there is any other item for Clerk, do you have anything to add?
Honorable President, this brings to an end the list of resolutions and recommendations of the first ordinary session of the 7th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. معالي زميلاتي زملائي، ها نحن نصل إلى البند الأخير وهو الحفل الختامي الرسمي.
Thank you. We have come to the end of the consideration of recommendations and resolutions, and we are now at the end of our session. We will proceed with the closing ceremony of the session. I would therefore like to invite the clerk of the Pan-African Parliament to read the recommendation on the Sudan. It seems this one has been forgotten. We have a recommendation on the Sudan.
Honorable President, I wish to apologize that two more recommendations that have just been handed to me. The first one is a recommendation, which will now be recommendation number 7. Recommendation on the outcomes of the high-level parliamentary dialogue on the ratification, domestication, and accountability of the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. This resolution recommends as follows: to member states, it is recommended, 1, urgently sign and ratify the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls in accordance with the Continental Ratification Roadmap in order to facilitate its timely entry into force. 2, allocate adequate and sustainable financial, technical, human resources to implement the convention, strengthen prevention programs, and provide survivor-centered services, including access to justice, healthcare, psychosocial support, and economic empowerment. Recommendation number 2 is to national and regional parliaments. 1, review, enact, and harmonize national legislation, policies, and institutional frameworks to ensure full compliance with the Convention. 2, use the Pan-African Parliament Model Law on Gender Equality and Equity as a practical legislative tool to support domestication efforts. 3, reaffirm the central role of parliamentarians in championing the Convention through parliamentary diplomacy, legislative advocacy, constituency engagement, and sustained political leadership. 4, urge their parliamentary committees to strengthen oversight of the executive implementation through regular reporting, committee inquiries, gender-responsive budgeting, public hearings, and monitoring of national commitments under the Convention. 5, support the establishment of a parliamentary community of practice under the auspices of the Pan-African Parliament Women's Caucus to facilitate peer learning, legislative exchange, technical cooperation, and dissemination of good practices amongst African parliaments. 6, endorse the establishment of a continental parliamentary and multi-stakeholder advocacy platform led by the Women's Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament in collaboration with the African Union Commission, United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the regional economic communities, national human rights institutions, civil society, feminist movements, academia, development partners, and the private sector to accelerate the signature, ratification, domestication, and implementation and accountability of the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. Recommendation 3 is directed to the African Union institutions. 1, establish a multi-stakeholder continental accountability platform, bringing together parliaments, African Union institutions, regional economic communities, national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, women's movements, academia, development partners, to strengthen monitoring, knowledge sharing, advocacy, and coordinated implementation of the Convention. 2, strengthen collaboration between the Pan-African Parliament, the African Union Commission, AUDA NEPAD, regional economic communities, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, African Women Leaders Network, UN agencies, national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, traditional and religious leaders, youth organizations, academia, and the private sector. Recommendation number 4 is addressed to other stakeholders, including civil society, national statistical institutions, academia, and research institutions. 1, strengthen the collection, analysis, utilization of sex, age, disability, disaggregated data to inform legislation, policy, and programming. 2, recognize that women's leadership and equal participation in political, economic, and public life are essential to preventing violence against women and girls and advancing inclusive governance and sustainable development. 3, encourage the meaningful participation of young women and men as champions for gender equality, positive social norms, and prevention of violence against women and girls. 4, urge the Women's Caucus, working with the Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities and relevant partners to promote the Pan-African Parliament Model Law on Gender Equality and Equity as a practical legislative framework to support member states in harmonizing national laws with the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls and other continental gender equality instruments. And 5, call upon the African Union, member states, development partners, philanthropic organizations, international financial institutions, and the private sector to support implementation of the convention through sustainable funding, technical assistance, innovation, and strategic partnerships. Adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
شكرا. Thank you. شكرا.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for presenting the last group of recommendations with regard to the conflict in the Sudan. I bring forward these recommendations to the House for adoption. So thank you very much. We have now come to the end of our proceedings. It's very late in the day. However, we will move to the official closing of the first ordinary session of the 7th Parliament. Madam Clerk, may I ask that you take your seat?
The last one that I have is a recommendation, recommendation number 8, which is a recommendation on the ongoing conflict in Sudan, the promotion of peace and stability in the region, and African parliamentary action on civilian protection and accountability. After a preambular section, the Parliament now, therefore, hereby, 1, calls on member states to support the African Union's peace and security architecture and reinforce coordinated African action towards ending the conflict in Sudan. 2, urges the African Union, in coordination with IGAD, the United Nations, and other relevant stakeholders, to intensify diplomatic efforts towards an immediate, genuine, and verifiable ceasefire. 3, calls upon all parties to the conflict to cease attacks against civilians and civilian objects, respect international humanitarian law and international human rights law, and allow safe and unhindered humanitarian access. 4, implores the African Union and member states to strengthen measures for protection of civilians, with particular attention to women and children, older persons, persons with disability, internally displaced persons, refugees, detainees, missing persons, and communities at risk. 5, calls for urgent preventative measures. 5, calls for urgent preventative action by the African Union, IGAD, the United Nations, and relevant member states to address the escalating risks facing El Obeid and other at-risk areas in Sudan, including through intensified diplomatic pressure, early warning engagement, civilian protection, safe humanitarian access, and prevention of further atrocities. 6, calls upon all states, private entities, and arms manufacturers to immediately halt any direct or indirect transfer of weapons, ammunition, military equipment, or related support to any party to the conflict or affiliated armed actor in Sudan, where such transfers may fuel violations of international and humanitarian law, international human rights law, or further atrocities. 7, urges the African Union, its member states, and relevant international partners to support the expansion and effective enforcement of arms control measures, including efforts at the United Nations Security Council to extend the arms embargo beyond Darfur to Sudan as a whole, and to ensure accountability for states, individuals, and private entities that violate arms control obligations or facilitate illicit arms transfers. 8, welcomes the Banjul Joint Declaration on Sudan as an important African United Nations initiative to strengthen coordinated action on civilian protection, documentation, accountability, humanitarian access, and prevention of further atrocities. 9, affirms that the Banjul Joint Declaration should be translated into concrete African Union follow-up, parliamentary engagement, practical protection outcomes for civilians and affected communities. 10, welcomes the ongoing work of the joint fact-finding mission of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights on Sudan and the United Nations Independent International Fact-Finding Mission for the Sudan. 11, encourages continued practical complementarity between the African Commission on Human and People's Rights Joint Fact-Finding Mission and the United Nations Independent International Fact-Finding Mission without merging mandates or compromising the independence of either mechanism. 12, stresses that any cooperation or information sharing between the two fact-finding missions must be based on consent, necessity, confidentiality, survivor-centered principles, and strict do no harm safeguards. 13, call upon the African Union to provide political, technical, financial, and logistical support to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights Joint Fact-Finding Mission on Sudan, including support for field missions, documentation, victim and witness engagement, referrals, and follow-up to recommendations. 14, calls upon all parties to the conflict and relevant authorities to cooperate fully with the African and United Nations human rights mechanisms, including by granting safe, unhindered, and confidential access to victims, witnesses, affected areas, and relevant information. 15, urges all parties to refrain from intimidation, harassment, arbitrary detention, reprisals, or retaliation against victims, witnesses, human rights defenders, journalists, lawyers, humanitarian workers, medical personnel, and civil society actors. 16, requests the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament in consultation with the relevant permanent committees and regional caucuses, to allocate a dedicated special sitting during the next session of the Pan-African Parliament to consider the situation in Sudan. 17, recommends that the dedicated special sitting focus on civilian protection, humanitarian access, accountability, the Banjul Joint Declaration, AU-UN complementarity, and the role of African parliamentary diplomacy. 18, recommends further that the dedicated special sitting include briefings from the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, relevant African Union organs, Sudanese civil society, victim groups, women human rights defenders, and where appropriate, relevant United Nations human rights mechanisms. 19, requests the relevant permanent committees of the Pan-African Parliament to prepare a parliamentary briefing note on Sudan with concrete recommendations to the African Union Peace and Security Council, the African Union Commission, and the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, IGAD, and AU member states. 20, recommends the establishment of a Sudan parliamentary follow-up track to monitor developments, engage Sudanese civil society, follow up on the Banjul Declaration, and report periodically to the plenary. And 21, decides to remain actively seized of the matter and to continue using parliamentary debate, committee hearings, national parliamentary outreach, and formal recommendations to support civilian protection, accountability, humanitarian access, AU-UN complementarity, and sustainable peace in Sudan, adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
شكرا السيدة الأمينة العامة المحترمة، وأعرض هذه التوصية على هيئة.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, and I propose this to the Pan-African Parliament for its adoption.
President, this brings to an end the resolutions and recommendations of this first ordinary session of the 7th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Respectful Madam Clerk, we are at a late time and we are moving towards the closing ceremony of the first session of the 7th Parliament, and we will close by a speech and address of the President of the Pan-African Parliament. I will address Your Honorable. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, Your Excellency, honorable members, my brothers and sisters, members of the Pan-African Parliament, my colleagues, honorable members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable former President of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished audience, with all the representatives of the African Union organs and the representatives of the diplomatic corps and the delegations who are assisting us, representatives of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today, we gather at the closing of the first ordinary session of the 7th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament, following several days of intensive work, deliberations, and consultations that embodied our shared commitment to serving the people of our continent and defending their interests and aspirations in an atmosphere of clarity, honesty, and brotherhood, in order to defend the interests and the aspirations of the African people. This session has marked an important foundational milestone during our new parliamentary term, as it's significant because it was the first session that starts the roadmap for our commitment and programs during this session. Not because it's it's not significantly merely because it's the first ordinary session of this parliament, but also because it reflects the collective determination to build a Pan-African parliament that's more effective, closer to citizens, and better equipped to influence and more able to affect the course of the continental action. The session witnessed distinguished and intensive activity that we have followed since the beginning of the meetings of the permanent committees, when we have seen the responsible discussions and very brilliant presentations by our permanent committees. Therefore, I would like to thank highly the members of the parliament and the committees and the chairpersons of those committees, together with the caucus on youth and women. In addition to the interventions that were made by the honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, whereby we've seen that our this reaffirmed that our institution is endowed with the expertise, experience, and determination necessary to make tangible contributions to address the challenges in Africa. The reports submitted by the permanent committees, together with their outcomes, they lived up to the aspirations of our people through the objective assessment of the challenges and the practical proposals and recommendations that they contained concerning the issues that affect both the present and the future of Africa. While I express my appreciation for the work accomplished by the committees, I wish to emphasize that the value of these reports lies not merely in their adoption, but in our collective ability to follow up on them and transform their recommendations into implementable initiatives, and in coordination with national parliaments and the organs of the African Union. Our success, as I said, will not be measured by the number of meetings we hold, nor by the volume of documents we adopt, but rather by the tangible impact we make on the lives of African citizens. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues, members of the Pan-African Parliament, this session was honored by the presence of His Excellency Mr. Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, who addressed the members of the Pan-African Parliament from this very podium. His presence constituted a significant political and institutional event reflecting the Republic of South Africa's state, and it was discussed in the media and represented the steadfast position of South Africa for the Pan-African Parliament and its commitment to strengthen the Parliament position within the institutional architecture of the African Union. On this occasion, I wish to renew our sincere appreciation of His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, and as well as to the government of the People of the Republic of South Africa for their continued support for the Pan-African Parliament and for their warm hospitality and generous reception. I also extend our sincere gratitude to all distinguished personalities, representatives of the institutions, organizations, diplomatic missions, and all partners who participated in the work of this session and whose presence enriched our deliberations and reinforced the Pan-African Parliament engagement with its continental and international partners. My distinguished colleagues, our deliberations have demonstrated that differences of opinion should never become a cause of division. Rather, they should serve as a sort of enrichment. Responsible dialogue remains the most effective path towards building consensus and finding African solutions for all African challenges. As I always say, today Africa stands at the threshold of profound and rapidly evolving transformations. The world is reshaping the global balance of power. Competition over resources is intensifying, and technology is redefining the contours of economies and societies. Meanwhile, many of our peoples continue to grapple with armed conflicts, terrorism, poverty, unemployment, and the consequences of climate change, and the challenges of food, health, and water security, and the consequences related to the human rights issues. In the face of this transformation, Africa can no longer remain merely recipient of decisions made elsewhere. Rather, Africa must become an active partner in shaping the future of the world, guided by its own interests and the priorities of its peoples. The time has come for our continent and for us to be united and have one voice to defend the interests of Africa through a common vision, and for our continent to harness its immense potential and abundant resources for the benefits of its people. The unity of Africa is not merely a political slogan. It's a foundation for our strength, the pathway of our prosperity, and the guarantee of our sovereignty, our independent decision-making, and our rightful place in the world. Therefore, we recall the member states to support the Pan-African Parliament and enable it to deliver its full message and to accelerate the fulfillment of the ratification of the protocol in order to enable the Pan-African Parliament and empower its role in the institutional building as building stone of the African Union. We also call upon all the organs and institutions of the African Union to deepen the coordination and integration and to work in the spirit of one institution, for the challenges confronting our continent are interconnected and cannot be addressed by any single institution acting in isolation. Distinguished my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, our deliberations during this session have culminated in a set of principles and commitments that embody our shared vision for the future of Africa and future of Pan-African Parliament and our continent. Accordingly, from the seat of the Pan-African Parliament in Midrand, we proclaim under the Midrand Declaration 2026 the following. First, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the unity of Africa and to placing the interests of the continent and its people over all considerations. Second, we affirm that peace and security constitute indispensable prerequisites for development, and we call for the silencing of the guns, the prevention of conflicts, and the promotion of dialogue and reconciliation. Third, we commit ourselves to build stronger, more effective, and more citizen-centered Pan-African Parliament, and we call for the completion of the ratification of the Malabo Protocol. Fourth, we support the accelerated implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area and the strengthening of economic integration and cross-border infrastructure. Fifth, we call for the attainment of food security and food sovereignty while promoting agriculture, industrialization, and the green and blue economies. Sixth, we affirm that young people and women are indispensable partners in Africa's renaissance, decision-making processes, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Seventh, we commit ourselves to support education, scientific research, digital transformation, and artificial intelligence while strengthening the continent's digital sovereignty. Eighth, we reject terrorism, extremism, organized crime, corruption, trafficking in person, and the illicit exploitation of Africa's natural resources. Ninth, we affirm that Africa's international partnerships must be founded upon mutual respect. We want to confirm that all African international partnerships must be founded upon mutual respect, equality, non-interference, and the pursuit of shared interests. 10th, we pledge that the 7th Parliament, this mandate will be a mandate of delivery, follow-up, and accountability, and that the Pan-African Parliament shall evolve from merely issuing recommendations to making a tangible contribution towards their implementation. These are the principles to which we commit ourselves before the people of Africa, and that shall serve the roadmap guiding our work throughout the coming period. Brothers and sisters, we bear a great responsibility to translate these commitments into structured institutional action founded upon the effective follow-up and evaluation and upon close cooperation with national parliaments and the African Union Commission and the various organs and institutions of the African Union. And it's opening to all the national parliaments and the rest of the AU organs. We shall continue working to promote peace and security, support mediation and conflict prevention, accompanying electoral processes, and consolidate the values of democracy, good governance, respect for human rights, and the rule of law. We shall also strive to accelerate African economic integration, support the African Continental Free Trade Area, and promote industrialization, develop infrastructure, achieve food security, as I said, protect the environment, and invest in education, science, research, and technology. The empowerment of youth and women remain the heart of our priorities, not merely as beneficiaries of public policies, but as full partners in decision-making and in leading the transformation that our continent requires. Africa does not lack ambition or resources or talents. What it needs are strong institutions, sound governance, shared political will, and collective action capable of transforming potential into achievements and wealth into prosperity and aspirations into tangible realities. Ladies and gentlemen, at the conclusion of this session, this session doesn't signify the end of the momentum we have initiated. On 31st July and 1st of August 2026, the Pan-African Parliament will host the annual Conference of Speakers of the African Parliaments. This conference will constitute an important milestone in strengthening cooperation between the Pan-African Parliament and the national parliaments, coordinating positions on continental issues, advancing parliamentary diplomacy, and supporting the processes of peace, development, democracy, and integration. We look forward to its deliberations, producing more effective mechanisms for coordination and consultation, as well as forging an African parliamentary partnership that will enable our legislative institutions to become driving force for the implementation of Agenda 63 and the realization of aspiration of our people.
Distinguished colleagues, I extend my sincere appreciation and gratitude to the members of the Bureau of the Parliament, to the chairpersons and members of the permanent committees, to the leadership of regional and thematic caucuses, and all members of the Pan-African Parliament for their commitment, sense of responsibility, and individual contribution and their contribution to the success of this session. I also wish to thank the Secretariat, all staff members, experts, interpreters, and the administrative, technical, security, and media teams for their dedication and tireless efforts throughout the session. I would like to express our appreciation to the media for accompanying our work and for conveying the voice of the message of the Pan-African Parliament to the peoples of Africa and the wider world. As we prepare to leave this chamber, I call upon you to return to your national parliaments and countries, carrying with you the spirit of this session while remaining committed to defending its outcome and following up on their implementation, so that the bond between the Pan-African Parliament and national parliaments and between our decisions and the aspirations of our citizens remain strong and enduring. I wish you all a safe journey back to your respective countries, and I will look forward to meet you again at our next session, having made further progress in implementing our commitments and achieved results worthy of the trust and that of the people of Africa have placed in us. Ladies and gentlemen, the people of Africa expect from us deeds rather than words, unity rather than division, and hope rather than despair. Let us rise to the historic responsibility. Let us transform the wealth of our continent into prosperity of its people, its diversity into a source of strength, its youth into driving force for innovation, and institutions into effective instruments for development and integration. For this Parliament and from Midrand, we declare that the 7th Parliament shall not be merely a continuation of the past, but a beginning of a new era, one in which the Pan-African Parliament evolves from a forum of debate into an effective force for influence, and from an institution that articulates the aspiration of the people into one that contributes to the realization. One enduring motto shall remain: Africa first, African unity always, the African citizens above everything else. On this note, I hereby declare the first ordinary session of the 7th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament officially closed. Long live a united, strong, and prosperous Africa. May the peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah be upon you. And I would like to call once again the respectful clerk to read any announcements. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Il y a une seule annonce.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's just one announcement. It's a conference of presidents of national and regional parliaments, which begins tomorrow. For the MPs who will be here tomorrow, we call upon them to attend this conference tomorrow. It starts tomorrow as from 9 o'clock with registration. So all MPs who will still be here tomorrow are urged, are hereby called upon to participate this meeting for regional and national parliament presidents and speakers.
شكرا سيد الأمين العام المساعد. وقبل رفع الجلسة نقف احتراما للنشيد الإفريقي لمن أفريكا أيو إنثن. شكرا.
Thank you, and the session stands adjourned until the next session. I wish you safe travel.